Kang Taeson walked, looking around in search of one person. The monsters roaming the ruined city irritated him. He called the fugitive a fool out loud for having come so far. It was somewhere in Anyang, he noticed, looking at the monsters that were tearing apart a corpse right on the street. The monster's victim turned out to be the very fugitive he was looking for. He came closer to take a closer look, but he did not like the sight at all. The red-eyed horned monsters also noticed Kang Taeson. The system announced the number of each monster that paid attention to the player. Kang Taesang said he would like to disable this feature. The monsters turned to Kang Taeson and rushed towards him with a loud howl. Kang Taeson turned to meet them and did not move. There were 3 creatures, and they attacked at the same time. Kang Taeson quickly drew his weapon, ready to fight. He activated addition and multiplication under the system comments. The sharp sword in the player's hands cut through the monsters, and having destroyed them, Kang Taeson could leave here. He returned home, hiding behind the high gates. A hand in a black glove loudly pounded on the gate. The gate swung open, and a guy in a protective suit stood on the threshold. It was the hard difficulty player Geum Jung-gyun, and he came to greet the returning Kang Taeson. Kang Taeson asked Geum Jung-gyun to send someone in his place next time, but he objected that there was no one else who could do it, and then asked what happened to the fugitive. Geum Jung-gyun was shocked by how quickly the fugitive died, considering he was a player on a high difficulty level. Kang Taeson clarified that he found 3 A-rank monsters near the corpse. Geum Jung-gyun was surprised by this message. A-rank monsters were comparable in strength to players on high difficulty. Such creatures nearby needed to be dealt with urgently, and Geum Jung-gyun asked Kang Taeson where exactly he had seen them. Kang Taeson said that there was no need to look for the monsters, because he had already killed them. The friends went to the dining room, but Geum Jung-gyun did not stop his questions. Geum Jung-gyun couldn't believe that Kang Taesang was playing on a low difficulty level. Kang Taeson reminded that this is easy to verify, since he made his way through the labyrinth not alone, but with other players. Geum Jung-gyun said that all the low-level players except Kang Taeson either died immediately or later succumbed to their wounds. It was challenging terrain even for mid-level players, and for lower ranks it was downright deadly. Kang Taeson's strength amazed his friend, because he himself was inferior to him, despite his high level. Kang Taesang explained it all simply. The other players were simply too lazy. The friends reached a tent where they could get food. They weren't happy with the ever-present potatoes, and Kang Taesang asked why they couldn't replace them with sweet potatoes or corn. Geum Jung-gyun explained that potatoes are cheaper and distribution restrictions are also a factor. Kang Taesang reminded him that as a low-level player, he didn't have a fast cultivation skill, and besides, there was some kind of food everywhere he went. Someone's screams could be heard from outside, someone was furiously accusing everyone of lying, and they were trying to calm him down. Kang Taeson assumed that the man had returned from a cleanup operation, and that he would be arrested for disturbing the peace. But Geum Jung-gyun noticed that this was someone high level, which means Kang Taeson would have to intervene. A moment later, Kang Taeson was indeed called to the scene of the brawl. The unknown young man refused to believe that what he saw was planet Earth, because the nightmare should have ended after the last raid. Out of anger, the stranger started a fight with everyone who tried to explain the situation to him, because he believed that they were playing a joke on him. Kang Taeson peeked out from the dining tent to see where Lee Tae-young was. Meanwhile, people continued to try to convince the stranger to listen and try to understand how much the world had changed while he was in the labyrinth. In response, well-wishers received only furious blows. Geum Jung-gyun wished his friend luck as he headed off to deal with the problem. Kang Taesang threatened to kill him if he ate his potatoes before he returned. The conversation with the stranger began for Kang Taeson the same way as for the others, with an accusation of lying. The player who emerged from the labyrinth was confident that he and others like him represented a real force, capable of dealing with a bunch of monsters that had attacked Earth. Kang Taeson had seen many such self-confident people. Players after the labyrinth often found themselves unable to accept the new reality and went crazy. There was only one solution for such a case: call the system to announce a duel. The stranger introduced himself. His name was Lee Jang-chun. He had seen Kang Taeson's messages in the general chat more than once and had an idea of who he was. Lee Jang-chun found it funny that a low-ranking player would challenge a high-ranking player, even though everyone knew the difference in their strength was huge. "Shut up and fight," Kang Taeson cut him off, "and then I will show you the real reality you are looking for." Lee Chang-chong took out his weapon and was ready to kill his opponent. He activated skills that made his blows especially powerful. His sword was ablaze with fire, and the crowd admired the skills this player possessed. The fight started quickly, and Lee Jang-chun landed a brutal blow. This strike did not cause any damage to his opponent, because Kang Taesang activated the first strike nullification. This ability was unknown to Lee Jang-chong, so he didn't understand why his powers weren't working. Now it was Kang Taeson's turn to strike. Li Jiangchong activated Fortitude to reduce possible damage by half. Kang Taeson's skills allowed him to bypass this defense as well. The injuries Li Jiangchun received were not that great, and he was confident of his victory. Kang Taesong clarified the opponent's number 12 and added the enhancements available to him. These were abilities that made the player very powerful and allowed him to bypass any defenses. Li Jianghong tried to stop him after seeing the system's messages. Kang Taeson still struck and defeated his opponent. The damage inflicted on Li Jianghong was 9,604. The duel ended, and Kang Taeson reminded them that they were on Earth and they had to acknowledge the obvious. Li Jianghong, struggling to get up from the ground, still tried to argue. The realization of the situation brought tears to his eyes and a feeling of regret that he had once gone to clear the labyrinth. The Earth was once peaceful, but one day the skies opened up, releasing countless monsters. A system has appeared in people's lives that offers each person a choice of 4 levels of game difficulty. After selecting a level, players entered the labyrinth and could only return to Earth after clearing it. The home planet turned out to be teeming with monsters. Kang Taesong believed that humanity now had only one choice: to try to save their world together. Gum Jungun greeted Kang Taeson with approval after the match. The people who had gathered nearby took Li Jianghong to help him come to his senses. Kang Taesong didn't think the victory was difficult, but Guillaume Jungyun was curious about where his friend got such skills. The Last Judgment and First Strike Reset were unknown to any of the players, except Kang Taeson. Kang Taesong replied that he acquired such skills through hard work. The friend's attention was drawn to another noise, as if another player was returning. It was a girl who was greeted joyfully by everyone around. The girl's name was Lee Tae-young. Kang Taeson went to visit Lee Tae-young at her house, which, as always, struck him with its interior, somewhat strange in a crumbling world. For Kang Taeson, all this love of luxury was unpleasant, and he said so out loud. Monsters roamed the streets, and Lee Tae-young brought huge paintings into her house. Lee Tae-yeon was the only one who quickly cleared the labyrinth. Kang Taeson was surprised that it was a girl. The girl herself believed that in difficult times it is useful to be passionate about something. She asked if it was true that it was Kang Taeson who taught the newbie a lesson. Lee Tae-young thought it was unusual for a low-level player to teach a high-difficulty player. The girl called up the system, showing off her readings, and offered to show Kang Taeson his data. She thought Kang Taeson's level was pathetic, but when she mentioned it, he assumed she was looking for a fight. Lee Tae-yeon extended her hand, retorting that it was just a test, and that Kang Taeson had decent stats for an easy-level player. The player's level is determined by completing the labyrinth, and after that it is no longer possible to become stronger. Most high-level players had stats 1,000 times higher than Taeson's, but because of his special skills, none of them could defeat him. Lee Tae-young told Kang Taeson to stand still. The girl activated skills that increased the power of her attacks several times. Using maximum power and perfect accuracy, Lee Tae-yeon attacked Kang Taeson. Kang Taeson remained standing there, unperturbed. Everything around was destroyed by Lee Tae-yeon's blow, but Kang Taeson remained unharmed and only asked the girl why she did it. She replied that she just wanted to have fun, but immediately asked about how many special skills Taeson had. He named the number 230, and all of these were skills that could be obtained regardless of the player's level. Lee Tae-yeon said that if Taeson had obtained these skills through his special strategy in the labyrinth, then everyone should have studied the capabilities of the labyrinth more thoroughly. Everyone was in too much of a hurry to clear out the monsters and get out, and now Kang Taeson saw no point in discussing past decisions. Lee Tae-yeon countered that if Kang Daesung had chosen the solo difficulty level from the start, the humans would have been able to defeat all the enemies. Taeson himself knew that his skills were good on their own, but his overall effectiveness in battle depended on other characteristics as well. Remembering the many dead, Kang Taesung thought about what would have happened if he had chosen a high level. Daeson thought about those who had lost loved ones, and how he hadn't used his unique skills to even half their potential. Taeson didn't want to talk about this with Lee Tae-young. He preferred to ask her herself, since she had just returned from patrol. Lee Tae-yeon reported that a new wave of invasion would soon come. This news worried Kang Taeson, and he said that they would not survive. A wave was a massive attack by monsters, the losses after which were enormous. In the first wave, people lost soul. In the second, half of the high-difficulty players died. The third wave drove humanity into a single small town. Lee Tae-yeon claimed that the upcoming fourth wave would include 2 C-rank monsters, dozens of A-rank monsters, hundreds of B-rank monsters, and an apostle. Kang Daesung admitted that 2 C-rank monsters were a problem even for Lee Tae-yeon, and there were very few players left who could handle A-rank. Apostle seemed completely indestructible. Lee Tae-young asked Daeson to take over Class C. Kang Taeson tried to refuse, but Lee Tae-yeon was going to deal with the Apostle, which meant there was no one else to fight the C ranks. Kang Taesun headed for the door when he was stopped by Lee Tae-young's question about whether he was going to tell the others. Dae-sang believed that people needed to prepare in advance, but Lee Tae-young believed that it was more important to have time to enjoy life. Taesun is strong, he can lead us to victory, the girl said, but I myself am a coward. She held a shining stone in her hand. Upon learning of the impending wave of invasion, people in the city fell into despair. Gum Young-gun stated that he had resigned himself to the inevitable, as humanity had already endured for so long in unbearable conditions. A player who returned from the labyrinth just today attracted the attention of his friends. Gum Young-gun was horrified by such a fate. To break through the labyrinth, return to Earth and learn that he would soon die. Gum Young-gyun asked Dae-san how he was coping with this situation, since it was thanks to his efforts that people were able to survive for so long. The friends were sitting on the roof of one of the tall buildings and looking at the city, and Dae-san admitted that he was angry. The fourth wave of invasion has begun. A huge crowd of monsters has broken through to Earth. Gum Young-gun looked at them and asked Dae-san who he should defeat in the upcoming battle. "See you in the next world," he said. "You will wait for me if you go there first." Kang Taesun activated long jump and stepped off the roof. During the flight, he also activated total city surveillance. Noticing the C-rank monsters, he landed right next to them. The system recorded a test of mental stability, self-control, and state of fear. Kang Taesun passed all the tests and received additional invulnerability. He was ready to fight and very angry. Two huge C-rank monsters were right in front of Kang Taesun. The player activated full Overwatch, hoping that neither of the two monsters would be defensive. The system has determined that a defensive monster is present among the enemies, and is preparing to attack. The monster was huge, and had 148 million units of health. Kang Taesun was going to fight him with accelerated movements. He understood that in order to neutralize such a creature, it would take him an eternity. He turned to the second giant, studying its characteristics. It was a long-range attack monster with 1,200,000 units of health. Kang Taesun managed to start the fight with the attacking monster successfully, damaging several of its tentacles. The tentacles were the monster's main weapon. They turned out to be so fast that it was almost impossible to dodge them. Kang Taesun was saved from their destructive power by the skill Nullify First Strike. The only thing he could do next was try to predict the trajectory of the next blows. Kang Taesun activated the acceleration skill, but he didn't have much time to fight. He managed to land several devastating blows before a second monster entered the fray. The defensive-type monster was protecting the attacking monster, and it was not for nothing that they were sent out in pairs. Kang Taesun managed to break into the field, within which he could only be attacked by one monster from the pair. The attacking monster remained outside the battle. Kang Taesun remembered Lee Tae-yeon and regretted that she, with her high stats and legendary equipment, was not by his side. Kang Taesun had to activate all the skills that increased the power of his attacks, but it wasn't enough. If Lee Tae-yeon were in his place, he thought, she would have dealt with the attacker first. But for Kang Taesun himself, a blow from any of these monsters would be fatal. He decided to first deal with the one who had more health units. Using his special skills, Kang Taesung attacked the defensive monster. Even with them, Kang Taesun was repeatedly inferior to the C-rank creatures. But this only meant that it was necessary to go to the limit and use everything that was available to utilize unique abilities. The damage that Kang Taesung managed to inflict on the monster amounted to 92,236,816 points. After such a blow, the monster was defeated, and all that was left was to finish it off. There was still an attacking monster left, and it was necessary to fight it immediately. Kang Taesun used up all his attack resets, and only had enough stamina for one more hit. He had a hard and tedious job ahead of him. Hit, dodge, hit, and so on 25,000 times. Without unique skills, Taesun was left with only normal attacks. Kang Taesun did not consider himself capable of winning such a fight. The player entered the fight with fury. The system noted that, while in a state of complete concentration of body and soul, he had earned the skill Height of Concentration. But because Kang Taesun was not in the labyrinth, this skill was sealed. Kang Taesung defeated the monster after a grueling battle. It seemed to him as if this fight had lasted a whole month. Wounded and tired, Kang Taesun moved towards the base. He saw many people die and was angry at them because they were high difficulty level players. But only he, a player of the most basic level, remained alive. He remembered all his acquaintances from the base. Kang Taesun walked past the bloody bodies and recognized their faces. Gum Joon-gun died just like the others. The last one Kang Taesun found was Lee Tae-young, sitting on the side of the road. The strongest in the world, who completed the labyrinth on solo difficulty. She was also dead. Her killer, the Apostle, was next to her. The system has detected that the Apostle has noticed Taesun, and this threatens the player's death. Kang Taesung managed to reflect the intimidation effect. He managed to activate high concentration. He was ready to fight the Apostle. It was a brutal fight in blood and smoke. The monster was too strong for Taesan. Is this the end? The player thought. The Apostle struck him down and threw him onto the rocks. But the system activated the fortitude skill, keeping the player alive for 1 minute. Kang Taesan couldn't feel his legs and wanted to die, because fortitude only delayed the moment of death without bringing healing. In a minute, Kang Taesan was supposed to die. He thought about how he had made a mistake once, choosing too easy a level to complete the labyrinth. But remembering the high-level players who had died, he transferred his anger to them, because they had not even tried to obtain special skills in the labyrinth, but were simply in a hurry to complete it as quickly as possible. He believed that if they tried to improve their skills, together they could defeat their enemies. But Taesan understood that anger no longer mattered and could not change anything. Humanity was lost. He noticed the shining crystal that Lee Tae-young was still clutching in her hand. Despite the Apostle, Kang Taesang decided to try to get this thing. Severely wounded, he crawled towards the girl, using the time stop skill. The crystal that Lee Tae-yeon held was the Bezoar of Ouroboros. This artifact could be used once to return to the past. Kang Taesan was amazed that Lee Tae-young had such an opportunity. He looked back one last time at the dying world and the monster that had almost killed him. Clutching the Bezoar in his hand, Kang Taesan was transported into empty space. He saw himself as a miserable, huddled child. He understood that he was vulnerable then in front of his parents, who took out their anger on him and assured him that he was worthless. Now he knew that he was not worthless at all and that he had abilities. A moment later, Kang Taesan woke up lying on the wooden floor. He saw empty bottles and boxes of prepared food. He picked up his phone and looked at the date displayed on its screen. It was just before the new year. People were enjoying the holiday. It was then that the heavens broke through and a different life began for everyone. Kang Taesan found pizza in his room and enjoyed the long-forgotten taste. After the apocalypse, there will be nothing to eat except potatoes and monsters. Disang wondered why Lee Tae-yeon didn't use the artifact herself. He went out onto the balcony to look at the city, realizing that the nightmare was about to begin. People below admired the fireworks. Someone exchanged gifts. A bright flash lit up the entire sky in an instant. People didn't immediately understand what was happening, mistaking the noise and flashes for a new show. Only after some time did some begin to realize that something bad was happening. Kang Taesan watched the monster falling from the sky from his balcony. Now he knew it was a B-rank monster. The first notification from the system appeared in front of Taesan. Panicked people on the streets received the same notifications. All human inventions, all technology and weapons were useless against the monsters. The monster that destroyed the attack helicopter was shown live on television. The system promised a way out of this situation, the grace of a deity. In order to gain power, it was necessary to clear the labyrinth of monsters. Monsters destroyed cities and people by attacking and breathing fire. Even small children could not escape the common fate. Kang Taesan walked calmly among the frightened crowd. He did not consider the system's promises to be mercy. It seemed to him that the deity observing what was happening was simply enjoying the spectacle. Kang Taesan thought back to his childhood and his younger self before watching the messages about the difficulty levels offered by the system. The easy difficulty level offered plenty of accessible food and safe places. The normal level was more dangerous, but with a little effort, anyone could pass it. At high levels, there were strong monsters everywhere except in a few protected places. There was also a solo mode, in which the player found himself alone in the labyrinth, surrounded by hostile monsters and system characters. The system claimed that the player's survival rate at the solo level was 0, but Kang Taesang reached out to the selection bar. "You are there, wait for me," he said, entering the labyrinth. The lone wolf mode brought him to the streets of a small town with ancient 3-story buildings. Kang Taesan looked around, feeling nostalgic. He opened the general chat, and the first message was already there. In solo mode, the chat was his only way to communicate with the outside world. But now he just wished him luck, and closed it. He remembered Lee Tae-yeon telling him about the system characters on this level. She claimed that the characters seemed to have intelligence and a will of their own, like real people. Near the wall, right on the ground, sat one of these characters and dozed off. Kang Taesan looked at him. He turned out to be a young guy in protective clothing, and at a low difficulty level. The gatekeeper was a gray-haired old man. Kang Taesan studied the gatekeeper carefully. He saw that the power of this system character surpassed even Lee Tae-young. The gatekeeper revealed that his name was Brockenman, and that those who die in the labyrinth in solo mode become gatekeepers. Brockenman told Taesan that the labyrinth was an opportunity given to humanity by an all-powerful being. The gatekeeper suggested that it would have been better if humanity had simply perished painlessly in the first wave of the invasion. Kang Taesang noted that Brockenman acts as if he has been through the same thing as everyone else. Tae-san thought that the system characters at this level were former inhabitants of destroyed worlds. The gatekeeper was puzzled by Kang Tae-san's calm, who did not react to his words in any way. Brockenman showed the door to the tower, from which the clearing of the labyrinth floors began. He talked about these floors. There were 100 of them, and they were very different from each other. Having learned nothing new, Kang Tae-san indifferently asked if that was all. Brockenman said that there is a merchant in the labyrinth. He will tell you everything else. Lee Tae-yeon called the gatekeeper a rude person, and said that she almost died before she even entered the labyrinth. The gatekeeper offered to give Kan Tasanu some items that would be useful for the first time. The gatekeeper took a spear with an unusual tip. He raised his spear as if to strike, but only touched Kang Tae-san's shoulder. Thus, Kang Tae-san received worn-out leather armor and a rusty sword with minimal power. "This sword is made of bronze," Tae-san said to the gatekeeper. "Don't like it?" asked Brockenman, and Kang Tae-san answered, "No." The gatekeeper thought for a moment and threw another item to Kang Tae-san. It was a small leather bracer with weak properties. Lee Tae-yeon did not talk about such things. The gatekeeper said that Tae-san had received a couple of skills, and he needed to check them by entering the labyrinth. When Kang Tae-san crossed the threshold, the gatekeeper wished him luck. He was surprised that the new player was smiling, as if he wanted to start completing the labyrinth as soon as possible. As the gatekeeper, Brockenman met various heroes who were never able to complete the labyrinth. Kang Tae-sang seemed completely different, and it wasn't a matter of talent or experience. The gatekeeper would like this player to survive. The system told Tae-san that in ancient times the labyrinth was created by a great magician. The monsters of the labyrinth moved quickly and silently, killing all living things. Kang Tae-san stood at the threshold, thinking about what lay ahead of him. The monsters on the first floor were not as dangerous as they might seem. They could be killed with piercing blows. Kang Tae-san knew that the labyrinth had many secret places, exploring which could earn him a special reward. Previously, Tae-san was asked if the merchant was at his most basic level. Tae-san believed that characters like the merchant were present in every mode, and that you could buy potions from them. Lee Tae-yeon explained that the merchant's inventory is vast in single-player mode. She showed Kang Tae-san her black bracelet, which reduced damage inflicted in battles by 50%. Lee Tae-yeon said that the merchant had many other interesting artifacts, but she didn't have enough gold to buy them. Lee Tae-young found the door leading to the merchant's shop. The merchant was a gray-haired man smoking a pipe. He was surprised that the player had already come to his shop. The system told Tae-san that he had met the Lost King, but Tae-san asked the stranger if he was a trader. Kang Tae-san did not see any goods on the shelves, and reported this to the merchant. The merchant replied that an entire floor would not be enough for his goods, and he was not obliged to show his treasures to Tae-san. He slammed his fists on the table and declared that he was not here by choice, but because of what had happened to his world. He suggested that Kang Tae-san show his worth before talking. It was necessary to go down into the underground corridor and get out of there alive in order to look at the shop's goods. Kang Tae-san asked if all he had to do was survive, and the merchant called him a weirdo. Kang Tae-san asked if he needed to clear the entire labyrinth to buy something, but that wasn't necessary. The merchant looked at Tae-san descending into the dungeon with surprise, because other players were afraid to enter and hesitated at the threshold. The merchant had never seen players like Tae-san before, but he was sure that he would not return from his first mission. Kang Tae-san walked down the stairs and still didn't notice any differences from the simplest level. At that very moment he noticed his opponent, a large rat. On a low difficulty level, such a monster was the boss of the 5th floor. But here it was in the very first task. The very first bite of the large rat deprived Kang Tae-san of 10 health points. The player recalled how, on a low difficulty level, a large rat had to be attacked in a group because it was too fast an enemy. The large rat in this dungeon also had super speed, which Tae-san remembered from previous experience. Last time, the players worked together to chase down a large rat for a long time in order to break through its defense. Kang Tae-san checked his stats. They were even lower than the first time, and he couldn't count on anyone's help. Lee Tae-yeon said that she had to hide and run away from enemies. The solo mode required a feat to be performed in the very first mission to receive a reward, so Tae-san resolutely began to fight. When fighting the first monster, Kang Tae-san wanted to get the best skills, not just kill the enemy. He couldn't be faster than the big rat, but he could try to guess its attacks by its breathing and muscle contractions. Kang Tae-san saw that the big rat was frightened by his agility and was slowing down. He knew this was his chance, but he needed to take care of his defense. Kang Tae-san remembered the bracer the gatekeeper had given him. When the big rat attacked, he put out his bracer. Tae-san used the bracer. A large rat hung on the bracer, clinging to it with its teeth. Kang Tae-san managed to finish off the monster in a few blows. He returned to the merchant, who clearly wasn't expecting him. In a sack, Kang Tae-san brought a large dead rat. Other single-player players have reported in chat that the trader is very difficult to communicate with. Lee Tae-yeon was very angry as she recalled her interaction with the merchant. Upon seeing Taesun, the merchant only expressed surprise that he had returned. Kang Tae-san unfolded his bag and placed his trophies on the table. The merchant asked if Taesun had killed the big rat instead of running away from it. Looking at the meat and skin, the merchant noted that Kang Tae-san had not only killed her, but had done so without damaging the skin. He agreed to show Kang Tae-san his wares. Kang Tae-sang would like to purchase a siege shield. He needed the biggest one they had in the shop. Kang Tae-sang wanted to use it to crush his enemies. The merchant opened a door made of radiance. He got exactly the shield that Kang Tae-san needed. After looking at the shield's characteristics, Kang Tae-san noted that equipment of this quality had previously been available to him no earlier than the 7th floor. The merchant named a price, but Tae-san didn't have that much gold, and he turned around to go down into the dungeon for more trophies. The merchant stopped him and gave him the shield as a gift. Then the merchant took out goods that Kang Tae-san would have enough money for. These were various potions and artifacts. The merchant said he wanted to do something good for Tae-san. Kang Tae-san wanted to know the reason for this arrangement, but the merchant called the gift an investment. He encouraged Tae-san to choose a suitable potion. These were elixirs of health and speed, very necessary when passing the labyrinth, but Kang Tae-san believed that he needed something else more now. Lee Tae-yeon said that in solo mode, potions should be saved for the upper floors. Kang Tae-san thought that he wouldn't need these potions right now. He would prefer to buy a bow and arrows. Long-range weapons have helped him avoid many dangerous situations in the past. Kang Tae-san asked how much money the merchant would give him for the big rat, and said that he would buy a bow and arrow with it. This act changed something in the merchant's behavior. The merchant reminded Kang Tae-san that it was impossible to restore health in the labyrinth without additional funds. The merchant also told about the living spring, a place where you can heal as much as you want while you're on the 1st floor. The merchant marked the location of the living spring on the map of Taesan and said that it was guarded by a tyrant old man. When the merchant told Lee Tae-yeon about the spring, he cursed and wished for her to hide there and die of hunger. Kang Tae-san guessed that the merchant treated Lee Tae-yeon this way because the girl ran away from the big rat. Kang Tae-san was able to win and return unharmed. Killing the monster changed the labyrinth character's attitude towards the player. When Kang Tae-san met the next rat on the 1st floor and killed it with his shield, he gained new skills. Noticing the many notifications, Kang Tae-sang looked at the new features he now had. These characteristics could have been earned last time on the 20th or 40th floors, but now he received them on the 1st. The otherworldly interference skill allowed you to steal an enemy's power after each victory, but it did not work outside the labyrinth. Kang Tae-san realized that he had earned this ability not now, but when he fought the C-rank monster. He was too exhausted to look at the notifications then. Returning in time, Kang Tae-san found himself in the labyrinth again, and the skill he had earned was then unlocked again. Kang Tae-san didn't know if he had retained all of his abilities from the future, but he simply needed to pursue his goal and become the strongest. After closing the notification windows, the player headed towards the source of life. In the long corridor, he met the big rat again. This did not surprise the player. He expected that the monsters would guard the passage to the source. In a moment, there were more rats. Surrounded by large rats, Kang Tae-san found himself in a difficult situation. The system noted Kang Tae-san's focus and lack of fear. He began the fight with determination, using his new shield. His self-confidence allowed him to receive an immediate increase in all stats. This allowed Kang Tae-san to match the reaction speed of rats. He defeated 2 rats and was able to level up. The remaining big rat was scared. Kang Tae-san easily killed the last enemy. He reached the door and walked out of the corridor into a clearing covered with green grass. It was one of the safe places where enemies couldn't get in, so Tae-san calmly approached the source. He drank water without fear of attack. Water from the living spring completely restored all player stats. After resting near the source until the next morning, Kang Tae-san opened a general chat. Solo player Kang Jun-hyuk asked if he had to enter the labyrinth. A normal difficulty player suggested that someone clear the floor together. Another player asked what the first monster would look like. Kang Tae-sang noted that players of all other levels can communicate with each other, while solo players can only use chat. He saw a message from Lee Tae-young in the chat. Lee Tae-young wrote that she didn't know what to do. Kang Tae-san thought it was unusual to see Lee Tae-yeon flustered, but he remembered that the system had previously detected the girl's increased anxiety. Kang Tae-sang knew that singles would not start appearing en masse for at least a month. Lee Tae-young was surprised to receive a new message in the chat. Kang Tae-san wrote to the players about what awaited them in the labyrinth. He knew that of all the loners, only Lee Tae-yeon would survive. He closed the chat. It was time for him to move on. The system defined the meat of a large rat as conditionally edible, only if there was nothing else to eat. Kang Taeson began to chew the rat meat. The system detected poisoning, and Taeson felt unwell. He drank water from the spring, which completely restored his health. Kang Taeson continued to eat the poisonous meat, washing it down with healing water. When he had satisfied his hunger, the system reported that he had developed immunity to poisoning due to the poisoning he had experienced. Now Kang Taeson stood above the source, about to earn another unique ability. He entered the water reluctantly. Having dived headfirst into the water, Kang Taeson tried to hold his breath as long as possible. It wasn't easy. He thought about how drowning was one of the most painful deaths. Kang Taeson only emerged when he felt death was near. The system recorded that this test allowed him to obtain 2 unique skills. Kang Taeson also saw that his characteristics were largely the same as those he had before the time travel. He didn't allow himself to waste time thinking about it. He was going to train and gain abilities. Taeson's messages in the chat caused amazement among the other players. In these messages, they read about the ways in which Kang Taesang improved his skills. Player Kang Jun-hyuk couldn't bring himself to do as written. Kang Taeson continued to train his abilities, changing the combination of conditions to obtain more skills. He trained with weapons while holding his breath. This gave him special skills in combat. Having acquired more than 10 unique abilities, Kang Taesong earned the title of Skill Player. He was pleased with the result achieved. The player will be able to use the acquired skills when fighting monsters in the labyrinth. After checking his characteristics, Kang Taeson headed away from the source. Skills like Final Judgment or Nullification allowed them to defeat much more powerful opponents. In the corridor, Kang Taeson was attacked again by a large rat. Kang Taeson raised his shield over her but did not strike. The rat bit his leg. Kang Taeson waited until the system reported that he was in critical condition before he threw the rat away with his shield. He continued to reflect the monster's attacks, receiving the block ability for this. This was not the skill he was looking for. So the fight with the rat continued. The endurance skill could nullify a blow that should have finished off the player and several subsequent ones. Kang Taeson once told his friends about this ability because no one except him knew about it. The others thought that Kang Taeson had some very unique skills. Special skills in the labyrinth could be learned from another person. It was still possible to do something that no one else had been able to do. Kang Taesang found a way to create an effect close to the desired skill. To gain stamina that would reset a fatal blow, the player had to withstand attacks that could have been fatal to them. Therefore, Kang Taeson continued to fight while being seriously wounded. He did not refuse challenges, because they provided an opportunity to acquire very useful skills. He told Lee Taeyeon and Gum Jun-gun about his discoveries. His friends laughed at him, considering such behavior strange. Having gained new skills after the battle with the rats, Kang Taesang returned to the spring to recuperate. He turned to the system, trying to think of what other special skills he could learn here. He managed to think of several options when suddenly he was distracted by a rustling sound. An old man in armor appeared in the living spring clearing. Kang Taeson reacted immediately, covering himself with his shield. Kang Taeson knew that the monsters had no way to the source, which meant the old man was a character from the labyrinth. The old man asked Taeson if he was a traveler. That was the name given to those who had passed the tests in the labyrinth, and Taeson agreed that he was one of them. Lee Tae-young told me about this old man, a servant of some god. While Taeson was remembering, the old knight attacked him with his fists. It was not a lethal move. The old man struck through the shield, and the system reported that the Deathline skill was activated. The blow was very strong. It was not easy for Taeson to withstand it. The system reported that Kang Taeson had withstood an incredible force. After the next blow to the shield, Kang Taeson opened the reflection skill. Then the old knight swung his fist at his opponent's face so that Taeson did not have time to dodge. "It's amazing," the old man exclaimed after that. "I thought I would score many times more points." He broke the wall with Kang Taeson. The old man was pleased and said that Taeson had surprised him. After all, Taeson first covered himself with his shield and then released it to reduce the force of the collision. Kang Taeson said that he couldn't stand still and made the old man laugh. The knight extended his hand to Taeson and said that he had not intended to kill him, but believed that he would have withstood a mortal fight. The old man was impressed by the fact that Taeson fought like crazy, and also by the skills he possessed. Kang Taesang was surprised that the labyrinth character knew about skills. The old man introduced himself as a seeker of God named Ainsal. Lee Tae-yeon was also at the living spring. She was very upset and exhausted from fighting the rats. She did not expect an attack in a safe place, and the stranger who attacked her with his fists scared her. The gray-haired knight in armor called her a coward and never hit her. He left the girl sitting on the grass and left. The old man took Kang Taeson by the hand and helped him up. Ainshal called himself a paladin who didn't like to bully the weak. What he did was a test for travelers in the labyrinth. Kang Taeson received approval from Ainshal. This explained to Kang Taeson why the knight treated him differently than Lee Tae-yeon. He asked the old man what god he was looking for. There were many gods in the labyrinth, which Lee Tae-yeon described as evil and disgusting. They could test and reward players. Gods can only be encountered in solo mode. Einskal was happy to talk about his goddess. Her name was Levininoff. She was the goddess of love. Einshal worshipped her along with others since his youth. Now his world was destroyed, and Einzel was the only one left who knew about the goddess. Einskal entered the labyrinth in search of her, but found no trace of her. Kang Taeson looked at the knight and thought he knew where his Levininoff was. This goddess was brutally killed. Lee Tae-young found her one day and shared her horror in the chat. Einshal wanted to know one thing from Kang Taeson. He asked if Taeson was in a hurry to get out of the labyrinth. He offered to teach the player the abilities given by the goddess Levininoff. Kang Taeson immediately agreed. This surprised the old knight. He had expected at least some doubts from the player. Kang Taeson just wanted to know what Einshal would demand from him in return. Einskal suggested that this be considered an apology for the surprise attack. Kang Taesang asked if the knight could have not attacked at all. Einshal said that he apologizes only to those he considers worthy. It was important for the old man not to disgrace the gods with his behavior. He offered Kang Taeson to hit him with his shield. Many of the labyrinth's skills are dependent on the player's weapon. Sword players received sword skill. Young Einshal had a special talent called the art of air weapons. The goddess personally praised this skill. Einskal was going to teach Kang Taeson this skill. Kang Taeson informed the knight that he saw no particular benefit in combining skills. He began to think that he would prefer other skills. If you have an extra hit, Einshal said, the damage should be around 4. Einskal ordered Kang Taeson to attack. Kang Taeson brought his shield down on his head. Einshal took 4 units of damage and asked if it was necessary to hit so hard. The old man told me to try again, but to use my fists. Kang Taeson attacked again, this time without a weapon. His fist dealt 2 damage to Einshal. Kang Taeson realized that the damage varied depending on the type of weapon used. Einskal explained that if you take a sword plus 20 and a gauntlet plus 50, then the damage to the enemy is only counted from the weapons. If you hit with a fist, the damage from the glove is taken into account, but the damage dealt cannot be combined. Kang Taesang said that these are obvious things, which is why no one hangs weapons on themselves. Einshal believed that using only one type of weapon during a fight was foolish. Fighting in the labyrinth required terrible strain on the entire body. Einshal stated that his body is his weapon, and his weapon is part of his body. Einskal came up with a way to combine basic skills and damage from all equipment, and called it the art of air weapon mastery. Kang Taeson was amazed that the damage of the entire attack could be combined. Einskal said that Kang Taeson understood correctly. Einshal's special skill affected not only weapons, but every part of the body. When wielding it, one could strike with hands, shoulders, or feet, and the total damage was counted. Players previously received inventory that they felt was useless. This could be very important as Kang Taeson progresses further into the labyrinth. Kang Taeson called this skill amazing. Einshal said that ordinary adventurers would never gain such a skill. He was glad that Kang Taeson agreed to study without a shadow of a doubt. Einshal placed his hand on Kang Taeson's shoulder. He shared his skill with the player. Kang Taesong instantly received a whole stream of knowledge. The skill creator was able to grant the player a top-tier skill. Einshal advised Kang Taeson to train every day and gave him an old ring. Kang Taeson thought that in the past, he would have simply thrown away such a trinket, but now he would wear it. Einskal aloud regretted that now Kang Taeson would still not be able to fully utilize the abilities he had acquired. So he suggested that Taeson train together. Kang Taesong saw no reason to refuse. Taeson took his shield and stood opposite Einshal. The knight attacked him again, trying to knock him down with his fist. Kang Taesong blocked the blow with his shield. Einskal hit the shield with his knee. Kang Taeson blocked all of his attacks, increasing his shield skill. Einshal was stronger, and at the end of the 2-day fight, Kang Taeson was thrown onto the grass. Kang Taeson gained unique abilities thanks to his battle with a more powerful opponent. Einshal watched approvingly as Taeson checked his stats. The old knight asked Kang Taeson to promise him 2 things. Kang Taeson shouldn't have passed on the skills he'd learned from Einshal to pathetic and useless players, or the old man would kill him. Einskal said he hoped for a meeting with Levininoff as if it were a miracle. Kang Taeson thought that if Einshal found his goddess, he would either save her or die with her. If Einshal doesn't find her, then Levininoff will definitely die. Kang Taeson was wondering whether to tell the old man about the goddess. When he told him that he knew where she was, Einshal was astonished. The knight even accused Taeson of trying to play a joke on him. He said that he had been searching for the goddess throughout the labyrinth. Kang Taesong wasn't surprised by the distrust. Taeson had something that described the labyrinth. Einskal cried out that there were no maps in the labyrinth. Einshal asked if this could be a divine call. Kang Taesun encountered an object that showed the location of a deity. Lee Taeyeon showed this horn to Daesan because she couldn't help but share. The girl considered this object useless because the deities seemed terrifying to her. Kang Taesung considered the horn a useless trinket. He remembered where the gods were and was able to tell Ainzal the place where to look for Levininov. The old man was very happy and said that now he was in debt to Taesun. Now Ainzal faced the journey to the 78th floor. He wanted to thank Kang Taesun before he left. The old man gave Kang Taesun a bronze ring. Kang Taesun saw that this was a very powerful artifact. Ainzal said goodbye and set off on his way. He called out to his goddess as he walked. Kang Taesun thought that if Ainzal managed to find the goddess, she would survive. But it could also be that Levininov is already dead. Kang Taesun went to the labyrinth to catch big rats, which was now easy for him. The player tried to gain the powers of the slain creature, but failed because he was much smarter than it. Before heading up to the second floor, Kang Taesun was planning to stop by one more place. He knew about the existence of secret rooms in the labyrinth. Those who found them received generous rewards. You could get a potion, a magic staff, or a ring. Only one person could enter the secret room, so players competed for this opportunity. Kang Taesung lost many of these rooms to competitors. In solo mode, he was able to open the room without interference. The room looked empty. The previous rooms that Daesan had visited were also arranged in this way. The room looked useless as players walked past it. Kang Taesung began to examine the stonework of the room's walls. He tapped each brick in different ways. He pressed on the bricks on the floor. He searched for the secret entrance for a long time, improving his own detection skills. Kang Taesung opened the secret room. There was a chest in the opened room. A large rat was waiting by the wall. Kang Taesun easily caught the rat by the tail. He dropped it on the floor so that its weight would press the secret pedal. An arrow that flew out of the trap hit the rat. Kang Taesun managed to get to the disarmed trap. The player had to catch the next arrow with his hand. He walked forward despite the arrows that were already flying more than once. Kang Taesun was clever enough to catch them. He took the arrows for himself. Now he wouldn't have to buy them in the shop. He received paralyzing and poisoned arrows. Kang Taesun returned to the first trap and the shots were repeated. Having collected 100 arrows, Taesun headed towards the chest. It was necessary to deflect the arrows and quickly run to the target. Kang Taesun was going to show his best side. He activated the attack in one breath. He caught the arrows flying at him with both hands and added them to his armament. Some had to be blocked using the reflect skill. Thanks to reflection, Kang Taesun had more space to move. He stepped on the last trap. She fired 15 arrows at him instead of the expected 9, for which Taesun was almost prepared. Kang Taesun wasn't sure he could fight them all off, so he decided to take advantage of the situation in a different way. The arrows hit him, causing serious damage. Kang Taesung allowed his condition to become critical. Experiencing severe pain, he gained the skill Pain Relief. Kang Taesun reached the lever in the wall and disabled the traps. Now he could open the treasure chest he had come to this place for. The chest contained an unusually shaped wooden staff. Although on the easiest difficulty level, nothing important could be found in the chests on the first floor. The system designated it as the Flame Staff, capable of generating fireballs. Kang Taesung received such a special item because he played in solo mode. Having received the trophy, he could leave the secret room. A large rat tried to attack him. Kang Taesun easily repelled the attack despite only being able to use one arm. Even in his crippled state, he managed to kill a large rat, gaining a few more useful skills. Kang Taesun returned to the living source. With the help of water, he healed all the wounds he had received. He tested all the new abilities he had acquired and noted that they would be useful to him on the upper floors. The most valuable acquisition turned out to be the Staff of Flame, which could produce fire charges. Kang Taesun was convinced that there was nothing more to look for on the first floor. It was necessary to go to the stairs guarded by the most powerful creature, which was called the Floor Boss. Kang Taesun approached the door behind which the stairs to the second floor began. A huge rat was waiting for him outside the door. Kang Taesun greeted the monster. The rat squealed and bared its teeth. On the easiest difficulty level, such a creature was located on the 10th floor, and defeating it was difficult even for a team of players. The giant rat rushed to attack with a terrifying look. Lee Tae-young had to resort to trickery to defeat such an opponent. The girl spilled oil in the room and set it on fire. Kang Taesun decided to use the flame staff. He inflicted significant damage on the giant rat early in the fight. Then Kang Taesun took up his bow and arrow. He used paralyzing arrows first, then poisonous ones. The effect produced by the arrows fired from the secret room seemed curious to Taesun. The player managed to paralyze the monster with well-aimed hits and then poison it. The weakened creature continued to attack, but received more damage from Kang Taesun's blows. Kang Taesun knew that soon after the giant rat's vital signs dropped to a critically low percentage, its berserker mode would activate. In the past, it was a surprise to players when a monster stopped responding to their shots. Kang Taesun held out his shield in front of the frantic rat. Taesun's best attribute was dexterity, which he used to fight the berserker. He managed to hit the enemy, but he himself was also wounded. Kang Taesun used his unique skill to keep his breathing from getting out of control. He managed to take down the giant rat with a few well-aimed blows. The monster dealt serious damage to Kang Taesun, taking away 24 units of health. It was getting dangerous. Taesun was afraid that he wouldn't survive even a couple of attacks. Kang Taesun withstood the next attack with the help of the reflect ability. Speeding up, Kang Taesun successfully launched a counterattack, causing the rat to suffer significant damage. Taesun was going to finish the fight faster. He dealt a crushing blow to the monster. The giant rat took 20 points of damage. The creature collapsed to the floor in agony. The system recorded Kang Taesun's victory. The player has examined the rewards and upgrades received as a result of this battle. Kang Taesun had expected this, but the level up was nice. For defeating the first floor boss, Kang Taesun received potions similar to those he had previously found on the 50th floor of the easiest level. Sitting down right on the rat's corpse, Taesun drank the potions he had acquired. Both potions increased strength. All of the player's existing characteristics have increased significantly. Kang Taesun was pleased, because he had only passed the first floor. The new skill still needed to be tested. It turned out to be counterattack, an ability no less useful than reflection. Kang Taesun checked everything he wanted and lay on the giant rat. He remembered that he had posted his strategy for the solo mode in the chat. Kang Taesun opened the chat to check for new messages. What he saw in the chat surprised him, as it was different from the usual picture. One of the players asked for directions to the source, but only the traitor knew the way. Lee Tae-yeon insisted that it was necessary to reach the source for the sake of temporary safety, since in other places of the labyrinth, one could die at any moment. Another player thought the constant dangers weren't so scary, laughing at Lee Tae-yeon's fears. Kang Taesun followed the messages and didn't understand what was happening. In his previous life, the chat messages were filled with the despair of players being attacked. Players of the past suffered from hunger and fear. Lee Tae-young would sometimes go into the chat alone back then. Now the players were wondering where Kang Taesun had gone. At this time, Kang Taesun was standing at the stairs leading deep down. He managed to buy a pair of fighter's gloves from a merchant. He descended into the dungeon, refusing to sell the giant rat's claws and teeth to the merchant, as he had other plans for these trophies. The merchant guessed that the player wanted to find the blacksmith. Lee Tae-yeon said that without the help of blacksmith Harfan, she would never have gone far in the labyrinth. Lee Tae-yeon explained that they needed to go deep into the dungeon, where slightly different rules apply. The second floor's mission began with an exit from the corridors into a bright space. The reward for victory was potions that were so rare that they could not be bought in shops. The lively chat was filled with messages addressed personally to Taesun. Kang Jun-hyuk sent Daesun a request for a private conversation. Taesun was very surprised that after reading his messages, another player wanted to complete the labyrinth following his advice. Kang Jun-hyuk explained that people's despair at that time reached its limit. They were killed by monsters and tormented by hunger. Kang Jun-hyuk tried to talk to the guard, but he ignored him even when he shouted. Kang Taesun's post first helped Lee Tae-young, who shared her emotions in the chat, and her success inspired others to believe in themselves. In his past life, Kang Taesun had never heard of Kang Jun-hyuk, which meant he must have died very early in some stupid fight. Kang Taesun gave him some more advice, but Kang Jun-hyuk was surprised by this help, because he thought that everyone in the labyrinth was a rival. Kang Taesun called his statement delusional. He himself, Lee Tae-young, Gyeom Jun-gyun, were people whose planet was destroyed. What was the point of them competing? Kang Jun-hyuk hadn't thought about this before, but now he was puzzled. Kang Taesun explained to him that he himself saw the player's goals in the labyrinth as becoming stronger, and asked about the people's mood. Kang Jun-hyuk said that many in the community try to start fights with others, some don't pay attention, and some go crazy. Kang Taesun said goodbye to Kang Jun-hyuk and entered the second floor of the labyrinth. Kang Taesun had heard before that the real labyrinth started from the second floor, and he kicked open the door to the corridor full of goblins. The system notification detected several goblins armed with various types of weapons. A single goblin was not a dangerous opponent, but they attacked in a crowd, and it became much more difficult. Kang Taesun started the fight using a bow. He successfully hit the first targets with paralyzing arrows. Armed with a shield and sword, the goblin rushed at the player, forcing him into close combat. Kang Taesun drew his shield and easily blocked the attack, noting that the goblin's shield was much weaker. With his own shield, he dealt a powerful blow to his enemy. Kang Taesun destroyed several goblins, but new ones appeared from the hole in the wall. These monsters were armed with swords. Kang Taesun drew his weapon, meeting their attack. A long sword from one of the goblins caught the player's attention. Kang Taeson took out the Staff of Flame and urged the goblins to attack faster. With the help of the staff, Kang Taeson was able to create a wave of fire. The flames engulfed the entire corridor with goblins, almost breaking through to the outside. Having destroyed the goblins with fire, Kang Taeson became the owner of a long, rusty sword. The player liked this sword. It will be much more convenient to fight monsters with it than with only a shield. In one of the walls that Kang Taeson walked past, there was a half-open door. Upon entering, Kang Taeson discovered a room bathed in red light and a large structure that the system identified as the altar of Rakiratas. Rakiratas was one of the labyrinth gods that Kang Taeson knew about. Kang Taeson stood in front of the altar, thinking about how some gods might be hostile, while others might be helpful to the players. The altar of Rakiratas looked so ominous that Kang Taeson understood why Lee Tae-yeon had fled from here in the first place. The system reported that Rakiratas wanted to check on the traveler who came to his altar. Kang Taeson replied that he was ready for both the test and the task, which earned the deity's approval. The forces that swirled above the altar began to create something that looked like plate armor. Kang Taeson drew his weapon, intending to fight. The armor gathered into the figure of a knight, whom the system designated as the illusion of the servant of Rakiratas. This opponent looked very powerful, and it was the victory over him that the system counted as passing the test. The knight's first attack dealt 25 damage to Kang Taeson, despite the player blocking it with a shield. Kang Taeson decided that if the servant of Rakiratas' attack was so destructive even through the shield, then there was no point in using the shield. Instead of a shield, Kang Taeson took a sword in both hands. He hadn't used two swords at the same time in a fight for a long time. Kang Taeson attacked the servant of Rakiratas, and when both his blades crossed with the knight's sword, the sparks that were struck seemed like a flash of flame. With two swords, Kang Taeson could block this opponent's powerful blows. When Taeson himself attempted to attack the servant of Rakiratas, his blade left not a scratch on the knight's armor. The enemy was so much stronger that Kang Taeson saw no point in continuing the fight as before. The player chose a different way to defeat the enemy and began to dodge his attacks. Rakiratas' servant had to chase after his opponent. Kang Taeson suddenly turned around while running to continue the battle, realizing that he could move faster than the knight. Using his speed advantage, Kang Taeson managed to inflict some significant damage on the servant of Rakiratas. The sword of Taeson got stuck in the knight's armor, but this did not stop the player. Kang Taeson began to strike the servant of Rakiratas with his fist, using the air weapon mastery art that Ainzul had taught him. This attack also caused noticeable damage to the knight. The system has detected that the servant of Rakiratas is confused by the player's behavior. The following notifications noted that the servant of Rakiratas had fully recovered all of his stats. The unharmed enemy looked at Kang Taeson, and the system no longer labeled him as an illusion. Rakiratas' servant easily tossed the player aside. Kang Taeson noticed that the overall atmosphere of this fight had changed. He realized that the knight had now gained consciousness, so he needed to change tactics. Rakiratas' servant rushed into battle, giving the player no time to think. Each blow from the knight took away more than 10 units of health from Kang Taeson. The player was perplexed, because the knight was now moving completely differently than at the beginning of the fight. One of Rakiratas' servant's blows sent Kang Taeson flying into the wall, taking 25 points of damage. Kang Taeson saw that his opponent wielded his sword perfectly and moved like an experienced knight. Taeson held a sword in his hand, but he couldn't control it with such ease, which made one wonder about the difference in skills. He stood before the servant of Rakiratas and thought that if in the labyrinth every move of the player was assessed and rewarded, then in this fight he could gain a valuable skill. Kang Taeson realized that his opponent was far superior to him in swordsmanship. Taeson was a player, and with only swordsmanship the enemy would not be able to defeat him. Kang Taeson used the flame staff for his next attack. Rakiratas' servant had to face fire that he could not cut with his blade. When the wave of flame disappeared, the servant of Rakiratas did not see the enemy in front of him and did not understand where he had gone. Kang Taeson approached the Rakiratas knight from behind and delivered a sword strike that dealt 6 damage. Now the opponent stood face to face again. Kang Taeson tried to use the skill division and split the next attack, but the servant of Rakiratas dealt him another 15 points of damage. Then Kang Taeson activated his special skill, One Breath Attack, and continued the fight, with both opponents receiving damage. This gave Kang Taeson a new skill, but the player had no time to figure it out during the battle. Kang Taeson used the flame staff, and Rakiratas' servant received severe burns from its effects. Taeson was worried that all the wounds he had received had not yet resulted in the death of his opponent. While his own health and mana were becoming less and less, there was no way to stop the fight, and there was nowhere to run. The next attack from the servant of Rakiratas was devastating, and took 80 units of health from Taeson. Kang Tyson activated Deathblow Nullification, allowing him to completely negate damage from attacks that would take away the last units of health. The player managed to get close to the enemy and cut off his head by striking with 2 blades simultaneously. Kang Tyson fell to one knee, catching his breath, and looked at what was happening to his defeated opponent. The helmet on the knight's severed head was split, and one could see his human face and hear him call the battle that had just ended excellent. Tired from the fight, Kang Tyson fell on his back to rest, and, cursing Rakiratas, declared that the task was unfair. The power of Rakiratas enveloped the player in a radiance, granting them a huge amount of experience and a level up. Kang Tyson decided to check what had been added to his stats, and read that Rakiratas was pleased with the recent battle. This outraged Kang Tyson because the battle almost cost him his life. As a reward from the deity, Kang Tyson received the ceremonial sword of Rakiratsa with a crimson curved blade symbolizing the absorbed blood. The system reported that after completing difficult training, Kang Tyson earned an additional reward. The player also received the passive skill Trace of Struggle. The altar hall around him shook, and Kang Tyson realized that the situation was not over yet. The system's orange notification showed the player an offer from Rakiratas, which was the Apostle's contract. Kang Tyson was deep in thought, because the choice could be made with a single movement of the hand, and neither the system nor the deity provided any explanation. Kang Tyson appreciated the kind gesture, but he realized that Rakiratas was a complex deity. This deity created chaos and confusion, whether it was profitable to sign a treaty with him. Kang Tyson imagined himself as a puppet in the hands of Rakiratas, and was afraid that he would forever become his weak-willed slave. He rejected Rakiratas' patronage without hesitation, and did not accept the Apostle's contract. Kang Tyson was glad that the god was not angry with his refusal, but Rakiratas' offers were not over yet. Kang Tyson received an additional task. He had to kill all the enemies on the 2nd and 3rd floors, and then come to this altar for a reward. Kang Tyson tried to decline the task, not trusting Rakiratsu, but he failed and had to accept the offer, and this choice satisfied the deity. Kang Tyson returned to the merchant because he needed to buy something to complete the quest. The merchant was surprised that Tyson needed potions, but the player was afraid that Rakiratas' errand might be difficult to complete. The merchant noticed Kang Tyson had a ceremonial sword, and was surprised that Rakiratas was generous to this player. The merchant said that many had already died because of this mad god. Kang Tyson wanted to ask the merchant something about the Apostle's contract. The merchant said that Tyson was right to refuse the contract, since such decisions cannot be made spontaneously. But the old man did not explain the essence of the agreement with the god. The terms of the merchant's contract did not allow the old man to reveal the secrets of the labyrinth. He could only sell potions. This was the first time Kang Tyson had heard that the merchant was bound by a contract, but he had bidden him farewell without further explanation. Kang Tyson decided it was time to check what was going on in the chat. Lee Tae-young and Kang Jun-hyuk were delighted to see Daesan. Kang Jun-hyuk explained that the old knight at the Living Spring turned out to be completely different from what Daesung had warned, and that he simply spat in Kang Jun-hyuk's face and left. Kang Jun-hyuk had failed to repel Einsal's attack, and was now claiming that it was impossible to do so. Lee Tae-yeon admitted that she too was unable to even move when the old man attacked her. Kang Jun-hyuk tried to hold Einsal back by clinging to him, but the knight did not respond to his pleas. Kang Daesung was able to conclude that the characters in the labyrinth only help those who respond to the challenge. Lee Tae-young revealed that she continues to hunt large rats to increase her level. Kang Jun-hyuk said that only a few people had begun to navigate the first floor of the labyrinth, while the rest still needed to get used to this world. Kang Tae-san decided to explain a little about the further tests to Lee Tae-young and Kang Jun-hyuk, since they listened carefully to his advice. The players were excited about the fight with the giant rat that Tessin described, and they wanted to know how to deal with it. Kang Tae-sung advised his friends to look for the answer themselves. He believed that it would not be difficult for them. Lee Tae-young and Kang Jun-hyuk were about to tell the other players what they knew. Kang Tae-sun closed the chat and went to carry out Rakiratas' task. The goblins watched the player from a hole in the wall. Kang Tae-sun walked towards them, armed with the ceremonial sword and shield. Tae-sun was going to try out his new skills on the goblins. He activated the struggle trace and entered the battle. The scarlet ceremonial sword of Rakiratas in his hands dealt fatal blows to the enemy. Kang Tae-sun noted that the new abilities allow him to avoid unnecessary stress during battle, and also heal and improve other stats. Now Tae-sun had few limitations and could fight indefinitely. Kang Tae-sun destroyed all the goblins and noticed something unusual in the corridor. It was a door with an image of two swords, something Tae-sun had never seen before in the labyrinth. Entering the new room, Kang Tae-sang saw an ivy-covered gravestone in the rays of light. Kang Tae-san came closer. The system notification said that he had discovered the warrior's grave. Kang Taesung placed his hand on the gravestone. A flash of light emanating from the stone made Taesan take a couple of steps back. A small cloaked ghost appeared from the flash and greeted the traveler. Kang Taesan didn't have time to understand anything, and the ghost disappeared back into the gravestone. When Taesan touched the stone again, the ghost returned, but disappeared again. Kang Taesan was irritated by this fuss. As soon as the ghost appeared again, Taesan grabbed it and told it to stop its jokes and assign a task to the player. "How dare you ask for a task?" The ghost was indignant, not knowing who was in front of him. Kang Taesang called his interlocutor the ghost of the fallen warrior, but he angrily stated that it was too easy to learn everything from the system's messages. Taesan asked if the system had worked before the labyrinth appeared. The ghost's aura was different from the aura of the labyrinth characters that Kang Taesang had met before. The player asked the ghost if he would give him a task, or if he himself was an object. This seemed rude to the ghost, but he admitted that he was there to give out tasks, but was not obliged to do so for random weaklings. Taesan was surprised that the ghost was on such an early floor, but he himself did not know why he was placed in this particular place. The ghost told Taesan to leave and not return until he could reach at least the 30th floor. When Kang Taesan was about to leave the place, the ghost caught up with him, attracted by the ceremonial sword of Rakiratas. After learning how Taesan obtained this weapon, the ghost changed his attitude and flew right up to the player's face, promising to give him a task. The ghost believed that after passing Rakiratas' test, the player deserved to receive a new assignment. But now Kang Taesan didn't want to listen to him. The ghost said that he was once a glorious warrior, who was predicted by everyone to reach the very end of the labyrinth. Tired and having lost a lot of health after a particularly brutal fight, he lay down to rest on this lawn. He was attacked by the boss of the 10th floor, who had an automatic attack and killed him in his sleep, which still enraged the ghost. Now the ghost wanted only one thing from Kang Taesan, for him to kill the boss of the 10th floor, and then the ghost would reward him. Kang Taesan agreed to accept the task and headed towards the door. The ghost caught up with the player and settled on his head, declaring that he was going to go with him to watch him kill his enemy. The ghost talked a lot, communicating all of its thoughts and emotions and circling around Kang Taesan as they walked down the floor. Kang Taesan chose to ask the ghost about who he was in life before entering the labyrinth. The ghost revealed that he was a prince from the great royal family of the Karvut Empire, the eldest son, the future heir, a magnificent warrior, and was liked by women. When the end of the world came, he tried to save everyone, but died on one of the first floors of the labyrinth. The reminder of exactly how he died irritated the ghost. Kang Taesan walked to the door while the ghost was talking about his revenge and how he failed to save the world. A multitude of armed goblins awaited them outside the door. Kang Taesan took out his bow and began shooting at one specific goblin. He brought the hilt of the ceremonial sword down on him, dealing 10 damage. Kang Taesan repeated the same actions, shooting at the same enemy and hitting him with a sword. The ghost asked why Taesan was doing this. Did he really hate this goblin especially? Kang Taesan continued silently, and the ghost himself guessed that the player was trying to gain a skill in this way. The ghost insisted that it was impossible to gain skill this way, but Kang Taesan was confident in what he was doing. The ghost reported that he had climbed 85 floors and was ready to bet Taesan that he was wasting his time. Kang Taesan continued what he was doing and challenged the ghost to a bet, promising that he would become his slave if he didn't acquire the skill. If Taesan wins the bet, the ghost will have to answer all of his questions honestly. The ghost agreed with a laugh, imagining how he would humiliate his new slave and order him to crawl on all fours. Kang Taesan, continuing to attack the goblin, asked Ghost about the battle skill. The ghost knew this basic skill and that when two people enter a battle, other players are forbidden to interfere. Kang Taesang announced that he was going to get something similar and destroyed his opponent. The system informed him that he had gained the unique ability Forced Combat, and now he could fight one enemy and only take damage from them for 10 seconds. The ghost was amazed that such a useful skill, allowing one to survive in mortal danger, could be earned by doing some nonsense. Kang Taesang stated that it was precisely because he had special skills that he did unusual things. The ghost agreed that Kang Taesan had won their bet and was ready to tell the player about himself, as he was different from the other characters in the labyrinth. The ghost asked if Kang Taesang had heard of a skill called Jump. Kang Taesan knew of such an ability, but under the name of Enormous Leap. But to his interlocutor's surprise, he understood that the ghost had not studied this. Together they entered the secret room, after which the ghost suggested that some difficulties awaited Kang Taesan here. Kang Taesan was able to identify the right brick in the wall of the room thanks to his strong premonition. The ghost was amazed at how easily the player was able to find what he needed. It was the detection skill that Taesan had trained in on the previous floors. Now one could see rows of arrows aimed at him on the ceiling. The ghost thought that the randomly set traps would be difficult to pass, and it would be better for both of them to return back. Kang Tae-san did not listen to him, calculating his next steps. Tae-san moved very quickly, given all the traps, arrows, and moving walls, while the ghost only shouted after him. Kang Tae-san deflected some of the arrows with the ceremonial sword of Rakuratsa. The player did not stop even in front of a large trap containing sharp stakes. Kang Tae-san managed to jump over the secret room trap as well. Using special power, Kang Tae-san was able to break the moving walls with his hand. He knew that this wall was not part of the labyrinth, but was built by goblins, which is why it was not very strong. By breaking it, one could disable all the traps. For these actions, Kang Tae-san received a timely reward, a ring of mana. The ghost asked Tae-san who he was anyway. Kang Tae-san asked him if he would understand if he repeated it twice, but Ghost didn't know what to answer at all. 10 days had already passed since Tae-san entered the labyrinth, and it was worth going into the chat to check how the other players were doing. Players asked Kang Jun-hyuk how he dealt with the giant rat, and he relayed Kang Tae-sang's advice to them. Kang Jun-hyuk told others about Kang Tae-san, who managed to go much further in the labyrinth than everyone else. Kang Tae-san found the community page in the system and greeted all players at once. Kang Jun-hyuk was surprised, as this was Kang Tae-san's first time using the shared page, as he usually preferred private conversations. Kang Jun-hyuk said that about half of the people who reached the living spring managed to deal with the rat. Kang Tae-sang asked how things were going for Kang Jun-hyuk and Lee Tae-young. Both admitted that they had failed to follow Tae-san's example, but Lee Tae-young was planning to use a different method to defeat the giant rat. Kang Jun-hyuk asked why Kang Dae-sang decided to share his experience with other players. Lee Tae-young said that if someone had told her about the skills at the very beginning of the labyrinth, she would have understood little about it. But then the players were able to appreciate these tips and shared them with each other. Kang Tae-san decided to tell everyone about the way to earn the easiest skill, pain relief. He said that you had to take a sword in your hand and thrust it into your own hand as deep as possible to reach the bone. The players were amazed and couldn't believe that Tae-san wasn't joking when he asked them to impale themselves on their own blades. Kang Tae-san didn't see this as a problem, since being close to the living source meant one could quickly heal from any injury. Kang Tae-sang explained that while wounded, one can fight a large rat and unlock a skill that will subsequently allow one to fight while ignoring any wounds. Other players did not believe in the effectiveness of this method. To them, it looked like a suicide attempt. Kang Tae-sang explained how to practice holding your breath by spending enough time underwater to almost die and surfacing at the last second before death. This advice was even more disliked by the players and seemed even more reminiscent of suicide. Kang Tae-sang suggested that the skill endurance be obtained by fighting a large rat, while the player has only one health unit left. The players did not receive all of Tae-san's ideas with enthusiasm. They asked if it was necessary to go so far in these trainings. They did not understand how they could do such absurd things. Kang Tae-san said that he was not going to force anyone. They would have to make the choice themselves. He understood that all these people had recently lived in a world where there was no need to risk their lives. Lee Tae-yan asked Dae-san if he didn't know another way to gain all these skills, but he really didn't know any. Kang Jun-hyuk and Lee Tae-young, after thinking about what they heard, decided to try all these crazy actions. Other players called them crazy, because Kang Tae-san's stories could be lies. But Lee Tae-young and Kang Jun-hyuk didn't think that Kang Dae-sang would deceive them, because they had all already tried some of his attack methods, and everyone had succeeded. Kang Jun-hyuk planned to start with the training that seemed the least dangerous of all, and obtain the breath-holding skill. The players couldn't believe he was going to do this. Kang Tae-sang told everyone to work hard, and promised to reveal the rest of the skills when the players were ready. When Kang Tae-san left the chat, the ghost who was watching him stated that all of this advice was completely useless, and that players would still die in the labyrinth. The ghost hurried Kang Tae-san. He didn't want to waste any extra time, because they were standing in front of the door behind which the enemy was hiding. Kang Tae-san opened the door and told Ghost that he wasn't going to ask him about the boss. He needed other information. Tae-san opened the door and was excited about the upcoming fight. The system noted the appearance of the Goblin Commander and Goblin Guardian. The Goblin Guard was armed with a sword and was already approaching the player. The Goblin Commander was wearing a cloak and clutching a staff in his hands. The Goblin Defender struck Tae-san with his sword against the shield he held out. A purple haze of power swirled around the Goblin Commander. The ghost circled in the air above Kang Tae-san and advised him to attack the commander first, as his actions were clearly suspicious. Kang Tae-san saw that the Goblin Commander was casting some kind of spell. Tae-san was caught in the ring of these unknown spells. He found himself in a completely different place, surrounded by mutilated bodies. Dead hands reached out to him. He heard accusations that these people died because he chose the easy way out. that he was the only one saved. Then Kang Taeson saw Lee Tae-yeon, dead and bloody, just like she was before using the Time Bezoar. Lee Tae-yeon opened her eyes and tearfully asked Ji-san why he left her to die alone. Lee Tae-yeon sat on a mountain of dead, mutilated bodies and cried, covering her face with her palms. The dead hands of the deceased reached out to Kang Taeson, clasped him, burying him under them. Kang Taeson opened his eyes and said that such techniques did not work on him. The ghost watched as Taeson sat, befuddled by the Goblin Commander's purple magic, and thought that the player should have ignored his warnings. The Goblin Commander continued to cast his spell. Kang Taeson was in a purple transparent sphere, his head bowed and his eyes closed. Suddenly, the player drew the Scarlet Ceremonial Sword, and the system reported that, thanks to his iron will, Taeson had passed the test. The ghost stared at Kang Taeson in surprise. The Goblin Commander retreated from his prey. The Goblin went berserk and did something else with his staff. Kang Taeson waved it off, repeating that it wouldn't work on him. The Goblin Commander activated the curse. Kang Taesong stated that he never loses when it comes to mental attacks. He grabbed the Goblin Commander and lifted him above his head at arm's length before killing him. After enduring several mental and magical attacks, Kang Taeson gained mental resistance and magic resistance. The ghost looked at Taeson. He had not known before that a psychic attack could only be endured by one's own willpower. Only a madman could do that. Kang Taeson received a mana increase potion for this battle. He also received a set of master keys to disarm traps and pick locks. Kang Taeson drank the potion, and the ghost asked him if he missed anything when he went through the labyrinth floor. The ghost was upset by such successes because he himself died, while for someone else everything was going well. Ghost and Kang Taeson reached the passage to the third floor. Before going to the third floor, they looked into the shop. The ghost flew up to the old man's face and called him an old fool, more stubborn than a donkey. The merchant responded by calling the ghost a noisy loser, and advised Kang Taeson not to let the creature influence him. The ghost and the merchant had clearly known each other for a long time, and sparks flew from their argument. Kang Taeson tried unsuccessfully to intervene in this squabble. He was tired of waiting for them to finish. Shields, swords, and other weapons crashed down near the disputants. This was Kang Taeson's way of attracting attention to himself. He wanted to sell all his trophies. The merchant looked at the mountain with surprise and asked how many monsters Kang Taeson had killed. Kang Taeson tried on the spiked gloves and bronze shield. The player also equipped 2 attack-boosting rings and a strongman pendant, saying he could now defeat the goblin in 2 hits. The ghost didn't understand how Taeson had managed to increase his stats so much with these things, but the merchant knew it was the art of air weapons. The ghost and the merchant were about to start their squabble again, but Kang Taeson interrupted their conversation to say goodbye. After leaving the shop, Taeson asked the ghost why he had such a relationship with the old man, but the ghost only cursed in response. The ghost flew up to Kang Taeson's ear and whispered that the merchant was only capable of treating well those from whom he himself needed something. The ghost considered the merchant an enemy and demanded that Taeson not trust him. Kang Taeson saw the shadows of goblins. A moment later, the goblins attacked him with weapons. Taeson walked through the crowd of enemies, crushing them with simple kicks. Kang Taeson cleared out the different rooms on this floor so quickly that the ghost even became bored. The ghost asked why Taeson was trying to fight every enemy if it didn't add any experience at the current level. Kang Taeson continued killing goblins, saying that this was a task from Rakiratas. The ghost said that he had also undergone tests from this deity, but they were completely different. During a break from slaying monsters, Kang Taesong asked the ghost about the apostle contract. The ghost guessed that Rakiratas had offered such a contract to Taeson. The ghost began to fly around Taeson and say many words that had no meaning. Finally, the ghost explained that there are many gods in the labyrinth, and each is responsible for something of their own. Kang Taeson didn't really understand what it meant to be a god in the labyrinth. He was surprised that the ghost called those who helped build the labyrinth gods. The ghost reminded that when entering the labyrinth for the first time, all players receive a system window informing them that everything they see here was created long ago by a great mage. But even for a great magician, it was too difficult to create such a space from scratch, so the magician looked for those who would help him carry out his plan. Great power was required to create the labyrinth. Many warriors and heroes answered the magician's call, ready to endure the most severe trials. He told them about the battles that would take place here, and also about the deaths that will also happen to those who fail to cope. Many gods supported the magician in his quest to create a place where those who passed all the tests could have one wish fulfilled. The gods built the labyrinth, and they themselves took places on its top floors. The gods singled out certain travelers who entered the labyrinth and put them through trials to see what they were worth. Kang Taesong realized that the gods might show interest in players, but he didn't know whether it was good or bad. The ghost explained that if one becomes an apostle, One can receive as many abilities as God wishes to bestow upon his follower. Kang Taesang asked what the contract's shortcomings were. Problems could arise with other gods and their followers, and it was also obligatory to follow all the orders of one's god. It was impossible to refuse to carry them out. Lee Tae-young never said anything like that, nor did she talk about what wish the labyrinth granted her after completing it. She had the Bezoar of Ouroboros. Perhaps she once wished to obtain it. But Kang Taesan felt like the Lee Tae-young he knew would have chosen something other than rewinding time. Kang Taesan thought deeply, trying to piece together the pieces of the labyrinth's history that he now knew. The people of his dying world came to the labyrinth not of their own free will. Kang Taesan couldn't solve this riddle because he still didn't know many things. He abandoned his useless thoughts and moved on. We had to start by disarming the trap, after which Taesan received the disarm trap skill. Kang Taesan was glad that he was able to gain the skill after only trying to use his lockpick set 10 times. He tested the new ability on the trap in the secret room, but failed to disarm the trap. The ghost was angry, not understanding how a player who managed to discover the secret room in one move could waste so much time on meaningless things. He believed that traps did not need to be disarmed if they could be bypassed using strength and agility, as he had done last time. Kang Taesan replied that he never knew what exactly would be useful to him in the labyrinth, so he tried to get all the opportunities available. The ghost remembered his own path and inglorious death. Kang Taesan finished fiddling with the traps, and his skill increased by 7%. In the treasure chest, he found a curved ring, which gave 3 units of strength. Kang Taesan looked at all the defeated goblins on the 3rd floor, and said that only the boss remained to be defeated. The ghost asked the player if he had any idea who he should expect on the goblin floor. Kang Taesan entered the hall, on the walls of which were drawings depicting many goblins. His enemy was a large and powerful goblin chieftain. The goblin attacked the player with a wave of force that knocked them off their feet. Kang Taesan snatched up the staff he had obtained from the goblin commander in battle. The staff of Taesan was able to cause magical confusion in the goblin chieftain. Taking advantage of this, Kang Taesang attacked the goblin chieftain with the scarlet ceremonial sword. The player noticed that due to his enemy's huge size, he was moving quite slowly. With his special skills, great strength and speed, Kang Taesan defeated the 3rd floor boss without any problems. System notifications have recorded new increases to player stats. In addition, Kang Taesan received a vitality boost potion and a battered wooden staff. The ghost said that only with luck like Taesan's could one obtain the magic staff. Kang Taesan asked the ghost what this item was, and learned that with this staff, he would be able to strengthen the various magic he had already learned. This was the first time Kang Taesang heard that magic could be studied. The ghost was sure that Taesan had known about this before, since he had encountered monsters that used magic more than once. Kang Taesan thought that magic in the labyrinth was limited by the specific properties of magical items, and without items, even Lee Tae-yeon couldn't cast spells. The ghost explained that spells could be invented or magic could be learned from someone who wielded it. The first option didn't suit Taesan, but he could find a character from whom he could learn to cast spells. He hadn't met such characters before because they were only in solo mode, and Lee Tae-young hadn't met them because those characters were hiding somewhere. The ghost interrupted his thoughts, suggesting that he hurry to the 4th floor. Kang Taesan checked all the properties he had obtained, but he didn't find any secret rewards, which meant there was something else on this floor that he hadn't discovered. The ghost said that the secret room was found, the boss was killed. What else could be on the floor? Kang Taesan knew that re-exploring the entire floor would take too much time, and for the first time, he considered giving up and not collecting every single reward on the floor. Looking closely at the images of goblins on the wall, he noticed that they were all looking at the same point. Kang Taesan used his trap detection skill on this spot. After this, a passage formed in the wall. Kang Taesang explained to the puzzled ghost that this part of the wall was made of the same material as the trapdoor in the secret room, so he decided to check it out. In the depths of the opened hall with columns, another goblin sat on a throne. The system identified the goblin as the former lord, Hagaha, and the ghost admitted that he had never encountered monsters with names before. The lords were the kings of their race, and they surpassed them all in power. Hagaha took the sword in his hands and said that he bore no malice towards Taesan, who was nothing more than a toy, forcibly placed in the labyrinth, while he himself was supposed to play the role of a monster here. The Goblin Lord waved his hand and broke the columns in the hall next to where Kang Taesan stood. The player activated reflection, allowing him to remain unharmed. Kang Taesan rushed forward and, having reached the throne, crossed his scarlet sword with Hagaha's sword. He was faced with a very strong opponent. While on the easy difficulty level, Taesan's stats were enough for easy victories up to the 50th floor. Kang Taesan found it difficult to fight Hagaha. so he decided to use his agility advantage. The Goblin Lord launched a powerful blow with the hilt of his greatsword, but Kang Taesun activated Reflect to avoid it. This did not help, and the power of Hagaha destroyed the player's defense. Now all of Taesun's actions would be delayed for 10 seconds. In this situation, Kang Taesun couldn't move on his own, so he activated Parry to block attacks automatically. It was a difficult 10 minutes for Taesun, when the fight was happening on its own, and he could not do anything of his own free will. Kang Taesun flew back a few steps from the throne, losing his advantageous position. Hagaha struck with a wave of power near Taesun, and he needed to activate Reflect to dodge it. It didn't help, and Kang Taesun took 46 units of damage. The ghost shouted that he couldn't handle someone like Taesun, and that he should retreat and return later when he became stronger. Kang Taesun was determined to continue this fight, even though there was a lord in front of him. Kang Taesun knew how the labyrinth worked. If he left a floor and came back later, the reward would be greatly reduced. Everything Kang Taesun did, he did not for the sake of survival, but to become stronger. He stood in front of Hagaha, the system noting his determination and unusually high fighting spirit in the battle against an enemy that seemed impossible to defeat. This state allowed the player to improve their characteristics, and they also received vision that allowed them to identify the enemy's weak point. Kang Taesung knew that there couldn't be any absolutely invincible monsters on the 3rd floor, and his gaze immediately noted Hagaha's motionless legs and the fact that the Goblin Lord never rose from his throne. Hagaha stated that he liked to fight a warrior who did not retreat, so he would fight him for real too. The Goblin Lord asked the player how he planned to approach the throne this time. Kang Taesung activated the breath hold. He struck a blow that destroyed the columns in the hall. Hagaha sat on the throne, and the fragments of the columns fell around him and directly onto the throne. The Goblin Lord deflected the rocks with his two-handed sword. He approved of the decision his enemy had made, but noticed that debris was also falling on the player. Kang Taesun took the Staff of Psychic Attack and activated Confusion. A spell enveloped the goblin sitting on the throne. The Goblin Lord saw arrows and fire flying from all directions, but he didn't understand if they were really aimed at him. Hagaha managed to overcome the psychic influence and exclaimed that it was impossible to harm someone like him. Kang Taesung walked around the back of the throne and pierced the Goblin Lord with the Scarlet Ceremonial Sword straight through the back of the throne. The forced combat skill protected Kang Taesun from all dangers except the single opponent he was fighting. Kang Taesung pushed the throne with the Goblin Lord. Hagzi-ha was impressed by his opponent's use of skills and thanked the gods that his last battle was with such an enemy. The ghost watched as the columns collapsed and the throne was thrown aside. Taesun used his abilities to win, and the ghost was looking forward to the player's fight with a strong opponent. Both fighters were now fighting furiously. Their battle was accompanied by bright flashes that filled half the hall. The Goblin Lord enjoyed the fight, but he didn't let the player get close enough to deal the finishing blow. Kang Taesun managed to bypass Hagaha's defenses and get closer to the throne. He took 462 points of damage, but activated Endurance, the effect of which nullified the fatal attacks. For a second, Kang Taesun will be completely invulnerable. This time was enough for the player to reach the enemy and strike him with his sword. Kang Taesung knocked over the Goblin Lord along with his throne and dealt him a mortal wound. "Impressive, warrior," said Hagzi-ha before he died. Kang Taesun stood over his fallen enemy, feeling relieved that this fight was finally over. He looked at how much his level had increased, and discovered that by using the qualities of the soul, he had received the skill trigger, Powerful Strike. This skill reacted to how much mana was spent, increasing the damage proportionally. The secret reward that Taesun received was a Mastery Enhancement Potion. The player also received a necklace for the Master, which increases all the characteristics of the player who wears it. In an instant, Kang Taesung became stronger than he was when he completed the 5th floor on the easiest difficulty level. The player returned to the altar of Rakirathas to complete the deity's quest. The ghost was frightened by the power of the formidable god and hid behind Kang Taesun's back. Rakirathas expressed his approval, and again offered Taesun the apostle's contract. But the player refused, since when sending him on the mission, the god could not have been unaware of the powerful enemy he would have to face, and did not warn him. As a reward for the completed task, Rakirathas presented Kang Taesun with the Unbreakable Shield. It was the first time Kang Taesun and Ghost had seen such an award. After checking what the system had to say about this shield, Kang Taesung discovered that while the Unbreakable Shield was active, the player's personal health would not be consumed. Rakirathas said goodbye. The fog over the altar cleared, and the ghost admitted that he never thought he would be able to experience such fear after his own death. Ghost and Kang Taesun went to the 4th floor. Lee Tae-yeon said that this was the floor of the orcs. They were very strong and smart warriors. But before passing through the floor, Kang Taesun was going to go to one more place. It was the altar of Baltazar. a tall and beautiful structure, illuminated by rays of light. Kang Taisen placed his hand on the altar to feel the influence of the deity. Balthazar wanted to test the traveler who visited his altar and offered to undergo a test. Kang Taisen immediately agreed, and a beam of light from the altar struck him, and the system explained that this was how Balthazar learned from his experiences in previous battles. The ghost said that as the god of victory, Balthazar had the ability to read memories. Like Rakiratas, this god offered Kantasan a test. The ghost advised him to accept this offer, since with his current strength, Kantasan would easily pass it, especially since Rakiratas was the only one among the gods who violated the terms of the treaties. Kang Taisen agreed to the test, gaining the deity's approval. The system noted that in order to appoint him, Balthazar first secured the consent of the residents of the 4th and 5th floors. The floor where Kang Taisen and the ghost were located shook and began to change. Entire parts of the floor moved and changed places. When it was all over, the ghost said that it was the first time he had witnessed anything like this. Kang Taisen hurried out of the hall with the altar of Balthazar. What he saw outside was different from the usual labyrinth and looked like a bridge over an abyss on which stood several cube rooms. The ghost reported that Balthazar was one of those who created the labyrinth. Kang Taisen headed resolutely towards the first room, noting that everything needed to be checked immediately. An orc armed with a sword was waiting for the player outside the door. The orc started fighting as soon as he saw the traveler enter the room. The orc was huge and fought skillfully. He immediately managed to hit Kang Taisen. But this blow did not cause any harm to the player, only his unbreakable shield was damaged. Kang Taisen himself attacked the enemy with the Scarlet Ceremonial Blade. The ghost, watching the battle, realized that the essence of Balthazar's test was a one-on-one battle to victory. The ghost also noticed that the god had significantly strengthened the fighters deployed against the player. The system noted that the orc was satisfied with the glorious battle. Kang Taisen managed to hit him with a powerful blow, and the system counted this victory. The player was surprised that it wasn't that difficult, but the ghost believed that all the strong opponents would come later, since there was no point in starting with difficulties right away. There were still 9 rooms ahead, and Tasan was curious to see how easily he could handle them. After passing through a few more rooms, Kang Taisen noticed that with each victory his skill was growing, and along with it, the unbreakable shield was also increasing. A fierce battle broke out in the 6th room. Kang Taisen used reflection to automatically counterattack the enemy. Kang Taisen was much stronger than the orcs, but for some reason he couldn't crush them with one blow. He assumed it was because of the difference in skill. He realized that the orcs weren't just swinging their weapons, but were following a certain pattern. There was no point in simply copying their fighting style. Kang Taisen thought that he needed to learn how to handle weapons from someone else. The ghost asked if Taisen lacked skill with a sword, but did not answer the player's questions, instead hurrying to the next room. In the 7th room, a similar battle with an orc took place. In the 8th and 9th, everything repeated exactly the same way. Having finished with these battles, Kang Taisen caught his breath. He had managed to cope quite quickly. They and the ghost approached the door to the boss's room. Kang Taisen didn't know how to find the secret room on this floor under the changed conditions, but the ghost couldn't help him with advice, since this was also his first time in such a situation. Throwing open the door, Taisen declared that he would now have to look around every corner of the area after defeating the boss. Now a huge orc fighter was waiting for Kang Taisen. He looked exactly as Taisen had been told before, which meant there would be no additional risk in this fight. Suddenly someone's crying was heard from the room, and Kang Taisen and the ghost saw a figure in green clothes and a pointed hat, who was sobbing bitterly and begging for salvation. It was a girl who was shaking with sobs and said that everything happened so suddenly. "Hey!" shouted the ghost. "Why are you here? Are you still alive?" The girl turned around and saw Kang Taisen. She rushed to him, begging him to save her. The girl said that the labyrinth changed suddenly, and she was thrown into this place. She found herself right in front of the orc. The ghost mocked the girl's situation and said that the labyrinth had changed precisely because of Kang Taisen. Kang Taisen thought that the secret room's reward would most likely depend on the girl in green. He went to fight the orc, and the ghost confidently promised the girl that everything would be fine. The orc hadn't even paid attention to the girl this whole time, which led Kang Taisen to conclude that his only target was himself. The player activated haste and attacked the orc. A fierce battle began. Kang Taisen activated Strong Strike and successfully hit his target. The orc fighter entered Berserker mode. By using acceleration, Kang Taisen was able to deal with the enemy. Now the orc fighter was noticeably slower than the player. Kang Taisen activated Strong Strike and attacked. Its crushing power knocked the orc fighter over, and Kang Taisen finally won. After defeating the 4th floor boss, Kang Taisen leveled up again. The girl in green was surprised that a simple adventurer from the 4th floor was able to defeat an orc fighter so easily and quickly. She asked Kang Taesun what he was. He replied that he was a gambler, causing the girl extreme surprise. Kang Taesun sat down next to her and asked who she was. This question caused confusion in the girl in green. She said her name was Lilith, and she summoned magic. Lilith admitted that she came to the labyrinth voluntarily to learn more about the great secrets. Noticing that the word magic surprised her interlocutor, Lilith guessed that he came from a world where witchcraft does not exist. Lilith took out her sparkling staff and explained that not everyone could learn magic. She herself had no talent for it at all, but she wanted to learn it more than anyone else. That's why Lilith came to the labyrinth. She considered the labyrinth a place where one could achieve one's dreams. Lilith thanked Kang Taesun for saving her, but apologized for having no way to repay him, as she had run out of all the potions and ingredients. Kang Taesun said that Lilith has magical powers. Lilith was very surprised that this was exactly what her savior was interested in. Kang Taesun told her that he wanted to learn magic. Lilith replied that she had risked her life to study witchcraft and was grateful for the help, but that it would be difficult for her to fulfill such a request. Kang Taesun and Ghost looked at the girl in bewilderment. The player didn't know whether he should start persuading her, and Ghost directly asked why she was refusing them. The Ghost stated that Lilith had nothing but magic, which she valued highly, but saving a life was worth more than lessons, especially since there was also a benefit in this for the witch herself, and then asked how many floors she had managed to climb. Lilith burst into tears again and said she had reached the 9th floor. The Ghost declared that with her abilities it was impossible to go further, but this guy would continue on his way, because the gods themselves recognized him, and it was because of him that the labyrinth had changed so much. The Ghost assured that Kang Taesun would reach the very depths, and perhaps save those in the abyss. This will be an opportunity for Lilith to learn magic that she never even dreamed of before. Lilith exclaimed that she had rethought everything, and was ready to teach Kang Taesun. She was glad because moving forward together would be much more fun, but she would not be able to immediately begin teaching Taesun, because she was not in her place, but where she was dragged against her will. Lilith said that she would return to her place in the secret room on the 6th floor, and then threw an invisible cloak over herself, as if made of the fabric of reality, and disappeared under it. The Ghost and Kang Taesun watched her go, surprised at the magic she could use. Kang Taesun asked the Ghost why he suddenly helped him, but for some reason the Ghost got angry and started yelling at him. Kang Taesun suggested that Ghost's attitude towards him had changed greatly after defeating the Goblin Lord, and Ghost admitted that he saw potential in Taesun, and that the change in his behavior was due to his own redemption. He promised to help the player on his journey from now on, but he just needed to hurry up and complete this test. Kang Taesun opened the chat and found out that Lee Tae-young and Kang Jun-hyuk had cleared the 1st floor. And although they hadn't acquired all the possible skills, the others hadn't even tried to follow Deesun's advice. The player himself decided to disassemble the trophies he had received, one of which turned out to be a scroll of engraving, which could be used on his equipment. It was a reward for saving Lilith, and Kang Taesun used the engraving on the ceremonial sword of Rakiratas, making it even more powerful. The player really liked how well the scroll's properties complemented the capabilities of the Scarlet Sword. Having sorted out the rewards, Ghost and Kang Taesun began to descend further into the labyrinth, stopping by the merchant's shop along the way. The merchant reported hearing chaotic noise on the floors, and asked if this was another test for Taesun. The old man wanted to know what the player was going to buy, but Kang Taesung first wanted to sell what he had accumulated. The player's attention was drawn to a jar of shining powder standing on a shelf in the shop. Kang Taesun knew what it was because it was blessing dust, which was made from pollen collected from the wings of fairies. The merchant said that the pollen was believed to bestow blessings, but no one knew for sure if this was true. There were those who tried to bathe in it, but they slipped. Others dipped weapons in it, but they only began to shine. Kang Taesun asked Ghost if he knew anything about such a product, but Ghost had never bought it either. In Taesun's past life, many people bought pollen, hoping to receive a blessing, but no one managed to achieve any effect, so the product was considered trash. That was until Kang Taesun discovered the properties of the blessing dust. Kang Taesun asked the merchant how many jars of pollen he had and was about to buy them all. The merchant was surprised, because he also thought that it was a useless but expensive thing. Kang Taesun knew that the blessing dust gave him momentary control over chance, so he took the 3 jars and said goodbye to the merchant. The Ghost was tormented by curiosity, but Kang Taesun did not explain anything to him, saying that the effect of the remedy could be seen with one's own eyes quite soon. The system reported that Baltazar was waiting for Taesun to issue his reward, and the Ghost said that the gods were willing to reduce their sphere of influence in order to grant Taesun their favor. The Ghost was amazed that Kang Taesun did not know how important zones of influence were to the gods. The gods never allow their spheres of influence to diminish for the sake of those who worship them. and grant people only minimal rewards, passing them off as something worthwhile. The ghost claimed that the god's attention to Kang Tae-sun demonstrated how highly they valued him. Kang Tae-sun replied that he only completed tasks because it brought him rewards, and entered the first room on the 5th floor. A huge orc fighter was waiting for him just outside the door. The fight had to start immediately. Kang Tae-sun activated Strong Strike in consecutive attacks. The scarlet ceremonial sword crossed with the orc's sword, sparks flying. After a few moments of fighting, the orc fighter was defeated. Kang Tae-sun explained to the ghost that such a quick victory over such a strong opponent was possible thanks to the engraving scroll. The player concluded that if such a powerful monster awaited him in the first room, then the boss in the last room must be insanely strong, and the stronger the enemy, the higher the rewards. Kang Tae-sun went through the next rooms, killing enemies, but it became increasingly difficult to do so. The player was encouraged by the thought that by clearing this floor of monsters, he would not only receive a reward from God, but would also be able to begin learning magic. He asked the ghost how he knew Lilith. The ghost replied that when he was a traveler passing through the labyrinth, he also found a girl in green clothes on the 4th floor. She was sitting in front of a huge orc. He took pity on the girl and saved her from the orc fighter. The ghost said that time in the labyrinth flows differently than outside, but about 100 years could have passed since then. During this time, Lilith was unable to get further than the 10th floor. Kang Tae-sun thought that there were many more characters in the labyrinth than he expected to meet. In another version of the labyrinth, the door to the room full of goblins creaked open. Someone threw a pebble into the resulting gap, which skidded across the floor tiles. Lee Tae-yeon hid behind the door with a sword and distracted the goblin's attention from herself. The girl pounced on the enemy, taking advantage of his confusion. So, one by one, she managed to defeat all the goblins in the room. At this time, Kang Jun-hyuk reached the altar of Rakiratas. Kang Tae-sang advised Kang Jun-hyuk not to get involved with this deity, and he heeded the advice. Lee Tae-yeon and Kang Jun-hyuk developed a trust in Kang Tae-san, as his advice and the skills he helped them gain allowed them to survive in the labyrinth. A low-difficulty player, Choi Jun-hyuk, dismissed these players' stories, believing they were exaggerating. Lee Tae-yeon didn't understand why this man didn't believe her words. Choi Jun-hyuk believed that it couldn't be too difficult to defeat the rat on the 1st floor, and other players in the chat agreed with his words, accusing the solo players of lying and bragging. Kang Jun-hyuk was outraged by this attitude of other players. He was angry at Choi Jun-hyuk, but he stated that those who chose the solo mode were to blame for their own difficulties and had no right to whine. Kang Tae-san looked at the chat, counting how much time had passed since the labyrinth appeared in people's lives. This time was enough for players in the simplest and normal modes to adapt to the new living conditions, and as long as they behave carefully, they are in no danger. People need to vent their pent-up emotions somewhere, if not on the enemy, then on other players they meet in the chat. Kang Tae-san remembered this period from his past life, but things weren't so bad back then. Choi Jun-hyuk incited hatred among people online and directed it at solo players and Kang Tae-san personally. He believed that Tae-san's advice on how to obtain unique skills was just suicide advice. Kang Tae-san entered the chat and Choi Jun-hyuk unleashed all his anger on him. This guy had already created a guild of low-level players and needed a common enemy to control the crowd, so he directed their collective anger at the solo players. Players of different modes cannot meet in the labyrinth, and the stories of the loners sound impossible to others. Kang Tae-san had knowledge that other players couldn't access, so he typed a message specifically for Choi Jun-hyuk. Choi Jun-hyuk read it, and it said that they would meet in a month. Kang Tae-san closed the chat and ran to the last room, followed by a curious ghost, who still had no idea what Tae-san had done. In the last room was the vice chief of the orcs, Latran. This was a powerful enemy, which not all adventurers could put up a worthy resistance to. The ghost expressed confidence that Kang Tae-san would have no problems with this enemy. Latran was glad to meet Tae-san. He said that his orc comrades had already left satisfied. Kang Tae-san remembered that all the orcs he killed met their deaths with a smile. Latran said that the battle itself was more important to his people than killing the enemy. Latran called the orcs slaves, locked in the labyrinth, not knowing when they would be freed, and Kang Tae-san gave them all a noble death. This orc drew his sword and declared that he too intended to die with dignity. The system reported that Latran had activated powerful abilities. This was a formidable enemy. Kang Tae-san was glad because this was exactly the kind of opponent he wanted to meet. He turned out to be easier to defeat than both opponents expected. And before his death, Latran asked if he had really been defeated by an ordinary adventurer from the 5th floor. Latran managed to notice that Kang Tae-san was not a master of swordsmanship, but he could use air weapon mastery and moved like a fighter with great personal experience. Latran was glad to accept death from such an enemy, and he wished Tae-san victory. The system reported that Baltazar's test was successfully completed, and the fifth-floor boss was defeated. Light feathers swirled in the air, and system notifications listed the trophies Kang Taeson had earned. One of the rewards was the trigger skill Proof of Victory, which allowed you to choose one stat that would constantly increase. Kang Taesung chose Mana and set Proof of Victory to this property. In addition, Kang Taeson again received an offer to enter into an apostle contract, but as before, he refused it. Baltazar was pleased with the choice the player made, and as a reward, 2 chests appeared in front of Kang Taeson. The ghost suggested that one contained a regular reward, and the other contained a reward that had been moved from the secret room when the labyrinth's layout changed. In the chest, Kang Taeson found a shining ornate sword, which had stats similar to the ceremonial sword of Rakarathas. The second chest contained the knife of self-sacrifice, which allowed you to accumulate health. Kang Taeson immediately tested it, cutting his hand until it bled. The knife acted like potions, restoring health, which could be useful in emergency situations. The reward for the stealthy exploration was the Robe of the Dark Vaults, a cloak that lasted for 1 second. Kang Taeson put on his cloak and became invisible. Now he was ready to move on. The ghost asked if Kang Taeson would now be walking with 2 blades at once, and reported that his own sword school was similar. According to the ghost, he was a sword master and had developed sword art himself based on the schools of the Kavert Empire. But he had no intention of teaching Kang Taeson because his current stats were unsuitable. Kang Taeson doubted his words, but the ghost told him to focus on diving into the abyss, and when he became even stronger, he would inherit the skill. The 6th floor looked like a swamp, with stunted trees growing and a greenish fog swirling around. Kang Taeson trudged through the swampy mud, remembering how Lee Tae-yeon had complained about this place. Lee Tae-yeon also said that the local monsters were not affected by the swamp and could move through it without difficulty. 2 anthropomorphic lizards armed with tridents appeared from behind the nearby trees. Kang Taeson drew the flame staff and set fire to the ring of swamp around him. After this, he struck down the enemies with his weapon. The ghost asked how Taeson guessed that the swamp was also an enemy, but the player did not answer him. The next lizard stood behind Kang Taeson, not approaching, and he called out to him. Taeson defeated this opponent with 1 blow. Ghost and Kang Taeson moved on, leaving the lizardmen's corpses to burn, and Ghost declared that it had been too boring a battle. They discovered a tower. One of the bricks in its wall was noticeably protruding. This was clearly a mark left by Lilith. Kang Taeson pressed the brick and a staircase appeared around the tower. Lilith looked out of the window and happily invited the guests into her secret room. Kang Taeson and the ghost went upstairs. Lilith was sitting on a chair and looked thoughtful. Along the walls of the room there were shelves with books and vessels. The ghost rudely asked the girl what she was doing, and Lilith happily announced that for the first time in her life, she was posing as a great magician. Lilith began to explain what magic was. According to her, this art could not simply be trained independently. It could only be earned or found a teacher. Using magic, one could do things that were not possible with skills, because magic could change space and time, as well as control fire. Lilith realized that if Kang Taeson was now her student, then he should treat her with special respect. Kang Taeson thought it was easy for him and addressed Lilith as master, but this aroused the ghost's anger. Lilith called magic a real mystery, and then created a clot of flame above her own palm. She asked Kang Taeson what he saw, and when he answered, she explained that he could only see like those who did not possess magic. Lilith knew a reliable and simple way to obtain magical powers. To do this, you had to make a contract with the god of magic. The ghost said that there were no cases of gods personally training someone. It only happened with Lilith. Kang Taesung asked if he would also have to make a contract with the god of magic. He had already rejected several apostle contracts and did not want to make this one. Lilith replied that such a deal would not be necessary, and then touched him. And the system notification noted that Kang Taeson had received magic. Lilith happily announced that anyone who possesses such power can pass on their skills to others. The girl again created a flame above her palm and asked Kang Taeson what he saw now. Now the flame looked different, and Kang Taeson felt different. Lilith waved her hand enthusiastically and announced that she would now explain to her student the various ways to study all types of magic. Lilith said that the simplest method was extracting magical power from some tool or staff. Kang Taeson had 2 staffs and he showed them to his teacher. Now they could take both items and extract all the power they had, giving Kang Taeson the ability to create fireballs and psychic attacks. After completing this action, Kang Taeson and Lilith noticed that both staffs had lost their color and turned gray. Kang Taeson created a fireball with his own hand. The second method involved training with another magician or worshipping a god of magic, but only those who had made a contract with the god could approach him. Lilith brought gifts to the god instead of Kang Taeson, and then taught him the knowledge she had received. while he only had to hand over his trophies to the girl. Lilith was happy because now she would start learning new spells, and Kang Taeson asked what she could teach him right now. Lilith admitted that she received all her spells from God, and therefore had to ask permission before sharing them with her student. In order to obtain such permission, it was also necessary to bring gifts to the deity. Kang Tae-sung clarified that in order to learn a spell that Lilith didn't know, he would clearly need to obtain 2 offerings for the god as payment for both of them. Lilith said that weapons or armor could be suitable as a gift to a god, but they had to be valuable, unique items. Kang Taeson took out and showed Lilith all his trophies. Lilith carefully examined the presented mountain of items and said that all of this would not be enough for even one spell, because these were ordinary items. The gift to the god required valuables, so Kang Tae-sung removed the master's necklace from his neck. Lilith was delighted, because she knew that this thing belonged to the Goblin Lord, and therefore was suitable for learning a basic level spell. Kang Tae-sung didn't think this was enough, so he showed Lilith the Scarlet Ceremonial Sword. Lilith said that this thing would also work, but Rakuratas might try to deceive. Kang Tae-sung was not surprised. The last item Kang Da-sung showed Lilith was the worn wooden staff. Lilith explained that although the items were of the same level, the gods preferred items that were related to them, so the staff was the best offering of all. The girl asked Kang Tae-sung what spell he wanted. She couldn't ask for an invisibility spell because it was a high-level magic. There were spells like Fireball, Frozen Arrow, Enemy Search, and Concealing Curtain. The last spell allowed one to be invisible and not attract attention. There was also magic that could create water and food, and Kang Tae-sung wanted to learn exactly that. Kang Tae-sung believed that staffs could do other things, and he could always come back to learn more. Lilith took her own magic wand, topped with a shining crystal, and addressed the god. Kang Tae-sung felt a heavy gaze on him, and it seemed to him as if God was laughing. He saw a huge eye, with a starry sky instead of a pupil, and a stream of radiance emanating from it. When it was over, the system noted that Kang Tae-sung had received a spell that could conjure some water and food. Lilith was surprised that the spell was so easy to obtain, because she expected there would be difficulties, and reminded that the warrior, who was the ghost before, had encountered them. The ghost stated that Kang Tae-sung was a completely different case, since none of the gods hated him. Lilith asked if Kang Tae-sung wanted to learn anything else, but he didn't have anything else suitable to offer. They agreed that Tae-sung would return later, when he had obtained more trophies, and said goodbye. Kang Tae-sung returned to the ominous forest around the tower, and he could light his way with a fireball. It was much more convenient to summon flames now that it no longer required additional items. The ghost said that they just needed to go further along the floors and bring the acquired items to Lilith. But Kang Tae-sung didn't listen to him, looking at the system notifications. The ghost also looked at the message and saw that Tae-sung's unbreakable shield had grown noticeably. Kang Tae-sung began to undress, which greatly surprised the ghost. The player was about to take off all his protective equipment to appear like defenseless prey in the eyes of the monsters. The lizards noticed him and immediately attacked. The trident that Kang Tae-sung used to hit the first enemy dealt him 20 points of damage. With the next move, the player threw the lizard away. The ghost asked Tae-sung what this strange training gave him, but the system notification showed the acquired trigger skill, which completely nullified the enemy's first attack. The lizard attacked again, but failed to inflict any damage on the player. Kang Tae-sung was able to take advantage of this and defeat his opponent. The ghost admitted that this skill was incredibly useful. In the past, Kang Tae-sung used the skill Nullify First Attack, and could cancel out any attack the enemy used as if it had never happened. The ghost suggested that it would be impossible to obtain such a skill without the unbreakable shield, but Kang Tae-sung knew that it would simply cost him a lot of effort. Kang Tae-sung was good at gaining unusual skills, and was now planning to continue, as he had only received the first attack reset so far. The ghost asked in amazement if there really was a way to reset the second and subsequent attacks. Kang Tae-sung walked unarmed towards the nearest door, while Ghost continued to wonder how he was going to block 2 attacks in a row. Even with the unbreakable shield, Kang Tae-sung's health units weren't enough to do this. Kang Tae-sung replied that he had 3 more jars of blessing pollen. The ghost thought the pollen was just a pretty trinket, but Kang Tae-sung poured the contents of all 3 jars on himself. After this, Kang Tae-sung decisively opened the door to the room where the lizard was also located. The ghost was scared. He didn't understand how pollen could solve the problems with the shield's insufficient strength. The lizard's trident was supposed to pierce Kang Tae-sung, but the nullification of the first attack canceled the strike completely. The second hit counted, but did less damage than it should have. The lizard continued to attack, and Kang Tae-sung relied on luck, because he knew that a lot depended on it. The next blow shattered Kang Tae-sung's shield. Fairy dust gave the player control over the chance of using 3 doses at once to take minimal damage. Kang Taesan received a second attack nullification as he managed to withstand the lizard's attack without much damage. The battle was still going on, but the blessing pollen had not ceased its effect. Kang Taesan dealt a powerful blow to the lizard. He managed not only to push back the enemy, but also to break through the walls of the room in which the battle took place. The ghost said that Taesan would go to any lengths to gain abilities, after which they set off in search of new enemies. The next lizard was struck by Kang Taesan with a precise blow to the heart. This earned him the ability to strike at a vital point. They stood with the ghost in the middle of a clearing strewn with the bodies of defeated lizards. Hitting a vital point allowed for much more damage to be inflicted. With this skill, you could go to the boss of the 6th floor. Before entering the last door on this floor, Kang Taesan created a glass of water and a bowl of porridge using magic. Sitting down under a piece of the wall, he ate the food he had received. They discussed with the ghost how to use mental attack spells. Lilith explained that magic in the labyrinth is also a kind of skill. Kang Taesan tried to create an object from fire magically, but he was not satisfied with the result. He imagined the desired shape, but it did not affect the result. The ghost said that what Kang Taesan was trying to do was considered high-level magic, and Taesan was unable to control magic of that rank. Kang Taesan created 3 fireballs. Kang Taesan continued to practice his new skills and created a ring of fire using magic. This was not the result he was trying to achieve, and so he looked thoughtfully at the 2 fireballs in his hands. He wanted to be able to combine fireballs, but the flames just hovered above his palms. Kang Taesan had the idea to test what would happen if he launched a fireball into flight. In flight, the flame looked different than when frozen. Kang Taesan had a new idea for skill development, but he wasn't sure it would work. The player drank a potion that restores mana. Having fully restored all his abilities, Kang Taesan created a new fireball. He waved his hand to set the magical flame in motion as well. After this, Kang Taesan ran, moving in the same direction as the fire. He continued to create fireballs as he ran. Stopping, Kang Taesan thought about what else he could do with fire magic. He managed to devise a way in which several balls could be combined. The ghost was amazed by the discovery made by the player. Kang Taesan continued his training, intending to handle magic in the same way as he handled other skills in the labyrinth. Gathering several fireballs into one huge one, Kang Taesan directed it at the wall. The system notification noted that the player had learned the new fire barrage spell, and Taesan's plan had been a complete success. With new skills, the player went to face the boss of the 6th floor, a giant lizard. Kang Taesan created the fire blast that he had been training for this fight. The flames hit the wall above the lizard, but failed to cause significant damage. Kang Taesan activated despair and madness and sent them towards the enemy. Overwhelmed by these emotions, the lizard began to tear at his own face with his claws. Kang Taesan created a fire blast and directed it at the enemy. The next moment, he sent powerlessness and confusion upon the lizard. The ghost realized that the lizard was unable to resist the psychological attack and the flames at the same time and received multiple injuries. The lizard was unable to repel the incessant fire attacks and was defeated. Kang Taesan said that he had previously only used magic as a support, but now he would be able to achieve much more. In the chest, Kang Taesan found the engraving scroll and the ice heart staff. He also got the fighter's necklace, but compared to the Goblin Lord's necklace, it was much weaker, and Kang Taesan was going to take his trophies to Lilith so that she could teach him new spells. The ghost said he hoped they would just move on now, and called Kang Taesan a very calculating player. They found Lilith and gave her the fighter's necklace as an offering to the god of magic. Lilith took her staff and turned to her patron to request a new spell. This new magic was Ice Arrow, and Lilith immediately passed this skill on to Kang Taesan. Kang Taesan and the ghost found Lilith in a small house on one of the tall trees in the forest. Kang Taesan hadn't previously known that new zones could appear on a floor after clearing it, but Lilith assured him that she was a master at finding such monster-safe places. Kang Taesan activated the ice arrow and looked at it, thinking about the new possibilities it would open up. The ghost guessed what Kang Taesan was thinking, but Lilith looked at her friends in bewilderment. She asked what they meant and what improvement they were talking about. The ghost invited everyone to go out into the open space, and Kang Taesan demonstrated the fiery power of magic that he had mastered on his own. Lilith was amazed because it was a high-level spell, and in 100 years she herself had managed to learn only one low-level technique: invisibility. Lilith exclaimed that the difference between spells of different ranks was incredibly high, and spells for beginners only imitated real witchcraft. Kang Taesan offered to show Lilith how he achieved such a result so quickly. After a few seconds of training, Lilith fell to the ground, her face turning gray. Kang Taesan was surprised that she was unable to learn, but Lilith stated that mages never undergo difficult strength training, and that was why it was so difficult for her. Lilith quickly recovered and stood up to thank Taesan for teaching her the difference between the teaching systems. Kang Tyson said goodbye to the girl. They agreed to meet on the next floor when he would bring her new trophies. The player descended deeper into the labyrinth, checking the changes in his characteristics. Kang Tyson thought that most of the indicators were superior to those he had in his past life. The exit to the 7th floor was like the exit from a cave. When they approached it, the ghost said that their journey together was coming to an end. Kang Taesung asked the ghost if he would teach him his craft. The ghost smiled and said that what he wanted to teach Taesun was the sword arts of his empire. He spoke of the great empire of Karvut, a rich and developed country where power and strength were revered. In this place, the weak were considered useless, and it was considered right that they should become fair game for the strong. The imperial family, of which Ghost was a part, was no different from the rest, and Ghost fought fiercely with his relatives for the throne. Everyone in the labyrinth wondered how the ghost could live in a world full of such people. The boy that Ghost once was wore a bloody crown and loved his world. He dreamed of returning, but he no longer had a chance to save the world he loved. After all, he was no longer the prince of the empire. He had become a small ghost who wanted to leave a tiny memory of his world. Together with Kang Taesun, they came to an empty and partly destroyed room, which they considered suitable for training. The ghost said that the peculiarity of his art is a power against which there is no defense. The Empire's warriors used a special method of attacking the place where the enemy pointed his sword. Kang Taesung countered that there was a type of technique that couldn't be blocked, but Ghost explained that it needed to be done with much greater force. Kang Taesung saw the ghost in the form of the prince, who touched him and said that the sword of cutting thunder was the only reminder of his world. The system reported that, thanks to the Thunder Sword Master, Kang Taesun had learned a high-ranking skill. Kang Taesun looked at the ghost thoughtfully, and the ghost told him to go try out his new skill. The player noticed that his Thunder Sword mastery was at 0, and the ghost explained that he only had permission to transfer the skill itself. Kang Taesun was ready to train on his own, and Ghost was going to give him advice. The ghost explained to Taesun how differently one should move if one followed the rules of his fighting school. He needed to use the flexibility of his entire body, but Kang Taesun didn't even understand what the ghost meant. The ghost exclaimed that it was not easy to explain swordsmanship in words. According to the ghost, it wasn't that Taesun lacked talent, but he lacked experience, and the ghost couldn't show him the techniques by example. The player had to acquire the skill on his own, and the ghost couldn't help with that. Kang Taesun remembered that when he defeated Hagaha, he received a mastery enhancement potion as a reward. Now that he had drunk it, the Thunder Slash sword mastery in his stats had increased. Kang Taesun seemed to see a ghost in human form, who was showing him the techniques of wielding weapons. Now the player could try to repeat the movements he had seen. The ghost looked at him with extreme excitement. It seemed to him as if he himself was running with a naked blade towards the bright sun. Kang Taesun moved completely differently. He stopped and noted that the potion had worked. The joyful ghost agreed with surprise and then thanked Kang Taesun. They went to the shop, and the merchant, upon learning what Taesun was going to buy, called the goods he had chosen trash. The player bought a rusty sword and said goodbye to the merchant. Kang Taesun went to train in swordsmanship on ordinary monsters, and Ghost believed that the purchase would be worth it. Soon, Kang Taesun noticed that he could anticipate all the enemy's ways of responding. The player held a blade in each hand and fought a lizard armed with a trident. When he defeated the enemy, his lightning sword mastery increased. The ghost watched the fight and expressed his approval, although he could not resist making comments. Kang Taesun understood that the battle with the lizard could have lasted much longer, but thanks to the new art, he dealt with it very quickly. To continue his training, Kang Taesung engaged in combat with one opponent after another, with the ghost following him, explaining what could be improved in the technique. After all the training, Kang Taesun made a fire near a fragment of a wall and went to bed, wrapped in a cloak. The ghost looked at him and thought that he had an unusual companion because he spent 12 hours in battles and another 6 in training. Kang Taesung himself said that he didn't find it tiring to live like this, but that it was fun, and definitely better than the future. The ghost wanted to know what Kang Taesun's life was like before, and thought he was crazy. The player began his new training session by throwing several stones into the air. He swung his sword and the stones fell to the ground, already cut in half. It was 4 days after Taesun learned the art of the thunder-slashing sword. Kang Taesun felt like he had become a more skilled swordsman, but he still felt like something was missing. The ghost suggested the player to close his eyes. He knew that one of the lizards was approaching them from behind the wall. Following this advice, Kang Taesung experienced the world around him differently. He emptied his mind and now relied only on the premonition that the thunder-slash sword art gave him. He managed to strike the lizard by listening to this feeling. Kang Taesun opened his eyes and continued fighting, but it felt as if ghostly wolves were following his every move. These wolves followed him and seemed to strengthen his attacks. He felt them as he dealt the decisive blow. Kang Tae-san defeated the lizard warrior, and his lightning sword mastery increased by 3%. Kang Tae-san was surprised by what happened. The ghost said that it was the first sword of the lightning-cutting sword art, called Wolf Fang. He explained that there were still many swords that could be learned, but they required opponents stronger than could be found even on the 10th floor. At this time, Lee Tae-young was crying by the fire she had lit under the destroyed wall. She ate the meat of the monster she had killed, and the food made her sick. But there was no other food available. The girl dreamed of returning to Earth, and at that moment a notification window appeared in front of her. The system announced the start of a special mission to return to Earth. It was necessary to survive and return. Lee Tae-yeon entered the chat where all the players were excited about the news they had received. People were happy that they could finally leave this terrible labyrinth. Kang Jun-hyuk wasn't sure that everything would be happy and simple. The players did not understand his doubts, because the news of returning home could not be anything but happy. Kang Jun-hyuk recalled that the reason they all ended up in the labyrinth was because monsters had invaded Earth. The players had forgotten about this and were now worried, but it seemed to them that now, having become stronger, they would be able to cope with many things. Kang Tae-san continued training in the labyrinth, while simultaneously browsing the chat. The ghost asked him what was so interesting going on there, and Kang Tae-san explained that soon all the players would exit the labyrinth. Kang Tae-san practiced ice arrow magic. He told the ghost that he would find out everything when the time came, and that Tae-san himself needed to try to conquer the labyrinth even faster. In the chest of the secret room on the 7th floor, Kang Tae-san found the rune of dexterity, and his dexterity increased by 10 points. Defeating the 7th floor boss, the elite lizard, was not difficult. As a reward, Tae-san received the tattered earrings, which increased mana by 10 units. The second trophy was pure leather armor. Kang Tae-san met Lilith again and was able to learn a new spell, Basic Detection. Lilith asked when Kang Tae-san was going to learn something new, but he admitted that he would only do so after he had mastered everything she had. Kang Tae-san glanced at the chat more and more often, and Ghost noticed that this was already called addiction. Tae-san replied that he hadn't seen the player who wrote so much slander in the chat for a long time, and now he was probably going crazy because he didn't expect such a future. At this time, Jung Yoon-hyuk was tormented by various thoughts, and one of the players of his guild asked what they should all do when players from other modes came to take revenge on them. Kang Tae-san looked forward to the start of next week. They entered the 8th floor with the ghost, which looked like a green valley, in the sky of which huge birds, markandas, soared. With a furious cry, the bird flew towards Kang Tae-san. Bright flashes struck the ground and a nearby wall fragment. Kang Tae-san rushed towards the markanda. He managed to overcome her in flight. The monsters in this place act on their instincts, Tae-san told Ghost, making them easy to catch. The ghost replied that the swordsman's skill was created primarily against other people, but Kang Tae-san used it against animals. Kang Tae-san decided to use this floor to try combining ice and fire magic. He was able to create ice cubes and encase his opponents in them. Walking along a narrow passage over the abyss, Kang Tae-san saw a huge bowl filled with shining water. It was the altar of Oman, the god of trials, who delighted in seeing adventurers discover new powers and talents within themselves. The system reported that Oman wanted to offer a test to the traveler who came to his altar. Kang Tae-san said he had no reason to refuse. A column of water rose from the altar bowl. Kang Tae-san and Ghost watched the scene, and Ghost guessed that Oman was creating a wall of water. And so it happened. A high wall of glowing water rose up around. Black smoke began to rise from the bowl. Following the smoke, black water spilled onto the floor, completely different from what was in the bowl. The black water turned into a tall figure with a sword. Kang Tae-san decided that he should first observe this enemy, while the water warrior attacked him. This enemy moved slowly and was easy for Tae-san to defeat. Immediately, black fog began to swirl above the bowl again, and black water splashed out. Another monster from the water was ready for battle. This opponent was faster than the previous one, but he was still too slow for Kang Tae-san, and the player easily defeated him. Kang Tae-san guessed what Omen's test was. The ghost agreed that there were now opponents for adventurers from the 1st and 2nd floors, and by the end of the test, Kang Tae-san would know his own level. A new warrior attacked the player. Kang Tae-san was glad for the challenge, as he himself was curious to see how great his powers were. Kang Tae-san passed the 3rd test with ease and received an increase in intelligence. After the 4th test, the player's agility increased by 2 points. The 5th opponent was noticeably stronger and faster than the previous ones, and Kang Tae-san also noticed that they were starting to use skills. The player activated Ice Arrow. This weapon smashed the water warrior into pieces. Kang Tae-san defeated the 6th warrior with the help of fire. The player was glad that after each battle his mana was restored. This gave Tayson the opportunity to explore many different techniques and methods. When the water shadows of the current floor of Kang Tayson were about to appear, the player used the confusion spell. The 8th battle was also easy for him, and he was looking forward to further developments. For some time, no one else appeared from the altar. The ghost suddenly laughed and shouted that he realized what was happening, and that it was very ridiculous. Omen's challenge level was no higher than the floor the player was on, so to continue, the god had to pay a price. The ghost explained that the deity was curious to see Kang Tayson's potential, but Omen was not yet ready to reduce his area of influence. Kang Tayson stood thoughtfully over the altar and thought that it was taking too much time, and that it would be more useful to go through the labyrinth. The altar cup seemed to react to these words and splashed water again. Kang Tayson saw that Omen had decided to offer him a more challenging test. The ghost looked at this and laughed until he cried, because the system reported that Oman was experiencing mixed feelings. Kang Tayson waited impatiently for shadows from the floors he had not yet reached. A new shadow rose from the altar. Kang Tayson managed to hit her as well by activating spiritual growth. In addition, the fight with the 9th opponent increased skill and dexterity. Kang Tayson noticed a detail that was unclear to him. The warrior's water shadows did not resemble any specific person, but they must have had their own story. Among them were those who lost the test, those who made a contract with a god, those who sold their souls and ended up in the abyss. All of them were shadows of different warriors who were lost in the labyrinth. Kang Tayson activated Fire Blast and directed it towards the water shadow. He caused madness. And lastly, he created ice arrows, which finished off his 10th opponent. The player asked the ghost if these shadows were really not ordinary toys of the gods, since each of them had their own fighting style that they could try to adopt. Starting from the 13th shadow, the water warriors demonstrated new skills in battle. The shadow from the 14th floor relied too much on its unique abilities, so it was easier to defeat than the previous one. The 15th opponent was equal in strength to Kang Tayson, or even stronger. To deal with him, the player used Fire Blast. Having accelerated the flame to high speed, Kang Tayson directed it at the water shadow. Under cover of fire, the player launched an attack, augmenting his own strength with the Power Strike ability. Kang Tayson thought that he himself had more trump cards than the shadows. After completing the 15th trial, Kang Tayson saw that these battles not only gave him experience gains, but also increased his spiritual growth and other statistics. He found it amusing that in total there were about 60 different characteristics added. The ghost said that this was only possible with Kang Tayson, and he was very curious to see how much stronger the player would become at the end of these trials. When it was time to fight the 18th shadow, Kang Tayson again felt the presence of the ghostly beasts that accompanied his strikes. And yet, the water shadow got so close to him that he had to activate attack nullification to counter it. The Phantom commented on this fight, stating that the planned mutual destruction had failed, and Kang Tayson had defeated the 18th opponent. Ghost stated that nullification easily misleads the enemy, because the system alert only appears after the hit has been dealt, and before that, enemies cannot react to it. The 19th shadow attacked the player, and Tayson had to defend himself by using 2 swords at the same time. The system reported that this opponent was an enemy that could not be defeated, but this did not stop the player. The system counted this reaction as a passed test, and assessed Kang Tayson's determination to go into battle against an invincible enemy. After enduring so many trials, Kang Tayson had many enhancements against dangerous opponents. Water Shadow Raised Storm. This skill could make you spin and strike at 270 degrees. Kang Tayson knew the weak point of such an ability. When the water shadow turned its back and could no longer stop its movement, it was time to strike. Kang Tayson put extra power into this strike, and the enemy was defeated. The player understood that he had managed to overcome this opponent thanks to his additional abilities, but such a situation might not happen again. The water shadow of the 20th floor stood in front of Kang Tayson. The system reported that this shadow will activate absolute victory. Kang Tayson was full of confidence not to retreat, so he passed this test as well. He missed the blows of the 20th shadow by using reflection. Even this ability did not help to completely avoid injuries. Kang Tayson activated Madness. Water Shadow used his counterattack ability, which trapped him in an impenetrable sphere. Tayson's attack was shattered by this defense, and he was thrown back from the enemy. Kang Tayson knew of such an ability, but he himself learned it rather late. He figured that the shadow didn't have much health left either, so he attacked it again. With the next blow, the shadow took away 210 units of health from the player. Kang Tayson used the Dark Vault Robe to make himself less visible to the enemy. The Water Warrior froze, not understanding where his opponent had suddenly disappeared to. Kang Tayson approached the shadow closely and struck. Ghost Wolves accompanied this attack, and the enemy was defeated. Kang Tayson also fell to the floor to catch his breath. and didn't even look at the system's pop-up notifications. When he opened his eyes, he saw only what was happening with the altar of Omen. Another water shadow rose from the splashed water. This shadow reached out to the player who was still on the floor. Kang Taesun looked at his new opponent, and strong emotions were reflected on his face. He raised his hands and said he wanted to end it there. The water shadow disappeared, and the system reported that Omen's test was complete, but the god remained silent about the results. After checking the player's stats, Kang Taesun and Ghost saw that the trial had given him incredible growth. Ghost was amazed that an adventurer from the 8th floor had defeated a shadow from the 20th. Looking at the altar, the Ghost noticed that he could see how much Oman's powers had diminished. As a reward, Kang Taesun received the Ring of Witness, and an ability that increased all player stats when fighting an enemy of equal level. Oman also offered Taesun the Apostle contract. The altar splashed water in farewell, and the wall around the site of the duel disappeared. Kang Taesung noted that his current strength level was equal to the 20th floor, but now he needed to return to clearing the 8th. After defeating the boss of the 8th floor, Kang Taesung found an ankle protector in the chest of the secret room. The boss of the 8th floor, Markanda Rutia, lay before him, killed by an ice block. Kang Taesun sat down right on the ice. Ghost admitted that the skills he had acquired in Oman's trial had made Taesun even stronger. The 8th floor's reward was the Marnia rune, which granted attributes based on the likelihood of using runic weapons. In addition, Kang Taesun received a skill that drained some of the enemy's stamina every time he attacked, which was useful during protracted battles. Having collected everything he could from the 8th floor, Kang Taesun decided to speed up the descent, as there were 4 days left before returning to Earth. On the 9th floor, the enemies were goblins in thick armor and masks that covered their faces. Kang Taesun easily took on several opponents at once. The player was surprised that the goblins turned out to be stronger than the lizards. The ghost said that they were obviously training somehow, probably their leader taught them this. Kang Taesun knew that the one he had defeated before, Hagehwa, was the previous leader of the goblins, and the current one was somewhere on this floor. With 3 days left before returning to Earth, Taesun reached the Goblin Elder, armed with a sword and a staff with skulls. The Goblin Elder began with a psychic attack, which he sent using his staff. Kang Taesun wrapped himself in the cloak of concealment and moved closer to his enemy. He cut off the goblin's head with one blow. Together with the ghost, they stopped near a wall, the painting on which depicted many goblins. Kang Taesung activated trap detection and sent a search pulse towards that wall. Behind it was another room in which sat a huge goblin. The system called him Luther, the Lord of Goblins. Luther said that if Kang Taesun killed Hagehwa in battle, he would die satisfied. Luther thanked the player for Hagehwa and said that in the end he was destined to be killed too, but he wanted to leave something as a memento. He stated that dying as a goblin lord was better than remaining a simple fighter. Kang Taesung decided that Luther had deposed Hagehwa because of his greed for power. Luther stood up and picked up 2 long spears, stating that he knew this day would come, but he still felt strange. The opponents looked into each other's eyes, and the goblin lord said, "Let us fight, warrior." Kang Taesun's 2 swords and Luther's 2 spears crossed, sparks flying. Kang Taesun parried the goblin's blows, but he was wondering how long it would take until he returned to Earth. Luther roared that he couldn't keep up with Taesun's quick movements and couldn't resist his skills and sword mastery. Kang Taesung asked him if he was going to give up. Luther continued to fight, declaring that he would never give up. He didn't care that he had no chance of winning. He was going to do his best. Kang Taesung replied that he was also ready to give it his all. Kang Taesun's powerful blow shattered the brickwork, and the crystals hanging from the ceiling rang and swayed. Luther, who had fallen on this wall, was pleased with the force of the blow dealt to him. "Go forward, warrior," said Luther. Kang Taesun stood before the defeated Goblin Lord. He received the title of Kingslayer. Now, when fighting against a lord or king, he became stronger. Kang Taesun turned to the ghost and said that it was time to continue on his way. After visiting Lilith, Taesun learned the Veil spell, which could hide him from prying eyes. Then they visited the shop and bought a variety of potions. The reward for the 9th floor was the boots of increased speed. The secret room brought Kang Taesun the shining sword of frost. Now the 10th floor awaited them. This floor looked like islands floating above the abyss, covered with grass and the remains of stone tiles. Kang Taesun remembered the task the ghost had given him. The enemy to kill was waiting for them on the 10th floor. The ghost thanked Kang Taesun for the opportunity to leave a trace of his existence in the world. The phantom world perished, and the phantom itself followed, but now at least memories of them will remain. The ghost regretted that he would not have time to teach Taesun the second sword skill, but he was confident that the player would someday cope with this task on his own. Kang Taesun looked at him and thought that he himself was unsure of his future. The next monster's powerful steps made the earth shake. The ogre extended his huge paw towards Kang Tae-san. Kang Tae-san calmly grabbed the monster by its giant finger. He threw it back, hitting the ground with force. It was an easy victory. At the edge of the island was the secret room of the 10th floor. Kang Tae-san opened it, activating trap detection. The ghost was surprised that with his current capabilities, Kang Tae-san was wasting time on improving his skills, although he could simply destroy all the traps. A skeletal hand appeared from the wall of the secret room. The trophy blue ring needed to be removed from it. Now Ghost and Kang Tae-san stood in front of the boss's room. The ghost said that behind this door was the one who killed him, and when Tae-san dealt with this enemy, the task would be completed. Kang Tae-san took out the engraving scroll and the Marnia rune from his equipment bag. He applied them to the shining sword of frost, enhancing its properties. Kang Tae-san asked if the ghost is considered a labyrinth creature. The ghost replied that he was technically bound to his grave, but the mission allowed him to follow Kang Tae-san. Kang Tae-san guessed that it was the task he had received that bound the ghost to him until it was completed. Tae-san was curious which rule would take precedence. The ghost had no idea what the player meant. At that moment, reality above them split, and they saw the starry sky. Planet Earth appeared among the stars, and the system announced that there were 0 days left until return. The ghost watched what was happening, not understanding anything. Kang Tae-san knew what would happen next and was prepared for it. A powerful force pulled the player back to his home world. He saw mountains, and next to them a city consisting of high-rise buildings. Kang Tae-san fell onto the asphalt and smelled the asphalt and the scent of grass, which was very different from what was in the labyrinth. Kang Tae-san lay on his back, looking up at the sky, and thought that everything happened exactly the same as last time. Only this time he had an excited ghost with him, who wanted to know where they had ended up. The ghost had never heard of such a place in the labyrinth. At first, Kang Tae-san decided to go into a grocery store, where there was not a single person, and all the counters were destroyed. The smell in this place was unpleasant, because after 3 months, most of the food had spoiled. Kang Tae-san only took long-life canned goods. Using fire magic, Tae-san fried the food. It was delicious food that he frankly enjoyed. The ghost realized that they had entered the world of Kang Tae-san, and the player's ownership rights extended to the ghost as well. Kang Tae-san wasn't sure that would work out, because the ghost wasn't an object, but a living being. The ghost looked around and asked what kind of square-shaped objects he saw everywhere. That's what he called machines. Kang Tae-san drew his attention to the rift in the sky, and asked what he knew about it. It looked as if the sky was glass and had cracked, and darkness was swirling in the hole that had formed. A green, shapeless, multi-eyed monster emerged from the rift, and Kang Tae-san said that it was what was destroying his world. The ghost reported that he felt some kind of force, but he could only figure it out if he got closer. The green monster pounced on Kang Tae-san. The player grabbed him by his long tentacle. Kang Tae-san held the monster at arm's length and asked the ghost what he thought it was. The ghost assumed it was a slave of a deity, but the monster's energy felt completely different. He didn't understand what it was, or why anyone would want to create such a creature. The ghost said that this creator was very strong, stronger than Rakuratas, and Kang Tae-san meanwhile burned the monster with a fireball. The ghost asked if Kang Tae-san had brought him along to ask such questions, but the player didn't see anything wrong with that. The system sent a new task. It was to arrive alive at the Anyang City Hall. Kang Tae-san and the ghost walked down a ruined city street, and there were no people around. The player assumed that most people chose not to enter the labyrinth, hoping to hide and wait for rescue on Earth. The corpses that lay on the streets of the deserted city were the result of such a choice. The ghost asked why Kang Tae-san was walking so slowly, and he replied that he was going to meet someone. Ghost assumed that these were the players that Tae-san taught his moves to in the chat, but Kang Tae-san was expecting someone else. First, they heard footsteps, and then they saw a figure in thick armor. Kang Tae-san looked at the man who appeared while he asked where he was going. Then the armored player asked what difficulty level Kang Tae-san came from. It was Gyun, smiling as he extended his hand to Tae-san, inviting him to join the group of survivors. Kang Tae-san looked at him and remembered him from his past life, how he laughed, and how he then died protecting people. Gun waited for an answer with a smile. Kang Tae-san said that he would go with him, but at that time he was thinking about their past friendship. Gyun brought his new acquaintance to a group of people gathered on the street. These people made a fire and tried to warm themselves. They were very happy about Gun's return and the fact that nothing had happened in his absence. Gun introduced Kang Tae-san to the others, but was mistaken in assuming that he had completed the labyrinth on the normal difficulty level. Kang Tae-san saw that there were about 100 people gathered, and all of them were from the normal and easy levels. Daesung didn't remember any of them except Gun. Gum Young-gun announced that everyone was now gathered and they could head to the city hall. People were worried that they might run into a monster, but Gyum Jun-gyun promised to protect them all. People believed him and were happy to meet a player with a high level of difficulty. Gum Young-gun took up his shield and sword and was ready to lead the people. The ghost, invisible to humans, flew over their heads in indignation. He did not understand how the adventurers from the labyrinth could be so weak. Only Jun-gun seemed worthy to the ghost, but even he did not look capable of descending to the lower floors of the labyrinth. The ghost didn't understand why Kang Taeson wanted to meet this guy, and why he joined such weak people. One of the crowd pointed in horror at something in the dark alley, calling out to Gyum Jun-gyun. A green monster emerged from the hole in the wall with a growl. The people hid, and only Gum Young-gun went to fight the creature. Kang Taeson understood that this monster was weak, and these people could also try to deal with it. But only players with advanced difficulty levels were capable of truly fighting these creatures. Gum Jug-gun defeated the monster, which earned the admiration of the people around him. Only Kang Taeson looked at what was happening without delight. Gyum Young-gyun dealt with all the monsters that appeared on their further path. The rest of the group hid for their own safety. Sometimes during the battle another monster would appear. Then everyone ran away in horror. The creature almost caught up with one man. He cried and asked for help. Suddenly the monster disappeared. Its victim turned around in surprise. All that was left of the monster was a bloodstain on the ceiling. But the people around did not understand what had happened. Gyum Jun-gyun returned and asked where the second monster had gone, but everyone thought it had simply disappeared. Gum Young-gun didn't believe it and didn't understand who else could defeat the monster, since he was the only high-difficulty player here. Kang Taeson caught his attention because he didn't show any fear and remained calm the whole time. Gum Young-gun commanded the people to move forward. They still had a long way to go. While Gum Young-gun stepped forward and fought with various creatures, Kang Taeson secretly killed the monsters that appeared later. The ghost hovered over the crowd in rage, asking aloud why these weak people did not join forces and try to fight. The way they fled from danger sent the former heir to the Carvid Empire into a furious rage, and he did not skimp on curses. People followed Gyum Young-gyun and showed no desire to do anything. The ghost saw it as a personal insult that such worthless people had ended up in the labyrinth. Gum Young-gun consoled the tired and crying, assuring them that they only had to endure for a little while. Kang Taeson asked the ghost not to be angry with these people because they once chose the easy labyrinth. The ghost didn't even suspect the existence of the easy labyrinth. He thought that it was the only one. But Kang Taeson explained to him how the modes of passage differ. The ghost always knew that the labyrinth was not divided in any way. Only the gods could sometimes put up barriers, but this was only done temporarily. Friends suggested that some creature did not know how to design the labyrinth, but simply carelessly copied it several times. Kang Taeson thought that it was very difficult to do something like this. Only a god or even someone of a higher level could do it. He thought about the fact that all the monsters that appeared were F-class, and in order to kill all the people, creatures of a higher level were needed. It all seemed as if someone was watching to see how people would cope. Taeson had heard that the gods liked it when mortals put in great effort. The ghost cursed and whined that he hated looking at the weak. He wanted to go straight to his destination. He thought that Kang Taeson liked to help others, but he didn't understand why he had to hide it. Taeson countered that he only helps those he sees potential in, and now he can befriend Gyum Jun-gyun along the way. He didn't care about other people, but he understood that they were incredibly important to Gyum Jun-gyun. Kang Taeson remembered that in his previous life, Gyum Jun-gyun had led people in the same way. But when he got to the mayor's office, he was in despair because he had not managed to save any of them. The sun was setting behind the horizon, and many monsters filled the streets. People stopped to rest and have a snack. They dreamed of 24-hour stores, but were afraid to go anywhere for fear of encountering a monster. Kang Taeson caught their attention because he had real ham, not the meat of slain monsters like everyone else. A strong guy approached Taeson and offered to share his food with him. People around him called him the leader of the Athens Guild named Lee Chang-suk. Lee Chang-suk stated that if Daesung did not want to die when he returned to the labyrinth, he had to give him all the supplies. Taeson asked the man if he was sure they would be able to return there. Lee Chang-suk was outraged that someone dared to look down on him, because the Athenian Guild was well known to many. Daesung remembered that they would all die during the second return, but Lee Chang-suk didn't know this, and attacked him. Gyum Jun-gyun stopped the fight from starting by shouting at the disputants. Lee Chang-suk was not going to give up. He asked who Gyum Jun-gyun thought he was. He said that he would not obey a high-level player just because he decided to accompany the group. Gyum Jun-gyun grabbed Lee Chang-suk and covered his mouth with his gloved hand. "I know what you think of me," Gyum Jun-gyun said. "And that's your right, but don't cross the line." Gyum Jun-gyun hit his opponent. As Lee Chang-suk lay on the ground, Gum Jun-gun said he would chase him away if he continued to act like that. People were a little scared by what happened. They had never seen Gum Jun-gun act like this before. That night, everyone went to bed. Only Gum Young-gun sat alone by the fire. Kang Tae-sun approached and asked why the one who was most tired during the journey was on guard duty. But Gum Jun-gun objected that the people were too afraid. Gum Young-gun believed that he had no choice. There were still many dangerous situations ahead, so he had to force people to obey. Gum Jun-gun fought the monsters to protect the others. He believed that thanks to Tae-sun, they had a chance to survive. Kang Tae-sun asked him if he really needed to go that far, since if he were alone, he would have reached the city walls long ago. Gum Young-gun looked at his interlocutor in amazement, and the other added that a player at a difficult level couldn't help but understand that everyone who was destined to survive would survive, but the rest would die. Kang Tae-sun didn't understand why Gum Jun-gun was so obsessed with people who were going to die anyway. Gum Jun-gun got angry and yelled at Tae-sun. But looking into his face, the guy felt something strange. It seemed to him that Kang Tae-sun had seen countless deaths. He was clearly not at the normal difficulty level of the labyrinth. Gum Jun-gun grabbed his sword. "Who are you?" he shouted in the face of the man in the cloak who stood in front of him. Kang Tae-sun turned around, throwing over his shoulder that it was the first time he had seen Gum Jun-gun like this, and that he would tell him his name when they reached the city. The astonished Gum Jun-gun could only watch. In the morning, Gum Young-gun entered the shelter where the people were sleeping and called out loudly to them. They could reach their destination in just 2 hours, so they had to hurry. Gum Jun-gun walked ahead again, armed with a sword. The first monster appeared from the alley, and Kang Tae-sun thought that the creatures would only attack those going to the city hall. Anyone who tried to get there without an escort was either already there or died. Following the first monster, 2 more appeared. People started running away. Some boy hesitated, and the monster almost caught up with him. Gum Young-gun rushed to his aid and covered him with his shield. He knew he couldn't handle 3 enemies at once, but he just needed to stall for time, because the mayor's office was already very close. Gum Jun-gun activated attack while holding breath and turned to face the monsters. A pouch of tranquility powder appears in front of the player. Upon contact with an enemy, this pouch will explode and create a curtain. A bright beam cut the bag in half. The curtain separated Gum Jun-gun from the 3 monsters. The player called out to the people who were following him. He didn't understand why they hadn't left yet. From the other side of the crowd, 2 more monsters appeared. Now, the huddled group was surrounded, with only 1 high-level player protecting them. Gum Young-gun was confused. He didn't understand why they wanted to destroy them so badly. The player no longer had useful trophies. He could not win against the 3 creatures, and after his death, all the other people would die too. With horror, Gum Jun-gun thought about running away alone. He would have had enough strength and speed for this, but people looked in his direction with tears and hope. Gum Jun-gun thought that they all believed in him and followed him all this time. Would he really have to abandon them? He couldn't choose what to do, because if he wanted to protect someone, he had to do it to the end. People saw his confusion and asked what had happened. Gum Young-gun was not ready to die for these people. He dreamed of having more strength. A man in a cloak stepped forward from the crowd and asked if Gum Jun-gun was going to leave. The monsters were getting closer and closer, and Gum Jun-gun asked if Kang Tae-sun was reproaching him. Kang Tae-sun replied that he would not blame him no matter what choice he made. And at that moment, he drew the shining sword of frost. Kang Tae-sun wanted to know what happened on this day the last time Gum Jun-gun couldn't save everyone. The monsters attacked Gum Jun-gun, but they were unable to reach it, struck down by alien magic. Kang Tae-sun stood above them, clutching the ice sword in his hands. He said it would be a little fun. Everyone, including Gum Young-gun, watched the fight in amazement. Kang Tae-sun turned his back to the monster. With a growl, he reached out to the player. Kang Tae-sun acted as if nothing had happened. The monster flew into pieces, engulfed in flames. Kang Tae-sun suggested continuing on to the city hall. Very soon they reached their destination. The building was completely intact and looked safe. Many of those who came met their loved ones at the city hall and were delighted. Those who had already been here were amazed that so many people had come. It was the first time such a large group had come here. Gum Jun-gun attracted everyone's attention. Everyone knew that it was he who accompanied the people. He wanted to explain how it really was, but Kang Tae-sun put his hand on his shoulder. From the doomed look on Dae-sun's face, Gum Jun-gun realized that he did not want to share the glory with him. Gum Jun-gun had to accept thanks. They all entered the city hall building. There were so many people here. Kang Tae-sun guessed that about 100,000 survived. Tae-sun kept to himself, avoiding the other survivors. Gum Jun-gun walked up to him and held out a bottle of water with a smile. Kang Dae-sun approved of Gum Jun-gun's use of the breath hold attack. Gum Jun-gun beamed and admitted that he had learned this ability thanks to the chat. but he didn't completely trust the other recommendations. Kang Tae-san said that he himself simply did what he wanted, both in the labyrinth and when he helped escort people today. Gum Jun-gun looked at him almost in tears. He grabbed Kang Tae-san's hand with both hands and began to thank him warmly. He understood that they had not only shared useful skills with him, but also saved him from death. Now he was ready to always follow Tae-san. He didn't have time to finish speaking. A bottle of water flew into his face along with a demand that he not say stupid things and behave as usual. Gum Jun-gun continued to express his emotions, ignoring his interlocutor's skeptical reaction. At that moment, another man in armor approached them and called out to Gum Jun-gun. It was the dark-haired girl with the sword, Teacher Hui-yeon. Kim Hui-young came because she needed to clarify something. Kang Tae-san remembered this player leader from the high difficulty level. She also remembered Kang Tae-san from the chat and called both guys with her, saying that out of 100,000 people in the city hall, only about 1,000 could fight against the monsters. Kim Hui-young acknowledged that most of them came from easy or normal regimes, and there were very few safe places to sleep and food supplies. Gum Jun-gun said that it was clear that Kim Hui-young should take command. Kang Tae-san was surprised to hear that the easy care guy, Choi Yun-hyuk, was demanding that the role of leader be given to him. Kim Hui-young believed that someone who couldn't stand up to even one monster couldn't be a commander. But Choi Yun-hyuk argued that she was simply underestimating easy mode players. Choi Yun-hyuk took hostages in order to achieve his goal. Gum Young-gun asked excitedly who had been captured. The hostages were Lee Tae-young and Kang Jun-hyuk. Kang Tae-sang asked why they allowed themselves to be caught. Kim Hui-young said she didn't know the details, and that the captives were already tied up when she saw them. Kim Hui-young intended to observe the situation before intervening, but Kang Tae-san had no intention of doing so, which surprised the woman. Kang Tae-sung declared that he was going to trample this man. Kim Hui-young sharply objected that crimes and violence should not be committed. Kang Tae-sung said that the world had collapsed and the old laws were no longer valid. Kim Hui-young disagreed, believing that rules should be followed and that people cannot kill each other. Kang Tae-san thought that she hadn't changed. He remembered Kim Hui-young in the destroyed world. She had strictly adhered to the rules even then. She died during the third return. She tried to save everyone and obey the laws. Kim Hui-young looked at Kang Tae-san and thought that this man was dangerous and could commit murder. She saw no other choice. She had to stop him. Without warning, Kang Tae-sang struck Kim Hui-young, sending her to the floor. Gum Jun-gun shouted at him. Kang Tae-san used magic. He disappeared before Gum Jun-gun could figure out how to stop him. Kang Tae-san was in a hurry to meet Choi Yun-hyuk. Choi Yun-hyuk stood by the window admiring the city. He liked the power he now had. He liked it when people fell on their knees before him, begging for mercy. In his life before the invasion, he would come to these unfortunate people and demand money, threatening them with death. He was looking out the window that day, and a sound caught his attention. He saw the monsters as they descended from the sky. In the labyrinth, one guy saved his life. He smiled and said that it is at moments like these that you need to help your loved ones. Choi Yun-hyuk looked at the man with surprise. He himself killed other players for trophies. There were no laws or rules in the labyrinth. But in such a confined space, even the slightest push could change everything. This place hosted high-level players, and in case of disagreements, they could negotiate or resort to violence. Sometimes it was possible to get a reward this way. Choi Yun-hyuk liked it when people obeyed him. Lee Tae-young and Kang Jun-hyuk were sitting in the same room, chained together. Lee Tae-young stated that if it weren't for the stunt, Choi Yun-hyuk would have died much earlier. But he laughed in response to these words. He believed that luck was on his side, since he was summoned straight to a safe zone near the city hall. He attacked another player, glad that those he feared in the labyrinth turned out to be weak in reality. Choi Yun-hyuk believed that solo players were too focused on survival, and therefore weren't particularly strong. When the two appeared, Choi Yun-hyuk was busy torturing another player. He held a knife to the player's throat and ordered Lee Tae-young and Kang Jun-hyuk to follow his orders. Lee Tae-yeon was the first to throw down her sword and surrender to Choi Yun-hyuk. "You should have been thinking about fighting instead of the hostage," he told the tied-up girl. He mocked his captives, declaring that the loner players were nothing special. At that moment, Kang Tae-san entered the room and asked if Choi Yun-hyuk really believed it. Kang Tae-san was wearing a cloak and was difficult to recognize. Lee Tae-yeon looked at him carefully and guessed who it could be. Kang Tae-san threw back his hood, revealing his face. Choi Yun-hyuk looked at this stranger and felt how dangerous he was. They stood opposite each other, and something dark was swirling in the air. Yun-hyuk's instincts were screaming at him to keep this man away. Choi Yun-hyuk grabbed the phone and shouted that if the stranger came closer, he would order the prisoners to be killed in other places as well. "Stop!" came a voice from the door, and everyone in the room turned around. Kim Hui-young and Gum Jun-gun stood on the threshold, ready to intervene. Choi Yun-hyuk said that he needed power and security, and then the prisoners would remain safe. Kim Hui-young replied that no one would give power to a player of the lowest level. Choi Yun-hyuk admitted that high-level players were strong, but he was the leader in his regime. He stated that Kim Hui-young had never commanded anywhere, so he did not dare to underestimate his experience. Choi Yun-hyuk believed that high-difficulty players were good at killing monsters, but they couldn't handle humans. And this Daesung wouldn't dare touch him either. The phone in Choi Yun-hyuk's hands disappeared in an instant. Kang Tae-sun used magic to take it away and crush it, causing the pieces to spray out. Choi Yun-hyuk didn't have time to understand how it happened. Kang Tae-sun looked at this man who disobeyed the laws, oppressed people, but did not remember that he himself could become an object of humiliation. In a rage, Choi Yun-hyuk wished death on Dae-sun, and something jingled in his pocket. The building's massive metal supports began to collapse, breaking through the ceiling. Gyum Joon-gun called out in fear to Kang Tae-sun, who was standing in a dangerous place. Kang Joon-hyuk and Lee Tae-young watched in horror as the heavy structure collapsed on Kang Tae-sun. Choi Yun-hyuk looked at what was happening with a crazy look. He could not believe that his seemingly invulnerable opponent was defeated. His madness only became more apparent when he saw the system notification stating that Kang Tae-sun had taken 0 damage. The others also saw this notice and could not believe their eyes. Kang Tae-sun climbed out from under the rubble. Choi Yun-hyuk shouted to his accomplices to all rush towards him to kill Kang Tae-sun. Armed members of his guild burst into the room. Kang Tae-sun calmly summoned an ice sword. Kim Hui-young also couldn't believe what she saw. Kang Tae-sun stood surrounded by many people who were about to kill him. The ice sword in his hand glowed faintly. He struck so quickly that it was impossible to follow them. Choi Yun-hyuk kept his eyes on him as blood splashed onto his face. Kang Tae-sun killed everyone and remarked that Lee Tae-young and Kang Joon-hyuk would have lost against so many opponents. Choi Yun-hyuk looked at him in horror and anger. Kang Tae-sun came very close to him and extended his hand to his face and said that he would not lose. People on the streets took advantage of the safe time and even complained of boredom. The ghost sank down onto the green lawn to bask in the sun's rays. A loud crash caught their attention, and they saw part of a wall collapse on one of the upper floors of a nearby building. The man in the cloak held the other by the head and pushed him towards the void. The ghost recognized Tae-sun and was delighted, thinking that something fun was beginning. Jong Yun-hyuk hung in terror over the void and tried to grab the hand that was holding him. He was less than half a step away from falling. He wondered out loud that a man like Tae-sun could exist. Kang Tae-sun replied that Yun-hyuk had said the same thing in the past, and both times he had died at Kang Tae-sun's hands. With these words, Tae-sun squeezed his fingers tightly. Blood spurted as Choi Yun-hyuk's skull shattered in Kang Tae-sun's hand. Kim Hui-young and Gyum Joon-gyun were shocked by what they saw. Kang Tae-sun opened his hand, noticing that he had killed this man in exactly the same way last time. People looked in horror at the dead body that had fallen on the asphalt. They were scared that the man in the cloak had killed someone. They shouted that he was a murderer. Kang Tae-sun, accompanied by the ghost, descended from the building and walked away, thinking about what and how happened in his past life at this time. At that time, he was one of the simplest level players, and Choi Yun-hyuk was the leader, and it was not so easy to deal with him. He looked at his hand, stained with blood, and was surprised that it had been so easy this time. He was standing against the wall, cleaning his hand, when Gyum Joon-gun approached him. Gyum Joon-gun was worried about him because Hui-young and the others told him what happened. People came to one of the mayor's offices to express their outrage at what had happened. They believed that no one should allow themselves to kill people and take justice into their own hands. Kim Hui-young sat in front of them, covering her face with her hand. They demanded that she punish the criminal. She stood up abruptly, interrupting their screams. "How do you propose to punish someone who even I can't handle?" Kim Hui-young asked. The older man said that she didn't know how to do it, because she had been a university student before. He believed that the world could not leave someone as reckless as Tae-sun unchecked, just because he had power. Kim Hui-young had a hard time with this man, even though she invited him because he was a congressman and a member of the Civic Party. She had no idea that such people would be useless in the new world, and would not even try to pass the labyrinth. Kim Hui-young couldn't imagine how to punish someone like Kang Tae-sun, who was not worth quarreling with. Kim Hui-young thought that everyone around her only cared about their own authority. She looked at these noisy people and imagined that from the outside she might appear just as power-hungry. The system window that appeared distracted her from such thoughts. People nearby also received a message about the approach of the first wave of monsters, from which the City Hall building needed to be protected. The excited people threw open the door to the office, shouting about the monster attack and wanting to know what to do now. Those who were on easy mode did not want to take part in the battle, Kim Hui-young shouted at them. She turned to the table where those who had just given her advice were sitting, but the office was empty, and only overturned chairs lay on the floor. Kim Hui-young was angry that these advisors of hers could only engage in useless talk. Kang Tae-san also received the message, but he was confident that Kim Hui-young was capable of handling the problem herself. Lee Tae-young and Kang Jun-hyuk called out to him. Kang Jun-hyuk thanked Kang Tae-san for saving him, then saw the ghost and asked what it was. The ghost didn't expect that people would be able to see him. Kang Jun-hyuk asked if Ghost was part of some mission, but Ghost stated that he was not going to give them anything. Lee Tae-young looked straight into Kang Tae-san's eyes. He remembered what she was like in that past life, confident and strong, and he also remembered how he found her dead that last time. Now she was completely different from that girl, and besides, Kang Tae-san noticed that she was afraid of him. Kang Tae-san said he was glad to meet them and asked if they had seen the system's latest message. When he told them to draw their swords, both players were surprised. Kang Tae-san told Kang Jun-hyuk that he had become too bold in the labyrinth and that he needed to understand his limits. Lee Tae-young, he said that she was too timid. Kang Tae-san didn't want to see the two die, so he decided to teach them something. He sent them both a challenge to a duel. Taking out his sword, Kang Tae-san said that testing their capabilities would be useful to them. Kang Jun-hyuk asked if their levels were too low to fight someone like Kang Tae-sang. Kang Tae-sang explained that during the training battle, all the participants' stats would be equal. They could have refused the duel, but Kang Tae-sang believed they were obliged to accept the challenge. Kang Jun-hyuk agreed, even though Lee Tae-young called him crazy. Kang Jun-hyuk was happy to show Kang Tae-san his abilities and strength. He understood that he wouldn't be able to defeat Tae-san in a normal fight, but if he could equalize all of their stats, he would have a chance. Kang Jun-hyuk drew his sword and began to attack. Kang Tae-sang parried his blows with ease. It was not at all easy to counter the techniques that Kang Tae-san possessed. Kang Jun-hyuk took 8 damage in the first minutes of the fight. He was not at all prepared for this turn of events. He realized that no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't block Kang Tae-san's attacks. Kang Tae-san whispered that Kang Jun-hyuk just needed to admit that he was weaker. This made the player furious. He rushed into the attack, burning with indignation. In a moment he was on the ground. Kang Tae-sang listed what makes the difference between fighters and added that normal strength is not enough to survive in solo mode. Kang Jun-hyuk didn't understand why feelings, thoughts, and sensations could influence a fighter's characteristics. Kang Tae-sang said that he would continue this fight until Kang Jun-hyuk understood. Half an hour later, Kang Jun-hyuk collapsed on the grass again. Kang Tae-san stood over him and asked if he had finally realized his true level. Kang Tae-san turned to Lee Tae-young. The girl said that she already knows her capabilities and will never cross the limit. Kang Tae-san replied that her problem was different and told Lee Tae-young to get ready. He attacked the girl, and she needed to react in time. Lee Tae-young closed her eyes and blocked his sword. She was forced to crouch, but she managed to block the blow. With a loud scream, she tried to attack herself. Kang Tae-san's sword flew dangerously close to her. Lee Tae-young barely managed to fend it off. The girl made another attempt to go on the attack. From the outside, her movements looked haphazard, but so far she had managed to parry all attacks. Kang Tae-san put his hand on Lee Tae-young's shoulder. With one push, he knocked her onto the grass. He asked how she liked the fight. He told Lee Tae-young that she was not as weak as she seemed. Kang Tae-san declared the training over and was now going to teach them how to acquire new skills and pass the labyrinth. The sky over the city darkened as he finished his story. Kang Tae-san allowed the information to be shared with other players, and as he left, he asked Lee Tae-yeon and Kang Jun-hyuk not to die. They looked at each other, not quite understanding him. Kang Jun-hyuk said that he had previously thought of Kang Tae-san as a very cold person, but he had unexpectedly said warm words to them. Kang Tae-san replied that if he were a cold person, he would not share useful information with them. Now it was time for them to rest, and they went their separate ways. Kang Tae-san checked how much time was left until the first wave. Kim Hui-young was studying the defense plans in her office and felt like she was going crazy. What happened? Someone called out to her from the window. Kang Tae-san stood by the window, and it was unclear how long he had been there. Kang Tae-san advised her to close the window, as those with high stats could easily climb through it. Kim Hui-young looked at the man in confusion, and he asked her about the current situation. She explained that she wanted to take people out of the City Hall building, divide them into groups, and place them on different sides. Kim Hui-young was upset because some refused to fight, and those who agreed were not easily convinced. Kang Tae-san offered to leave one side to him, ready to defend it himself. Kim Hui-young asked if he could handle it, but Kang Tae-san had no doubts about it. She thanked him, and Tae-san asked her to survive before leaving through the window. The countdown to the start of the wave has begun. People didn't want to fight at all. On the south side of City Hall, Kim Hui-young inspired them by her personal example. On the western and eastern sides, the leading positions were taken by Jung Jun-gyun, Lee Tae-young, and Kang Jun-hyuk. On the north side of the City Hall, there was only Kang Tae-san, alone. A now familiar crack appeared in the glass wall of the building. Kim Hui-young watched the scene with anxiety and determination. A wall of green light separated the people. Many monsters of different kinds rushed towards the city hall. People screamed that the creatures were advancing. They tried to run away and called for help. Others pounded their fists on the wall that had formed, which was even inside the city hall. Kim Hui-young commanded, urging people not to be afraid and to return to their positions. She decisively chopped down the monsters with her sword. The monsters attacked people who were unable to defend themselves. Young Jun-young, who was caught by the monster, received 7 points of damage and froze, without running away or defending himself. Kim Hui-young managed to save the guy who almost got caught by the monster, and then shouted to the others that these monsters' attacks weren't particularly strong. They just needed to be more careful, and that they could all fight them together. People watched this girl fight, and thought that depending on the outcome of the battle with the creatures, they could receive a reward, so it was worth a try. They entered the battle with courage, and were able to inflict damage on the monsters. Kim Hui-young turned around and thought with a smile that finally the others had gotten down to business too. On the other side of the building, Lee Tae-yeon swiftly attacked the creature and cut it in half. Kang Jun-hyuk also successfully dealt with monsters, and he liked it. "You two are so strong," the man watching them said, "as if you were monsters yourselves." Kang Jun-hyuk laughed and said that he was not that good, and Lee Tae-young smiled and noted that the real monster was not here, but on the other side of the building. At this time, Kang Tae-san was defending his area in absolute solitude. He fought with such strength and speed that he cut the monsters into pieces. It was a very short and successful fight. The ghost noticed that there were many attacking creatures, but they were quite easy to kill, so it was unclear why people were intimidated by such insignificant enemies. Kang Tae-san stood in the middle of a battlefield covered in monster pieces, and Ghost asked why the quest wasn't ending if they had already gotten rid of all the enemies here. Kang Tae-san explained that all 4 sides had to be cleared, and then attempted to pass through the green wall that separated the final mission site. For some reason, the player couldn't get through it, and Ghost assumed that it was to prevent people from other zones from interfering. Having dealt with their share of monsters, the people rejoiced. Gum Young-gun looked with relief at the notification that the special task had been completed, and that a well-deserved reward awaited players upon entering the labyrinth. Following this message, others appeared, stating that a second special mission was beginning, and that it was necessary to protect the city hall from a second wave of invasion. The crack in reality let the first monster through, and people thought that it wouldn't be that hard to kill one. Gyum Jun-gyun looked at the creature that appeared with sudden suspicion. One of the players rushed at the creature with a sword, inspired by the thought of a reward. The player swung his sword decisively and struck the monster. He saw with horror that the damage his attack had caused was only 1 health point. The monster's tentacles grabbed the player in front of the horrified crowd. The monster tore the player's head off, and his body fell to the floor, drenching everything in blood. Gum Jun-gun stood among many others who did not understand what exactly had just happened. The monster turned out to be invulnerable and more dangerous than all the previous ones. With its mouth open and tentacles spread, the monster moved towards the defenders of the city hall. Panic broke out in the crowd and people ran away with loud screams. Gum Young-gun turned to them and shouted that they must not run away because if they retreated now they would all die in vain. The guy himself was frightened by what he saw now. A flash of light whistled right over his head. Gum Young-gun turned around, puzzled, and asked what it was. He sat among pools of blood and many dead bodies. The monster approached, emitting waves of flame, and Geum Jung-gyun wondered if they were really supposed to win this battle. Kang Tae-san sat on the carcass of the slain monster, reflecting on how they had all literally become creatures that had to risk their lives to win. People tried to pass through the transparent wall of greenish light, wanting to escape from the monsters. They couldn't penetrate the side that had already been cleared by Kang Tae-san. Kang Tae-sang stood up from his seat and declared that he had to do it now. He started running along the wall, and the ghost flew after him. The ghost asked if the wall prevented him from leaving the zone completely, and Kang Tae-sang replied that it did. In one of the multi-story buildings there was a gaping hole from which monsters were emerging. Kang Tae-san killed everyone he saw with 1 blow and moved closer, immediately receiving a message about the start of a special mission to destroy the vessel of the Black Swamp. Kang Tae-san knew that if he completed this task, there would be fewer monsters. A huge beast, similar to a wolf and a dragon, rose up to meet Kang Tae-san. Armed with 2 swords, Kang Tae-sang rushed into battle. He already knew that he was facing a D-class monster. The numbers in a monster's name indicated their strength. The lower the number, the higher the rank. The monsters that launched a full-scale attack during this wave of invasion were F and E class. The beast that Kang Tae-sang was about to fight was a D-class monster with a 6-digit number. Once upon a time, humans were on the brink of extinction due to attacks by D-class monsters. In his past life, Kang Taeson had a hard time getting rid of this after his third return. This time, Taeson rushed at the enemy, and in his hand was the ceremonial sword of Rakiratus. Ghostly beasts accompanied his attack. The player was sure that now everything would be different. With 2 blows, Kang Taeson dealt 64 and 72 units of damage to the monster. The monster's eyes glowed with a scarlet light as it continued to attack Taeson. The player thought it was useless and activated complete nullification of the first 2 attacks. Grabbing the monster's paw, Kang Taeson resorted to ice magic. The monster's paw became covered with an icy crust, but this did not stop it. Kang Taeson thought that he had a strong and persistent opponent, but the player had infinite stamina and could continue fighting using 2 swords at the same time. Kang Taeson struck the fireball straight into the gaping mouth. The monster retreated briefly, engulfed in flames. Kang Taeson stared at his opponent and realized that his goal was truly achievable. An hour later, the player drank the potion from his supply. The monster was defeated, and Kang Taesang stepped on its carcass. He activated Ice Arrow. The blow was aimed straight at the rift between reality, and the gates between worlds slammed shut. Kang Taeson successfully completed a special mission. The reward was due to him upon returning to the labyrinth. Kang Taesang thought that if there were no more reality rifts, then his work was finished. And at that moment, a message appeared saying that the special task was completed. The ghost asked why the system had sent the same notification twice, and Kang Taeson explained that the other side had also completed their mission. At this time, Kim Hui-young, her armor spattered with blood, leaned heavily on her own sword. Finally, it's all over, the girl thought. She sat on the carcass of a fallen enemy and looked around, assessing the consequences of the massacre. Kim Hui-young thought about the people who tried to avoid the battle, but after seeing hundreds of dead fugitives, they realized there was no other way to save themselves except to finish off the monsters. The monster easily destroyed those who sought salvation at the transparent wall, and most of them died in vain, without the opportunity to do anything. Kim Hui-young cried and blamed herself for what happened because she wasn't good enough. People around noticed the changes with curiosity and how the wall was disappearing, which meant that it was really all over. Kim Hui-young thought that she had to help Kang Taeson because no matter how strong the player was, the monsters that came this time could not be defeated alone. The girl started running towards the north side and called on the others to come with her. People were exhausted, many died or were seriously injured. Kim Hui-young said that she could not lose someone who would be a great strength and help to people in such a situation. The girl stumbled, but Kang Taeson managed to catch her in time. He reported that the northern side was cleared, and he did it even better than before. Kim Hui-young looked at the many dead here on this side. She noticed that Kang Taeson was completely fine, but they had to risk their own lives here. Taeson replied that they would have to risk their lives to fight in the labyrinth as well. People looked at messages that contained congratulations on the victory. Those who survived were to receive awards depending on their own contribution and the results they showed during the battle. Of the 100,000 people, approximately 30,000 survived. Kim Hui-young told Kang Taeson that she was convinced that he was more suitable for the role of commander than her. Kang Taeson refused. He was a stranger to these people who loved Kim Hui-young more. The girl listened sadly as this man explained to her that she could not protect everyone. But these people knew that she had fought, risking her life, and done everything she could. People actually called out to her and asked what they should do next. Kang Taeson put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said that she needed to come to terms with the close and constant presence of death nearby. Kim Hui-young climbed onto the remains of some structure so that she could be seen better by everyone gathered. She told these people that many had died today, and they all ended up in a world where civilization and laws had been erased, and the world itself could disappear tomorrow. Kang Jun-hyuk and Lee Tae-young looked at their commander, realizing that this wave of invasion would not be the last. Kim Hui-young exclaimed that this was why they all had to survive. They had to do this for the sake of all who died, at least in order to find out the whole truth about what happened to the Earth. They had to survive and become stronger. Kang Jun-hyuk saw Kang Taeson and rushed to catch up with him. He asked if they would all be sent back to the labyrinth, scattered across different locations. Kang Taeson approached the rift in reality that had formed before them and confirmed that it was time to return to the labyrinth. Lee Tae-young asked if they could see each other again. Kang Jun-hyuk laughed and exclaimed that he would beat Kang Taeson at the next training session. Gum Jun-gun also called out to Daesun to thank him and promised that he would try to become stronger. Be sure to survive, Kim Hui-young told Daesun. We'll see each other again. Without turning around, Kang Taeson noticed that this was always his phrase, the wish to definitely survive. Streams of power enveloped the player, pulling him into the abyss of the rift. Kang Taeson looked thoughtfully as the reality of the labyrinth approached. Soon they and the ghost were already on one of the floors, so they returned back. They were located right in front of the 10th floor boss's room. System notifications flashed, informing about all the rewards the player had earned during battles on Earth. Crystals of different colors could be exchanged for gold, stats, skills, or mastery levels. The gold crystal could be exchanged for 1 to 10, which was a good rate. But you could always get gold in the labyrinth, so it wasn't worth it. It would have been possible to buy any of the player's attributes at a 1 to 5 ratio, which would have given him around 96 points. But with his current average, it was a waste of money. In addition, it was possible to exchange the reward for a mastery level in a ratio of 10 to 1, a figure that could only be raised independently with time, experience, and effort. Kang Taesun knew that when the skill level increased by 20%, the essence of the skill changed. At level 1, the detection skill could only reveal the weaknesses of creatures. If you increase this skill by 20%, other important information will sometimes be provided. Kang Taesun called out to the ghost, who was deep in thought. He noticed that after returning from Earth, his companion was constantly thinking about something. The player asked him what would happen if he instantly increased the mastery level of the Sword of Cutting Thunder. The ghost replied that he had no idea what Taesun was planning, but he wasn't sure it would end well. It would be better to try to develop his body. Kang Taesun opened his stats and thought deeply about what he could improve so that it wouldn't turn out to be a gamble, since there were many good skills that could be improved. It was unexpectedly difficult for the player to make such a choice. Kang Taesung asked if it was worth finding confirmation first. The 9th floor's safe zone looked like a tower, the top floor of which was ablaze, as if destroyed by a fire blast. Lilith, who was in the tower, was coughing from the smoke. Kang Taesun entered and informed the sorceress that she had used the wrong combination. Lilith was amazed when the player told her that he could now instantly increase his skill level. She couldn't believe that Kang Taesun could interfere with the labyrinth's internal systems, since she herself was incapable of doing such a thing. Lilith explained that skill levels are regulated by the labyrinth, a place where untalented people can become stronger, but they are still limited by the rules. The girl insisted that even gods couldn't change the rules, and then asked to what extent Daesun could improve his skills. Lilith didn't expect to hear that a player could do it up to 50%. Kang Taesun sat near the table, on which there were many flasks and vessels for potions, and saw the excitement of his interlocutor. Lilith said that Taesun shouldn't tell anyone else about his abilities. She guaranteed that people would try to kill him as soon as they found out. The player was surprised that everything was so serious. Lilith felt like Kang Taesun was making fun of her, while she was ready to cut off her own finger to improve her skills by at least 1%. Lilith explained that the higher the level of mastery in magic, the greater its usefulness. Kang Taesun's magic proficiency was only at a 2% level, meaning he couldn't even use basic level spells properly. Lilith said that there are several levels of magic in the labyrinth: basic, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and ultimate, and all of them can be used. Normally, a mage could learn spells depending on his skill level, but Kang Taesun was able to master intermediate level magic right away, which was a unique case. Lilith explained which spells can be used at what skill level. The girl hoped that her explanations would help Kang Taesun make the right decision. The player thought deeply about everything he had heard. When he and the ghost returned to the corridors of the labyrinth, he already knew what he would do. Kang Taesun used one of the crystals to enhance his detection skill, allowing him to easily locate hidden rooms and gain vital information about his opponent. Kang Taesun decided that the faster he increased his detection, the more useful it would be. After this, the player increased the level of magic skills, receiving magic acceleration and magic explosion. Now he was able to use magic correctly, control fire, ice, and wind. Activating magic acceleration, Kang Taesung launched the blazing ball, noticing that it had become larger. This flame has noticeably increased both speed and power. Encouraged by the result, Kang Taesung decided to test other skills and activated Ice Arrow. The player magically directed huge blocks of ice in any direction. Adding a magic explosion to this would cause the ice to shatter into sharp pieces. Large chunks of ice pierced the floor, with Kang Taesun standing between them. He thought he had made the right decision, and it was turning out pretty well. The boss of the 10th floor was a huge ogre fighter. Kang Taesun created a blazing ball right from the doorway and immediately launched it at the enemy. A ball of flame hit the ogre in the face. Kang Taesun activated confusion and added magic acceleration to it. The ogre fighter clutched his head, overcome by magic. This technique drove him crazy and prevented him from continuing the fight. Kang Taesun added magic explosion and directed his power towards the opponent's head. The ogre fighter rolled his eyes and began foaming at the mouth. Kang Taesun saw how his abilities with psychic magic worked and added a few more techniques. The ogre fighter fell to the floor, seeing ice spears and gouts of flame aimed at him from all sides. Kang Taesun summoned a magic explosion, and the ogre's figure was swallowed by a wall of flames. The ogre fighter suffered devastating damage and was defeated. Kang Taesan said that with this magic, he could easily climb up to the 20th floor. And the ghost confirmed that magic is the basis of everything in the labyrinth. Kang Taesang asked if the ghost had finished thinking about his difficult problems, if he had finally decided to speak up. The ghost said that all this time he had been wondering why something like this had appeared. Kang Taesang asked the ghost who it was. He wanted to know who destroyed his world. Some mortals transcend themselves through trials, which may be strength or faith, but once they reach a certain level in their field, they become more than human. The ghost spoke, and Taesan imagined a wild-looking warrior with a huge axe. The warrior's eyes were red and wild. The ghost explained that a Superman could become great, free himself from mortality, and gain extraordinary strength, but his power would still be limited. The ghost knew that monsters had invaded the cities of Earth, and there were a lot of them. But when superhumans interfere in the affairs of mortals, they experience a great loss of power. It is considered madness, and they usually do not do so. There are other beings capable of such things, who can intervene without losing their strength. These beings are from the past. Their names have long been lost. The ghost called these creatures the Old Gods. Their lifespan was not predetermined initially, so when they entered the mortal world, they did not lose their powers at all. The ghost never saw them personally, but learned about them from legends and found some information in the labyrinth. It took him a moment to think about all of this, including the fact that there had once been a war between superhumans. Kang Taesan asked why such creatures would attack Earth, but the ghost did not know the answer, only suggesting that these creatures also had some limits to their strength. Kang Taesan thought that even if these powers had limits, even Lee Tae-yeon couldn't defeat the apostles sent to Earth. The player decided he had learned enough, and he and the ghost continued their journey. They came to the place where the ghost's enemy was hiding, the one who had once killed him in his sleep. Now Kang Taesan had to defeat this enemy, and the task would be completed. They came to a room where an ogre sage in simple clothes was sitting at a table and reading a book. Noticing the appearance of the guests, he greeted the warrior. The ogre sage told the ghost that he had been waiting for this day to come, but it had happened sooner than he had expected, and now he offered to talk one last time. Kang Taesan watched this scene, and the ogre sage remarked that he was unlikely to be able to defeat this adventurer, but before he died, he wanted to satisfy his curiosity. The ogre said that the ghost had acted very arrogant and reckless in the past. He drew a short blade and said that the seekers of the gods had rejected the ghost, and the lost king had despised him. The ogre sage met the ghost when he was still a man, and the ogre was the only creature who listened to the arrogant youth. The ghost was cheerful and carefree, and the ogre sage believed that he himself was to blame for what had happened. The ogre pointed his blade at the ghost and said that he was an adventurer back then, while he was only doing what he had to do as a monster of the labyrinth. The ghost trembled and demanded that Kang Taesan simply kill his enemy, but the player wanted to hear the story to the end. The ogre sage was surprised because he thought that Taesan was just a puppet under the warrior's control. He didn't expect him to be any different. Kang Taesan came closer and asked where the ogre sage got his weapon. The ogre sage pulled his short sword aside. This weapon was very valuable and could not possibly end up in the hands of an ordinary monster on the 10th floor, and the ghost looked at it with a strange look. The ogre sage chuckled and said that he saw that it was the adventurer who had changed the warrior. He said that there were countless beings who hated the ghost's arrogance, and among them were not only gods, but also other travelers of the labyrinth. The ghost tried to stop him. The ogre sage revealed that he was given a weapon by the Sin Guides and ordered to kill the warrior, and had no choice but to accept it or die himself. The ghost, in a rage, began to call the ogre sage names. He continued to stand with his arms crossed over his chest, and was completely calm. Kang Taesan remembered hearing about the Sin Guides from Lee Tae-yeon. The ogre sage explained that his employers were afraid to attack the warrior themselves because he was too strong for them to kill. They had to enlist the help of a monster, the ogre sage explained, throwing up his hands. He said that now they could do whatever they wanted, and Kang Taesang prepared for battle. He pointed the scarlet blade of Rakarathas' sword at the ogre sage, who said that he had managed to survive in this place for quite a long time, even though he was weak. He took advantage of the loneliness felt by many in the labyrinth, and used his skill in eloquence to build trusting relationships with others. Kang Taesan struck him, and the ogre sage said that strength was the answer to all questions in this place. He wished for Taesan to become so powerful that no one would dare touch him. Kang Taesan bowed, and assured that he would become the strongest. The ogre's last words before dying were that he hoped the player would conquer this place and become the salvation of everyone. Kang Taesan felt that the creatures of the labyrinth were beginning to pay attention to him. There was both kindness and hostility in their looks. For defeating the giant sage, Kang Taesan received the Edge of Disaster, that same short blade. The ghost looked at his fallen enemy and said that he did not know whether to thank him or curse him. Then he said that he had to reward Kang Taeson first. The reward was an imperial relic, the blood-soaked sword. The system revealed that the sword came from a world that was now destroyed, and that this blade had claimed countless lives of the royal family. Kang Taeson looked at the new trophy, and the ghost advised him to accept this weapon, because it has a very deep history. Even the forefather himself fell from it. The ghost was once again burning with anger, directed at those who had refused to conquer the labyrinth, and then stood in the way of the warrior. The system informed Kang Taeson that after realizing the truth, the warrior was thirsty for greater revenge, his condition being to destroy everyone who was involved in his murder. Kang Taesong asked if Ghost would continue to accompany him, and Ghost replied that he wanted to see how far this player could go. Kang Taesong accepted the Ghost's mission. An unknown warrior in a hooded cloak watched this scene from a cliff overlooking the road along which the friends were walking. The warrior had long red hair and eyes that sparkled with fire, and sparks of fire seemed to swirl around his cloak. He said that he was going to see if there were any useful newcomers here. Half of the adventurers who were unable to overcome the labyrinth on their own joined forces and formed their own group, which they called the Guides of Sin. They limited the number of floors that travelers could pass through and created their own hierarchy and laws. The Ghost became an adventurer who broke their rules and refused to be one of them, so he was killed. The boss of the 11th floor was a huge skeleton, and Kang Taesong dealt with him quite quickly. The player stood above the battlefield and spoke to the Ghost, asking if there were any sin conduits on the floors below. The Ghost explained that the leaders were located on the deeper floors, and the rest, everyone of lower rank, could be anywhere in the entire labyrinth. Kang Taesong put on the response bracelet and the ogre ring. In addition, he received the lion ring, which gives 3 points of damage in combat with the undead. The player said that in any case, the essence of the fact that they must move on does not change. The boss of the 12th floor was a half-decayed ghoul. Kang Taeson fought him effortlessly, thinking that there were skeletons on the 11th floor and that he encountered ghouls on the 12th. The labyrinth's theme changed every 10 floors, with the main monsters from the 11th to the 20th floors being the undead. Kang Taeson walked down the hallway with the tombstones, smelling the stench, but suddenly noticed something interesting. A cracked statue of a woman holding a scale was at the end of this path, identified by the system as the Altar of Mary. Kang Taeson thought that unlike the Altar of Rakiratas, this one looked quite simple. If the system hadn't told him about it, he wouldn't have even guessed that it was an altar. The player asked the Ghost what he knew about Maria, and he replied that she was the goddess of choice. The Ghost flew up to the statue and said that he and Taeson were in different conditions, so he could not tell about the test of this goddess. But he knew that among the gods, Maria was very strong. The Ghost asked if Kang Taeson knew that powerful gods were very fickle. And now the player looked thoughtfully at the statue's face. Kang Taeson didn't know if everything would be okay, but he no longer had time to be afraid or run away. He raised his hand to touch the altar. The player stood in front of the statue, reading the system's messages, which stated that Maria wanted to test the traveler who found her altar. Maria's sphere of influence was reduced so that the goddess could offer Kang Taeson an intensified test. Kang Taeson rubbed his eyes, surprised that he was immediately offered a stronger one, and the Ghost assumed that rumors about Taeson had already spread among the gods. The player accepted the offer, and the system reported that Maria was laughing. Maria was given the choice of fighting against many enemies or against a small number of them. Kang Taeson looked at the scales. It was the first time he had encountered such a choice, but he assumed that he still wouldn't be able to guess the correct answer. He chose to answer honestly, choosing few enemies, because he did not want the goddess to dislike him for pretense. The next choice offered a variety of enemies or multiple enemy types. Kang Taeson selected several enemy types, and the system reported that Maria was satisfied with the choice. The scales in the statue's hands burst into flames. Fire and clouds of smoke spread throughout the room. Kang Taesong noted that the room was getting bigger. A variety of monsters began to emerge from the clouds of smoke, including the familiar goblins and markans, as well as those Kang Taeson had never encountered before. The flames defined the boundaries of the zone from which it was impossible to leave. The monsters surrounded it. The huge Marconda bird spread its wings, and a monstrous wolf headed towards the player. Kang Taesong activated Breath Hold attack. The player took up both his swords, determined to take up the challenge thrown at him. The ghostly beast that accompanied the sword art of Cutting Dawn came to his aid. Kang Taesong thought that this battle was completely different from all the types of fighting he preferred. The player managed to push the goblin away from himself. A skeleton in a purple cloak stood in the second line of attackers and created some kind of magic, with purple glowing smoke emanating from it. Kang Tae-san used one of his new blades against this enemy. The blade pierced the skeleton's eye socket, and Kang Tae-san understood something about this test. He stood among the enemies and thought that Maria wanted him to risk everything for the sake of victory in the worst possible scenario he could wish for. Kang Tae-san activated the testimony of struggle. Now he will become stronger with each defeated enemy. Hordes of large rats rushed at the player. He did not go beyond the boundaries of his assigned small zone, but could repel enemy attacks with fire projectiles. Kang Tae-san cut down with his blades those who came closer to him. The huge ogre was armed with a club the size of himself, but Kang Tae-san could parry its blows. The player activated strong attack to deal with the enemy. Enemies attacked him from all sides. The skeleton's eyes lit up red as he used a staff with magical power. Kang Tae-san fought off numerous opponents with great difficulty. At some point during the fight, one of the lizards hit the other with its tail. They suddenly found themselves fighting each other. Kang Tae-san dodged their attack and managed to strike them down with a sudden blow. The player stood in a ring. Some of the enemies had already been defeated. The multitude of still living opponents continued to approach in a crowd, reminding Tae-san of a colony of ants. Kang Tae-san shouted at the monsters to attack all of them. It was a very tough fight, and at one point Kang Tae-san fell to his knees inside the circle in exhaustion. Most of his enemies were dealt with. The ring of flame that could not be crossed had not yet disappeared. Kang Tae-san heard the approaching footsteps of the last enemy. It was a death knight, completely clad in red armor. Lee Tae-yan said that the boss of the 20th floor was like that. The knight wore the Rakirata's bell around his neck, an ornament not normally worn by monsters, and Kang Tae-san speculated that this enemy might have once been human. Suddenly, 3 more death knights appeared next to one, exactly the same. Kang Tae-san used the Sword of Sacrifice to restore the health he lost after a long battle. The red knights were approaching confidently. In order to deal with 4 such opponents at once, Kang Tae-san had to activate parry. But in a fight like this, it wasn't enough. Kang Tae-san activated Force Duel. Now he had to fight only one enemy. This was his chance. Using Powerful Strike, Kang Tae-san knocked the Death Knight back, sending him out of the designated area. The player had to resort to magic. He summoned the Blazing Sphere and the Ice Arrow. By adding magic acceleration to them, Tae-san was able to unleash a blast of ice and fire on his enemies. The player saw that combining swordsmanship and magic could work, but using only one would be ineffective. The Death Knight raised his sword for a crushing blow. He plunged his sword into Kang Tae-san's chest. The player grabbed the opponent's hand and activated Force Duel again. Now he could try again to defeat only one red knight at first. Kang Tae-san began the battle by holding his breath. With a powerful blow, he drove the blade into the knight's armor. It was a hard-won victory. Kang Tae-san only had 1/10 of his health left, so he couldn't resort to this method anymore. The player thought that in a 3-on-1 fight, he could no longer afford to take hits. It was very difficult to block the attack of all 3 at the same time. Kang Tae-san delivered a sharp blow and continued to parry. He thought his attacks were too rough. He began using the Stormscar's first sword, Wolf's Fang, again. Kang Tae-san thought that all his movements up until now had been clumsy and heavy. The player began to try to move more smoothly, but in such a way that the sword in his hand retained its lethality. Kang Tae-san needed a little more effort. He watched the technique of the moves he performed. Eventually, he managed to defeat another opponent. The ghost watching the fight said that he had thought about teaching Tae-san this, but did not expect him to be able to handle it on his own. The player finished off the remaining 2 enemies. He asked the ghost what kind of sword technique it was. The ghost explained that it was the second sword of Stormscar. It was called the Dance of the Muse, and it silently destroyed the enemy, reducing the sharpness of the blow with optimal movement. Kang Tae-san thought that it was the combination of opposing swordsmanship styles that caused confusion among the knights and greatly helped them in battle. The Ring of Fire gave way to a shining one, and the system reported that Maria was very pleased with the traveler's honest choice and his achievements. Maria rewarded Kang Tae-san with the Shape Transformation weapon, and then offered him an apostle contract, which the player immediately refused. The ghost was surprised by what was happening. The scales in the statue's hands swung, one filled with radiance, and the other with darkness, which spilled out of the bowl. Kang Tae-san looked thoughtfully at the new system notification, which indicated that Maria was inviting him, but both selection keys meant accepting the invitation. Darkness surrounded the ghost and Kang Tae-san. The player could choose only one and accept the deity's invitation. The world turned upside down. Ghost and Kang Tae-san began to fall. They found themselves at the Temple of the Deities, and now sat looking at the star-studded abyss above. Kang Tae-san thought that this is what the emptiness of the universe looks like. The ghost trembled with fear and cried out that this was impossible. He did not understand how God could have arranged such an invitation. Why Mary did this. They approached a light-colored building whose roof rested on many columns. Kang Taesung asked if this was the place. The ghost said that the player couldn't just enter, but Kang Taesung objected that he had to see such a distinguished figure. Kang Taesung walked through the endless corridors of the Temple of the Deities. Precious stones were scattered around the columns, reminiscent of a flower garden. Kang Taesung tilted his head back, but he couldn't see the ceiling. The columns seemed to stretch off into infinity. A huge female figure awaited him in this temple. The goddess bowed to the guests, golden hair covering her face. Kang Taesung could hardly believe that such a thing actually existed in the world. Mary, the goddess of choice, reclined on the floor of the temple and smiled at the visitors. She extended her hand to Kang Taesung and said that she greeted him. The system's windows flickered around, talking about confused judgment, desperate judgment, insane judgment, and instant death sentence. The ghost made a strange coughing sound. Kang Taesung asked why the goddess was doing this to the guest she had invited. Maria smiled and pulled her hand away. The ghost exhaled and thanked her for taking pity. Maria said that a lot of water had flowed under the bridge since that unfortunate meeting. The ghost didn't answer, but looked very confused. Mary said that she was a goddess who forced another choice on mortals who had done terrible things. Kang Taesung felt the enormous power emanating from the goddess. This power was on a completely different level compared to everything he had known before. Could there really be tens or hundreds of such creatures? The ghost asked Maria's permission to ask one question. He wanted to know if it was possible to invite mortals into the temple of a god. Mary replied that mortals may indeed be unable to bear the presence of a god, but the deities solve this problem from their side. Maria's finger touched the floor tiles next to the ghost, and the goddess said that she had not summoned him at the time for a very simple reason. Maria said that the ghost was not worthy of this. Kang Taesung asked if the goddess meant that he himself was worthy. Maria said she wanted to see Kang Taesung in person. She said that few people agreed to undergo her tests, and even fewer travelers were able to complete them, and no one before Kang Taesung had ever withstood the intense tests. The player looked at Maria and asked what she would do if he deceived her in court. Maria said that in that case she wouldn't have liked him. The goddess had shining blue eyes, but darkness flowed from them. Maria said that the ghost had done exactly that in the past, and he only laughed nervously in response. Mary touched Kang Taesung and asked if he really did not want to become her apostle. The goddess said that everything that her apostles wished was available to them, that the apostles could descend into the labyrinth as her representatives, and that no one would then dare to say anything against Kang Taesung. In response to this, the main character asked for forgiveness, implying refusal. The goddess assured that it was not so bad and she respected the traveler's choice. Kang Taesung asked permission to ask one question. He asked how much Mary knew about him, and the goddess replied that she too was not here for the first time, and understood that the Bezor of Ouroboros had been used. She called Kang Taesung a poor child who was entangled in troubles and lost his way. The player did not understand what this meant. Maria said it was a disaster when someone was prevented from getting to where they were rightfully supposed to be, and they were also tormented. Kang Taesung thought that the goddess might be referring to other modes of the labyrinth, and clearly knew something. Mary said that such stories demand a corresponding price, and she cannot speak of these things without reason, but she can tell about them to someone who will become her apostle. Kang Taesung was deep in thought, and Maria said that the time had not yet come. He must become stronger and descend to this place again. The meeting was over and trouble came, said the goddess. Maria suggested meeting again later, and waved her hand. Kang Taesung and the ghost fell back into the dark void. Maria turned around, feeling the attention of someone familiar. Reality split scarlet, and the goddess said that if the newcomer was angry, then in that case he himself should have made the first move. The return to the labyrinth was painful. Kang Taesung hit his back hard, falling onto the stone floor. Together with the ghost, they looked up in amazement, not understanding what it was. Kang Taesung wanted to know what happened to them. Before this, he thought that in the labyrinth it was enough to constantly increase his indicators. He planned to reach the previous level of Li Taeyeon, or Einzel, whose characteristics were even higher. The player realized that he had just encountered incredible power. Kang Taesung looked at his own hand, and thought that all the other labyrinth modes were fakes. If he can obtain everything that is possible in the real labyrinth, will he be able to stand against the gods? Due to Maria's invitation, Kang Taesung was unable to collect the challenge reward. By activating freedom of choice, Kang Taesung was able to increase some of his stats. He didn't find any more trophies in this place, but suddenly one thing caught his attention. It was a rose with rainbow petals, a gift from Mary that the goddess could give to the person she loved, but which currently had no effect. Kang Taesung asked the ghost what it was, but he admitted that it was the first time he had seen something like this. The player thought that since the rose was given to him with good intentions, there was no harm to be expected from this gift. Let's continue descending further, Kang Taesung said to the ghost. Kang Taeson defeated the 12th floor boss, the Rotten Ghoul, quite quickly. He thought that now the normal bosses were too easy for him, so he could no longer get decent rewards. Now there was no choice but to collect what was available. The 13th floor looked like an abandoned cemetery, where crosses and graves were lost in the fog. Hordes of zombies attacked Kang Taeson with growls. It was too easy to deal with them too. The player was unaware that the man standing on the cliff was watching him. It was a red-haired warrior in a hooded cloak. During the next fight, Kang Taeson felt that there was someone nearby who was not a monster. Kang Taeson saw a flash on the cliff. The red-haired warrior appeared next to Taeson as if he had jumped out of somewhere. The warrior grinned and asked if he saw a newcomer in front of him. Kang Taeson saw that the stranger's level was 14 units higher than his own, and the warrior said that he was one of the Sin Guides. The warrior said he was glad to meet him. He took out a large horn and blew it. The monsters in the area heard the sound and began to approach. The warrior threw away the horn and turned to face his enemies. He stated that he didn't like being interrupted, so he would take care of everything in advance. The warrior launched a swift attack. It was Rebebas, the conductor of sin, and he was definitely strong. Kang Taeson didn't understand why this guy was killing other people's monsters. The ghost said that this man was always afraid of him and ran away when he met him. Now Rebebas didn't even look at the ghost. Back to back, Kang Taeson and Rebebas repelled the monster's advance. Rebebas was cheerful and approved of the skills that Kang Taeson demonstrated. Rebebas declared that he would not lose. He activated a powerful strike and attacked the monsters. "Well, how do you like it?" he asked Kang Taeson. Kang Taeson found it strange that Rebebas was so frivolous, fighting with all his might on the 13th floor, while he was on level 42. Rebebas decided that Kang Taeson was very boring, but could be useful, so he looked for him in the area. Kang Taeson thought that Rebebas was acting as if he had already joined him. Rebebas laughed and said that he had one request for Taeson, and then invited him to join the Guides of Sin. The ghost said that Kang Taeson can do whatever he wants. It should be his own choice. Rebebas explained that in the labyrinth one can become infinitely stronger. It is a blessing, but only ignorant fools can think of destroying this place, despite having already received so many favors. Rebebas said that he did not give up, but let himself go free, because the labyrinth was not meant to be cleared at all. The warrior said that the cursed gods of this place try to kill travelers during trials, as if they were their toys. Even in hidden places there are traps that are impossible to pass, and the ghost died from this. The ghost was indignant, and said that he died because of the conductors of sin, and now Rebebas was talking about it so easily. Rebebas said that the group of Sin Guides was created so that people would not die in vain and would become stronger safely. They create the law and manage order in the labyrinth. The warrior noted that if Kang Taeson decided to join them, he would have to abandon the ghost's mission, since the guides would not be able to accept someone who had broken the law and attacked them. Kang Taesang said that he heard that Sin Conduits needed permission even to become stronger, and asked if that was true. He had to listen to the fact that this was a minimum safety measure, because the deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes. Kang Taeson drew his sword and said that even the magicians and superhumans who created this place gave it freedom, and a group of travelers makes the laws. He pointed his sword at Rebebas and declared that it was all just talk, and that there was no chance for him to accept the challenge. Kang Taesong said outright that he didn't like the Sin Guides. Rebebas replied that he had no idea what his interlocutor meant. The warrior's face darkened, and he asked if Kang Taeson would refuse his offer. Kang Taesong said that he understood everything correctly. Rebebas replied that he was very sorry. Kang Taeson knew that the Sin Guides were looking for new members, and that those travelers who refused were killed before they grew too strong. The fiery power of Rebebas was very great. The warrior looked at Kang Taeson, not quite understanding what was happening. Kang Taeson stopped Rebebas' strike without any effort. The player suggested that the enemy try to punish him for breaking the law, but he was not sure that the warrior would succeed. Kang Taeson responded with a blow for a blow, and Rebebas flew back to the wall, not really understanding what had happened. Rebebas was sure that a simple adventurer from the 13th floor would not be able to defeat him. They crossed swords furiously. Kang Taeson thought that his opponent had cleared the 20th floor. He was definitely not a weakling, having raised his skill level through numerous hunts. Rebebas couldn't understand why he was being pushed aside so easily by the adventurer from the 13th floor. He wondered who Kang Taeson really was. One of the blows dealt Rebebas 12 points of damage. Kang Taeson noted that his opponent had a high defense stat, but his movements weren't particularly good. The ghost hovering over the duel said that Rebebas was a commoner and had never been trained in martial arts. He had nothing to offer in this labyrinth, and he could do nothing here. An enraged Rebebas told the ghost to shut up and launched a new attack. The flame struck near Kang Taeson, but he activated Reflect. Rebebas took 6 damage from his own blow. Kang Taeson's own attack was more successful. Rabibas took another 6 points of damage and couldn't believe it. He wasn't sure if he had managed to touch Kang Taeson. He assumed that Einshol, who had no regard for the Sin Guides, had bestowed the skill upon this traveler. "Who are you?" shouted Rabibas. A pillar of flame pierced the stone floor. Kang Taeson suggested that his opponent think about his response on his own and continued attacking. He asked Rabibas if he himself was not a traveler. Rabibas thought that this fight could not continue like this, and that he would have to use his secret weapon here. Rabibas was the owner of the Gauntlet of Explosion, an artifact that could only be used once a month. The warrior wanted to defeat Kang Taeson with just one blow using the explosion glove, enhanced with a special skill. Kang Taeson activated Nullify and received no damage. Rabibas could not believe his own eyes. He sat on the floor, and his enemy stood over him with a sword, and Rabibas wanted to know who he had really been fighting all this time. This adventurer looked like he had special powers. He seemed like a monster to Rabibas. At the end of the fight, the bloodied warrior fell, leaning against the wall. The ghost said that this traveler had not been so weak before, but he had not fought enemies that could compete with him, and his abilities had regressed. Rabibas asked whether Kang Taeson would let him live if he answered his questions, but Kang Taeson said no, which meant Rabibas had no reason to answer. The ghost from above asked if Rabibas knew what offerings they could make here to the superhumans. Rabibas' eyes widened in horror. He fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy. Now he was ready to answer all questions, just so long as they wouldn't give him over to these creatures. Kang Taeson did not understand why Rabibas was so afraid. He asked the warrior out loud how many people were in his group. Rabibas replied that he didn't know exactly. He was only allowed to go down to the 20th floor, but the further he went down, the more people there were. Most adventurers agreed to join, so perhaps there were hundreds of Sin Guides, while there were only a few like Kang Taeson and the Ghost. Kang Taeson asked if the number of floors one could descend to was limited, and now that he had broken the law, would the guides from the lower floors come up behind him? Rabibas said that the labyrinth was divided into 10 floors. The 20th floor was on the 2nd tier, the 30th on the 3rd, and so on. Each level had its own absolute rules. The deeper the travelers descended, the more reluctant they were to return, as they felt it would undermine their dignity. No one will come up from the lower floors until there is a need. Kang Taesong remarked that talk of dignity was nonsense, and Ghost added that it had always been like that. Since ancient times, everything revolved around a few strong people. Rabibas admitted that he knew nothing about the leaders from the lower floors, but there were a lot of people on the 2nd level. No matter how strong Kang Taeson was, he couldn't handle them all. The warrior was puzzled to hear that Kang Taeson did not care about any of them. This adventurer's confidence matched his skill level. Once upon a time, Rabibas was like this man. He bravely fought monsters. The labyrinth's difficulty level gradually changed. Rabibas wondered if he had refused the offer of the Guides of Sin back then, he would have been able to die more nobly. Kang Taeson looked at him and said goodbye. He defeated Rabibas with one blow. The system has recorded an increase in morale. Kang Taeson saw all of his stats improve significantly. Increasing spirit power also increased strong attack mastery. Kang Taeson was surprised by the incredible increase in stats. It's time to get into the chat and ask your friends how far they've gotten. Kang Jun-hyuk and Lee Tae-young were visibly pleased to see D-sen, and announced that they had already passed the 3rd floor, and were now entering the 4th. Lee Tae-yeon said that thanks to the glasses they received after returning to Earth, they did not encounter any serious problems. Kang Jun-hyuk said that those who are currently on the easy regime are having a hard time because quite a lot of people died upon returning to Earth. Kang Taesang replied that nothing could be done about it, and that everyone should get used to the fact that death is lurking nearby. Gum Young-gun entered the chat and said that most of the people on hard mode survived the mission to return to Earth. Meeting Kang Taeson was a great incentive for them. Everyone was trying to become even stronger, and Gum Jun-gun guessed that Kang Taeson would notice a lot of changes the next time they met. Kang Taesang smiled and said he was glad to hear that. Kang Jun-hyuk said that when he went up to the 4th floor, he found an altar to a god named Baltazar. Kang Taeson recalled how he himself had undergone the test of this deity, and the changes it had provoked in the labyrinth. Kang Jun-hyuk wanted to hear advice on whether he should take the test. He wanted to take it seriously, and now he was asking Taeson's opinion. Kang Taeson assumed that Lee Tae-young would refuse such invitations even if she received them. But the girl said that this time she accepted the challenge. Lee Tae-young explained that she could no longer allow herself to be afraid, as Dae-sang had told her when they met, and that she would be braver from now on. Kang Taeson thought that the two people had changed a lot, and that Lee Tae-yeon was not like her previous life self, and he wondered if he was the reason. Kang Taesang said that their tests were different, so he didn't know which one they would get. But if they thought it through and made a decision, he wouldn't stop them. Kang Tae-sen said that they should meet again, alive, and closed the chat. He asked the ghost if he had received a test from Baltazar in life. The ghost replied that, unlike Rakirata's test, it was easier and quite doable. Kang Tae-sen hoped that his friends would be okay and wouldn't die. The player took the gloves of explosion from Rebebus's body. Kang Tae-sen checked his stats and noticed that he had been steadily improving by defeating monsters, but this was the first time he had received such a powerful upgrade. The ghost said that Rebebus was at the lowest rank, but he was still a member of the Sin Guides, and Tae-san defeated him. Kang Tae-sen and the ghost were confident that the rest of the Sin Guides would soon begin to act. Deep in the labyrinth, in the conference hall of the Sin Guides, there were two men in hooded cloaks. One told the other that there was trouble on the second level, and one adventurer had killed someone. The one sitting at the table struck fire from the tip of his finger and asked if the traveler from the 10th floor had really killed the player from the second level. Throwing back his hood, revealing flames instead of hair, he said that this traveler had a seductive talent. But since he chose to become an enemy of the Sin Guides, they had no choice. He wrote the order in fiery letters on special paper and ordered it to be distributed so that the rest of the second level would kill this traveler. The second level Sin Guides learned of Rebebus's death and speculated as to why someone had managed to defeat him. The bald man asked if everyone else was going to do nothing further, or if they should show what they were capable of. He had an order to capture Kang Tae-sen. If they can kill this adventurer, they will advance to the 3rd rank. The Sin Guides were full of enthusiasm, each one wanting to kill the traveler himself. One of them said that if no one was going to give in, then the task could be determined in the usual way. He took out a cube with many faces. The one who rolls the highest number on the dice will be the first to go on this hunt. Each conductor of Sin took turns rolling the dice. The winner was the one named Aldawada. At this time, Kang Tae-sen dealt with the crowd of zombies from the 13th floor. The ghost couldn't believe that the player had defeated the monsters he was supposed to kill using traps, rather than attacking them directly, and he recognized Kang Tae-sen's exceptional strength. The friend's attention was drawn to a growl from the depths of the labyrinth. The warrior appeared before them, and the system reported that it was Aldawada from the 2nd level of the Conductors of Sin. The stranger grinned angrily and asked if the traveler in front of him was the one who had defeated Rebebus. Kang Tae-sen thoughtfully wondered what the warrior would do if that were the case. Aldawada growled that he would kill him. Of course. He believed that the boy from the 10th floor would become easy prey, and then he himself would rise to the 3rd rank. Kang Tae-sen's hand in the explosion glove crashed into Aldawada's face. Aldawada flew into the wall with a loud scream. He became furious and quickly rose to continue the fight. The ghost remembered that the man was very noisy, but not particularly strong. Kang Tae-sen clarified whether his opponent was a member of the Sin Guides, and noted that they had arrived faster than he expected. This opponent seemed more stupid and weak than Rebebus. Kang Tae-sen watched as he burned with rage. Aldawada scraped his claws across the floor and transformed into a huge wolf. Previously, Kang Tae-sen did not know that people were capable of transforming into animals. Aldawada growled that he acknowledged his enemy's strength, but now he would meet his end. Kang Tae-sen replied that Aldawada had good fortitude, but he was too slow. The player used his magical power against Aldawada. Having received the blow, the wolf howled, opening its mouth wide. The ghost watched in triumph as the enemy collapsed in convulsions. Kang Tae-sen said that there was no point in getting in his way. The transparent crystal that the Sin Guides kept in a special room attracted people's attention. The crystal smoked and went out. The Conductors of Sin said that it was the fire of Aldawata's soul. Now that they knew Aldawata was dead, they assumed he was killed because he had failed to transform and was incapable of anything in human form. Giuseppe, a man who walked the path of magic, was going to be the next one to go after Kang Tae-sen, and he was not going to let his guard down. He was amazed at how easily Kang Tae-sen threw him into the wall. He asked why the traveler had attacked him without warning, but Kang Tae-sen pointed out that Giuseppe was there to kill him, so there was no point in waiting. To repel the next attack, Giuseppe activated a magic shield. Kang Tae-sen was curious to see how Giuseppe had created a grid from the energy lines that blocked the blows. Giuseppe activated the madness, but Kang Tae-sen dispelled it with his indomitable spirit. Giuseppe wondered if the man who had repelled the mental attack simply by using his spirit could have defeated Rebebus and Aldawada for more than just luck. The next magical technique used by the Conductor of Sin was to restrict the enemy's movements. Giuseppe activated Ice Arrow. Kang Tae-sen did the same and also chose the Ice Arrow. Giuseppe didn't expect such an answer. The adventurer's Ice Arrow shot down the Sin Guide's arrow in mid-flight. Giuseppe thought that even the magic tower recognized his own talent, but the mere newbie had a higher level of magic. Giuseppe activated Lightning Strike. A bright flash illuminated the room where the battle was taking place. Giuseppe was confident that he had now succeeded in hitting the enemy. Kang Tyson activated Nullify and took no damage. Giuseppe didn't understand what was going on at all. The Sin Guide was horrified. He sank to the floor and dropped his staff, pressing himself against the wall. In the room of the Sin Guides, another soul stone has gone out. The people gathered there assumed that he died because he used magic incorrectly. The next contender for Kang Tyson's capture suggested that the ghost warrior who accompanies the newcomer gave him some advice. Sometime later, in the room of the Sin Guides, they admired the third extinguished soul stone. The fourth hunter did not expect that it would be his turn, but he readily set out to carry out the task. His extinguished soul stone no longer seemed like a coincidence to anyone, and they thought that they didn't have to go alone at all, and that the 5 of them would definitely deal with the enemy. Their 5 stones all went out at the same time. Only 2 hours had passed since they had gone hunting. The next guy didn't want to go on this mission because he thought something was wrong. The difference in strength between travelers on the 13th and 20th floors was roughly the same as that between a small child and an adult, but a newbie was still able to kill half of the second-level Sin Guides. The extinguished soul stones lying in several rows on the table were proof of this. One of the remaining guides thought that he himself had been initially forced to join the group under threat of death. He suggested leaving this newcomer alone, hiding and waiting it out. Another Sin Guide grinned and reported that the others hadn't changed a bit. The demon Zagan appeared from the 3rd level of the labyrinth and said that they could not move from the 2nd level because they continued to behave as before. The cautious Sin Guide thought that the 3rd-rank creatures might have stayed on their 30th floor, but this one kept going up and annoying everyone. Demon Zagan assessed that only half of the group members were present and inquired where the rest were. They told him that recently everyone had moved to another floor. Zagan smiled at these words. He dealt a magical blow to the speaker, declaring that he did not dare lie so brazenly. The blow that the Sin Conductor received was quite powerful. He replied that everyone else was dead, and Zagan dismissively asked if half of the level 2 guides had really died because of someone from the 13th floor. Zagan said that he came here just like that. But now everything had changed. He was going to prove his strength by killing this newcomer. He ordered the level 2 guides to take him to Kang Tyson so that he could avenge them. If they did not agree, he would simply kill them all. Kang Tyson finished the battle, blood still dripping from his sword, and said that assassins flocked to him like moths to a flame. The player said the last 5 threw their pride aside and tried to attack him all at once. He looked at them and thought that this decision was too late. These people had high defense, but they had never fought together before, so a coordinated attack did not work. Kang Tyson was delighted to be able to increase his stats just by killing one of them. He had already gained 11 levels. One of the new skills was particle dispersion magic, which caused a huge number of ice particles to collide with each other and disperse. It was a profitable skill, and Kang Tyson was pleased. Both friends believed that they were now finished with the Sin Guides, since they must have realized that they were not able to cope with Kang Tyson. With surprise, Kang Tyson saw Demon Zagan and a crowd of Sin Guides standing at the door. The ghost chuckled, recognizing Zagan, and Kang Tyson felt that the demon's power was different from all those who had been sent as the conductor of sin before. Demon Zagan bowed his horned head and looked at Kang Tyson, noting out loud that it was he who had defeated the 2nd-ranked travelers. Zagan looked at the player in deep thought. The demon said that Kang Tyson's strength surpassed the 20th floor. He couldn't believe that it could be obtained on just the 13th floor. Zagan asked Kang Tyson if he was a dragon. Kang Tyson was very surprised by this question, because the dragon was rumored to be a species that could even split dimensions. No one dared to touch this species unless they were high-level demons. Even the weakest dragon cannot be defeated unless it has reached at least the 40th floor. Kang Tyson cheerfully asked Zagan what he would do if he was a dragon after all. The demon bowed and said that if he had indeed met one of the dragons, he had no intention of stopping him. Let the adventurer continue on his way. The Sin Guides watching this scene were outraged that everything was ending so easily, because Zagan had walked here with great confidence. The ghost could no longer contain his laughter. He stated that his enemies had once again shown themselves at their worst, and Kang Tyson asked him if dragons were really such a strong species. The ghost replied that they were ancient creatures comparable to gods, and Zagan's face twisted with anger. Darkness rose from his hands. The demon exclaimed that the traveler did not dare lie to him. Zagan activated Decoravia's distorted vegetation. The tree roots, which looked like giant tentacles, moved towards Kang Tyson. They wrapped around his arms and legs. The player had never seen such magic before. He decided to deal with them using fire magic. Zagan saw that his opponent used Blaze Ball, but he believed that his opponent could do anything. It wouldn't change anything. The demon summoned the spirit of the Raven of Decoravia. Enormous figures of monstrous birds created from darkness attacked Kang Tyson. The player awaited their attack, holding a sword in each hand. He shot down dark birds in flight using both hands. There were too many enemies. Even the first sword's ghost wolves couldn't help defeat them all. The ghost exclaimed that Tayson was using deity magic, which was clearly different from the magic created by demons. Zagan demanded that the ghost stop interfering. This was a battle between just the two of them. The ghost stated that the demon need not worry, he was not going to interfere. Zagan suggested that the ghost had easily agreed not to help his companion because they were not on very good terms. This was only to the demon's advantage, and he activated the false flame of Marcosia. A swirling spiral of dark fire emanated from Zagan's hands, consuming everything around him. Kang Tai-sun activated Ice Arrow, but for the first time, the energy from this skill did not work. The player frowned and activated Nullification. Zagan was surprised that such a skill existed, but it didn't matter to him. Kang Tai-sun received 24 points of damage. The demon's next blow took away 36 units of health from the player. The demon thought he could win and used Nibiru's Despair. Dark magic that affected the deep mind enveloped Kang Tai-sun. Zagan watched the enemy from the side and reported that this was the end. Kang Tai-sun had never been in this state during psychological attacks before. He pressed his palms to his ears. The ghost said that black magic is difficult to understand, and those who encounter it for the first time can hardly resist it. He hoped that with Tai-sun everything would be different. He called out to his friend, as if he were imprisoned in a dark sphere. Kang Tai-sun pulled himself together and grabbed the sword. He said that this was a good experience. He could also learn dark magic. Zagan saw that his mental attack was reflected, and the enemy used only his spirit for this. The crows of Decoravia flew again towards the invincible adventurer. The raven spirits of Decoravia were weak individually, but now there were too many of them. Kang Tai-sun activated Reflection, surrounding himself with a golden glow of power. The Reflection skill created a dome of energy around its owner, which repelled all attacks aimed at him. Zagan was amazed that his opponent had already figured out how to counter his attacks. Kang Tai-sun deflected the dark flame that the demon sent at him with a swing of his sword. The player thought that such a flame should have melted him, but he only got a little burned. Kang Tai-sun touched this flame, and had a strange feeling that it was just a substance in the form of fire. Zagan called Tai-sun a worthless boy and activated the Decoravia distorted vegetation again. Kang Tai-sun suggested that the principle of demon magic was the same. The roots only emerged from the cracks in the darkness, and Kang Tai-sun could predict and warn of their movements. This time, the demon managed to create a trap from a tangle of tree trunks, but Kang Tai-sun managed to dodge them all and remain unharmed. Zagan asked how the player was able to dodge them all, and Tai-sun replied that it was easy, then lit a glowing sphere on his palm. The ghost noticed that this was exactly what he expected. Kang Tai-sun understood the essence of the skill and put his findings to use. The fight continued, the opponents striking each other with blow after blow. The ghost thought that this traveler was able to deal with the black magic that he saw for the first time. This was Tai-sun's strongest point. The ghost thought that this was how Kang Tai-sun learned elementary level magic. Then he found out that the sword movements in the Storm Scar technique were very sharp, removed this and received the second sword mastery. The ghost realized that Tai-sun had a talent for grasping the essence of something even if he saw it for the first time. But he didn't know if it was right to call it a talent. Kang Tai-sun ended the fight, and the demon Zagan fell against the same wall as his predecessors. This is Tai-sun's own way, thought the ghost. Zagan looked at his winner. Kang Tai-sun said that he wanted to know about black magic, and what he needed to do to learn it. Zagan replied that dark magic is used together with demonic energy and mana. It can be studied. Previously, only the Zagan race possessed demonic energy, but here in the labyrinth it can be obtained by fulfilling a condition. They needed to find the demon goddess who had once abandoned them. Zagan said that this deity loves strong creatures, and to please her, you need to pass all her tests. Kang Tai-sun turned to Ghost to ask where this demon goddess might be. Ghost believed that the place was not far from here. Zagan asked that his death not be used as an offering to the goddess. He wanted complete non-existence. Kang Tai-sun agreed to this condition and struck the demon with his sword. The system reported that the player has obtained the entry-level dark magic, Marcosius False Flame. This magic caused a flame-like substance to form, but Kang Tai-sun couldn't use it until he obtained demonic energy. Now Kang Tai-sun could address those Sin Guides who were hiding in fear behind the door of the hall where the battle was taking place. Only when he promised to drag them all out and kill them one by one did the crowd approach hesitantly. The one who led this group asked Tai-sun what he wanted from them. The player directly stated that he needed experience and stats, and that he had initially planned to kill them all. But at his current level, this could no longer bring him much benefit. The Sin Guides were visibly frightened, and Kang Tai-sun asked if they wanted to stay alive. In exchange for their lives, the player ordered that the other conduits of Sin not be told that he was alive. They didn't believe that they were being asked to lie to their superiors, but Kang Tai-sun told them to say that he had died at the hands of hunters. He suggested that they mix lies with the truth to make it look like he died in a fight with someone from the 30th floor. He knew that many had joined the Sin Guides against their will, and now they did not want to die, and so they agreed to his proposal. Kang Tae-sang asked the ghost if he minded, and he replied that he was not killed by an ordinary person, so he didn't care. The ghost wanted to know who exactly ordered his death. They told him that it was better not to know anything about the person who ordered the murder, but the ghost objected that he would decide for himself, and ordered him to speak faster. Then the leader of the group said that this enemy, who inherited the line of the cursed kingdom, was a woman from the dust, Societa Gardenia. The ghost seemed to be struck by lightning. The ghost remembered the forest, the sunlit clearing, the girl next to whom she sat, still in human form. This girl held his hand and looked into his eyes. Kang Tae-san let go of the Sin Guides and decided to visit the chat, where he immediately met Kang Jun-hyuk, who was noisily rejoicing at his victories. Lee Tae-yeon was there too. She couldn't believe that they both passed Baltazahar's test. The girl said that during the test she had to face her greatest fear, a huge spider. Kang Jun-hyuk fought with an elephant, and Lee Tae-young was very surprised that the guy was afraid of elephants. Kang Tae-san thought that such a test of courage was worthy of the god of victory, and he was curious to see what would appear before him. Kang Jun-hyuk understood why Kang Tae-sang had advised them to take the divine trial, because the difference in the rewards for winning was very large. Kang Tae-sang closed the chat and turned to Ghost, stating that it was time to talk. The ghost tried to avoid the conversation, but Tae-san said that he didn't want the mission he worked so hard on to fail because of one participant's regrets. Kang Tae-san looked closely at the ghost, who with his head lowered, began his story. The ghost reminded that he came to the labyrinth from a destroyed world in which only monsters remained. And here he met a girl. She was the only person with whom the ghost could communicate. They felt a kinship because they had similar destinies. Now the ghost would like to know why she ordered him to be killed. He assured Tae-san that nothing would change in their mission. Kang Tae-sang agreed that this was enough. They cleared the 14th floor of the labyrinth. Then Kang Tae-san rid the 15th floor of the skeleton army. Before entering the 16th floor, the friends met an excited Lilith. Kang Tae-san told the sorceress that there was almost nothing he could do to increase his level. He had no choice but to come here and bring some new magic items. Having received the trophies, Lilith took out her staff and called upon the deity. Kang Tae-san was able to learn basic magic, and now had mastered invisibility and slowing spells. Lilith admitted that this was the first time she had seen slow magic, so she didn't know how it worked. The girl suggested that Tae-san practice on her. The player used his new skill on her and concluded that the slowdown was approximately 20%. Lilith said that it was time to dispel the spell, but Tae-san didn't know how to do it. Lilith was very afraid that she would now remain enchanted forever. As they descended further into the labyrinth, Kang Tae-san and the ghost talked about how they now knew the spell lasted for 10 minutes, and then dissipated on its own. The friends entered the 16th floor of the labyrinth. The Sin Guides warned Kang Tae-san that there was a room on the 16th floor where he could meet a blacksmith. The player needed exactly this door, and he easily found it. Opening it, Kang Tae-san found himself on the threshold of the forge. A strong man in a leather apron turned from the anvil he was working on. It was the dreamsmith, Khafren. In her past life, Lee Tae-young said she met a blacksmith who exorcised dreams named Khafren. The girl described him as a cold and unemotional person who always saw her only as a business partner. Due to the disdain and insults she received from the other characters in the labyrinth, Lee Tae-young was grateful for his treatment. Khafren asked Kang Tae-san if he knew what he was doing. He added that local monsters can drop 2 items, equipment and materials. Khafren said that from the materials the travelers give him, he can create any equipment they want, and for the first time he is willing to work for free. Then Khafren greeted the ghost, whom he had last met when he was still alive. Khafren's hands continued to work, the blacksmith declaring that he had always believed that the warrior would come down, no matter in what form. Khafren asked if he had accepted his task this time. Judging by the fuss the Sin Guide had caused, the blacksmith believed that Kang Tae-san had already been expelled and did not expect to meet him here. Khafren said that if his friends wanted to continue doing business with him, he was still willing to do so. Whether it was fallen humans or Sin Guides, Khafren valued materials and equipment above all else, so he forbade anyone from fooling him with exclusive deals. Kang Tae-san agreed to this condition and said that he wanted the blacksmith to start making equipment for him right away. He needed wrist guards. Khafren told the player to give him the materials. He was amazed at how many trophies Kang Tae-sang handed over to him and told his friends to return in 30 minutes. Kang Tae-san was surprised that the work would take so little time, but Khafren said that these materials were not from deep floors. They were simple enough, so there was no need to delay the process of creating the equipment. The ghost and Kang Taesun headed towards the exit. The blacksmith told them to come back later. Taesun calculated that 30 minutes would be enough for him to clear one floor. The player told the ghost that he could do it in 10 minutes if he wanted, so they could go slower. 30 minutes later, the cleanup was complete. Kang Taesun returned to the forge, and Khafran reported that he had arrived just in time and everything was ready. The blacksmith handed the completed products to the travelers. The wrist guards that Kang Taesun immediately tried on were made of ogre leather and had a defensive power of approximately 13 units. Khafran said that next time he would take money and reminded Taesun that the price changed depending on the value of the item. And for now, the blacksmith was going to save some materials. Kang Taesun thought that he would have to go even lower to get good materials. He was about to leave, but the ghost turned to Khafran and asked if he couldn't make something better. The blacksmith looked at him and replied that he could, but he didn't have a lot of things. The ghost replied that he was not talking about that, and Khafran himself understood what he meant. Khafran said sharply, "Warrior." The ghost said that there were things that no one but Khafran could make. Equipment of special power. Things that could only be made from materials mined here, in a place that could not be entered without permission. Kang Taesun watched this conversation. The ghost stated that he was ready to guarantee Khafran that this traveler would cope. Khafran replied that the warrior himself knew what this meant for him, so how could he say such things so easily? The ghost confirmed that he knew because Khafran himself told him about it. The ghost reminded Taesun that he himself had once come to save his destroyed world. Khafran was similar to him, the only difference being that he could return. The blacksmith said that since Taesun had accepted the warrior's mission, he could be trusted. But he was worried that he was a newbie who hadn't even reached the 20th floor. Khafran wasn't sure he could trust him with all his secrets. Khafran said, 30th floor. The ghost reminded that Khafran thought that Kang Taesun was destroyed by the Sin Conduit, but this guy was able to deal with a fighter from the 30th floor, although he himself only reached the 13th. Khafran jumped up and screamed that the ghost was making fun of him, because such a thing was simply impossible. The ghost asked the blacksmith if he had ever lied to him. Khafran was deep in thought. He had a proposal for Kang Taesun. He wanted proof that this player was truly capable of defeating someone from the 30th floor. Khafran wanted Kang Taesun to defeat the monster he would prepare. Then he would fulfill the ghost's request without question. The ghost understood that Kang Taesun hadn't expected this, but he stated that there was no better time. But the player didn't mind the new task if it would help him become stronger. He asked the ghost if it was worth it. The ghost assured that it was definitely worth it, because if you earn Khafran's recognition, you can become much stronger. If Kang Taesun wants to reach the level of gods, this might help. The ghost saw the burning gaze of Kang Taesun when they met Maria. He thought that if the player was going to go this far, then here he would gain invaluable experience. At that moment, Khafran opened the door and announced that everything was ready. Seeing who was waiting for them in the transformed forge, Kang Taesun was shocked. Sealed Balrog appeared in chains in the pentagram behind Khafran. The ghost exclaimed that this was a very strong monster that could only be encountered on the deep floors. But Khafran countered that this creature was very worn and weak. There was no need to worry. Its power was about the same as that of the boss of the second half of the 20th floor. The monster's glowing eyes looked at its future opponent. Khafran asked the traveler if he would accept the challenge, and a blade materialized in Kang Taesun's hand. Of course, the player replied, and Khafran freed the sealed Balrog. Having broken the chains, the monster let out a deafening roar. His gaze was fixed on Kang Taesun. With its mouth wide open and wings spread, the monster hurried to begin the fight. Kang Taesun waited for his attack with his sword drawn. The sealed Balrog activated a burst of demonic energy, flames erupting from its mouth. Kang Taesun used dodge to avoid being hit. The dodge allowed the player to remain unharmed. The invulnerability of the seemingly weak enemy surprised Balrog. Kang Taesun raised his sword to strike. The player activated Ice Arrow and then Fireball. A huge explosion of flame engulfed Balrog, and a roar came from within. Khafran, watching the fight, asked if such a thing was possible, no matter how weak this Balrog was. How could a player deal with him? But the ghost replied that he warned that Kang Taesun could do it. Khafran still found it strange. No matter how strong the traveler was, he shouldn't have gone beyond his limits. The ghost thought that it was indeed strange. Taesun's skills were mostly beyond the standard values, especially spiritual strength enhancement. Strengthening spiritual power not only increases your own stats, but also allows you to use your opponent's skills. This skill is an order of magnitude higher than all existing skills, thought the ghost. While Kang Taesun finished off Balrog, the ghost wondered if a mortal could even possess such a thing. Khafran was silent for a moment, thinking about what had just happened. Okay, said blacksmith Kang Taesun. I will let you into my world. Kang Taesun asked if Kang Taesun could send him there, and Khafren showed his friends a special artifact. The blacksmith said that his world was destroyed in a special way, so now he can send Kang Taesan there with the help of the crystal. Khafren admitted that the conditions in his forge are not bad, but he is still limited in his skills. He is the master of the ruined world, and only he knows how to handle the materials found there. So if Kang Taesan brings them, then Khafren will be able to create something truly powerful for him. The blacksmith wondered what a player with Taesan's current abilities could bring, and he said that wild roots from the Grey Forest would do. When Kang Taesan descends into the labyrinth and becomes stronger, it will allow him to bring materials from the deeper parts of his home world. Having given the traveler a map, he said that Khan himself would understand how to get the roots when he got to the forest. Khafren clutched the crystal in his hand and cast a spell that created a portal. The bright light forced Kang Taesan to cover his eyes with his hand. The gates to the ruined world were open, and Khafren extended his hand in an inviting gesture. The ghost and Kang Taesan approached the gaping hole in reality. Khafren stopped them and said that there was one more thing that the traveler needed to remember. "The world will try to kill you," Khafren said darkly. With this advice, Kang Taesan set off on a new journey. Together with the ghost, they fell surrounded by stars, Khafren's stern figure melting into a gap in reality. Kang Taesan asked the ghost what kind of currents surrounded them. The ghost explained that this is the movement of space, and it will continue as long as light travels between the stars. The currents led the friends to a planet that seemed like a cracked, lifeless ball. Kang Taesan was going to a destroyed world for the first time, although in a sense, the Earth was also on the verge of destruction. It was interesting to see how different the star of this world was, which could become the future of Earth. Kang Taesan landed on the gray soil of this planet. The player's breath immediately caught and he began to cough. Something foreign got into his throat with the first breath. Could it really be poison? Taesan thought, and activated his breath hold. The player moved his hand and felt nothing. If there had been air here, he would have felt at least a slight breeze. Kang Taesan looked down in amazement. His feet sank into the gray dust, as if the earth was trying to swallow him. Kang Taesan thought that there was hostility on all sides. The player thought about this dead star. This star itself tried to kill all living things. Each new step on the planet's surface brought the player 2 units of damage. Kang Taesan covered his face with his cloak and thought that there was still some oxygen in this world. He and the ghost decided that it was better not to move unnecessarily, because if they moved more than necessary, they could attract the attention of this star, whose world was dead. Kang Taesan opened the map of Khafren to see how much further he had to go to the forest. He wanted to understand if he was going in the right direction. The system recorded 4 more units of damage caused by the player's actions. They continued on their way. Kang Taesan asked the ghost what the difference was between him and the Wanderers, and the ghost noted that the characters inside the labyrinth called themselves contractors. The ghost explained that everything was simple. The difference was that some were limited and some were not. The Wanderers were free, like Kang Taesan himself, while the contractors were bound to the labyrinth and could not travel. In exchange for the fulfillment of their wishes, they made a deal with the sorcerer, so they could no longer leave the labyrinth. The Phantom's desire was revenge. Lilith wanted to master magic. Einskal made a deal to find his goddess. The merchant and the blacksmith were no exception, so they had to ask someone like Tessin to do their errands. The player thought that this was how requests turned into tasks, and asked how one became a contractor. The ghost replied that there were different ways, and the sorcerer himself contacted him. Kang Taesan asked who this sorcerer was, but the ghost could not say. The traveler himself had to find out the answer when he went down below. The protagonist wondered if it was too early for him to know about this. Streams of power swirled around them and the ghost. It was a large tornado that pulled travelers into its core. Kang Taesan thought it was a sandstorm, but the star was actually going to kill him. The player activated evasion and cover, but despite this, he received 9 points of damage and wondered if his skills were helping at all. This storm did not go away, as if it was aimed at destroying the traveler. Kang took up a sword in his hands, as if for battle. He tried to influence the tornado using dark arts. The darkness didn't seem to affect him. The guy activated the incinerating ball. The next moment, he added ice arrow to the fire magic. Magical attacks also worked on her. Was it really impossible to destroy the tornado? Then Kang Taesan had one more tool left, slowing. This reduced the speed of the tornado. Luckily, it worked for the basic skills too. The player activated acceleration and applied it to himself. With the help of this skill, he managed to escape the influence of the tornado. Kang Taesan ran off to continue the fight against this phenomenon. Suddenly he stopped, observing the changes. The tornado dissipated, no longer continuing its attempt to destroy Taesan. The ghost assumed that if he couldn't hit his target, then his existence no longer had any meaning. A system notification has detected a player's spirit boost. Kang Taesung has acquired the awakening skill. The player didn't quite understand what it was. He had never heard of the awakening skill before. The ghost had never seen anything like this before either. With a look of surprise on his face, he fell into deep thought. Kang Taesung asked his friend if he knew anything about the skill. The ghost shook his head. He wasn't sure yet, so he was going to tell about his guesses when he collected his thoughts. Kang Taesung looked closely at his companion and said that that would be nice. The friends continued on their way, despite the debris falling from the sky trying to hit them. Kang Taesung declared that he had already been through everything here and activated psychic acceleration. He moved through the gorge and stones fell from the sky. Yet they moved forward resolutely despite the obstacles. The player activated Wolf's Fang and Dance, invoking the art of the cutting dawn. The sword's skill cut through the boulders that threatened the traveler. The skill of attack while holding breath allowed one to fight without fear of the poisoned air of this world. And yet it was able to break through the defense. There was no end to it. A new phenomenon caught the player's attention. Something glowed brightly among the falling debris. Kang Taesung said that there was something there on the cliff, but the ghost objected that he couldn't see anything. The player used haste again. He pushed off from the rock and headed towards his new target. He knew it was a matter of skill. The acceleration helped him move, using the falling rocks for support. This made moving around the gorge easier and safer. The player still has just a little bit to overcome. The attacks became more and more assertive, but Kang Taesung knew in advance that this would happen. He almost reached the cliff. Taesung noticed that the target was moving away as he approached. It was like a dark core hanging in space. Kang Taesung used his magical abilities to finally catch up with him. Crossing both of his blades, the player struck the target with one blow. Dark vortices swirled around the blade of the sword. Kang Taesung froze, his hand outstretched in the dissipating darkness. He summoned a system window in front of him as the rocks continued to fall around him. The system notification showed a 2% increase in spiritual power, as well as awakening and desire skills. The ghost looked at the last line of the notification with incomprehension. He didn't understand why wish was indicated there. In Khafran's world, the star itself tries to destroy the world. Tornadoes and rockfalls greeted the traveler here. The star's wish is to prevent any creature from surviving. It was the desire of the world itself. Kang Taesung, the ghost realized, was able to resist the very desire of the star. The player asked what kind of skill this was, and the ghost thought that this star took away a person's strength, not just physical strength. When the extortion skill is low level, the star cannot take anything away. But Kang Taesung's increased spiritual power was a level higher than the star-destroying power itself. This power was similar to superhuman. Kang Taesung and the ghost reached the forest, and the ghost said that he had also collected roots here once. The player asked if he could get better equipment if he brought the roots to Khafran. He started running towards the forest. The player repelled the sudden attacks of the branches rushing towards him with his sword. Kang Taesung cut the predatory branches into splinters. After a short fight, the player landed at the base of a thick branch near the tree trunk. A satisfied grin appeared on the hero's face. These trees were truly enormous. Smaller branches were still trying to hold the traveler back, entangling his legs. Kang Taesung activated the jump to escape from captivity. A golden shining sphere surrounded him. He said that the branches were in his way and told them to go away. The tree's attacks shattered the sphere, the fragments flying apart under their blows. Kang Taesung activated mental acceleration and asked where the roots of such plants were. He chopped branches with swords and magic and tried to figure out where the roots were that he needed to get. The player managed to cut the branches, but the fight did not end. Kang Taesung noticed the black energy and how the tree branches were gathering into a ball. The core of this ball could be what the player was looking for. Seeing how determinedly Kang Taesung ran up the trunk, the ghost shouted at the traveler to be careful. Calling out to his companion once more, the ghost suspected that Kang Taesung could not hear him. The player was completely focused on his goal, to become stronger. After activating the absolute first strike nullification, Kang Taesung ran up the giant tree trunk. He struck with two blades at the same time. Flashes of light from the blows destroying the tree accompanied the player. Darkness swirled across the battlefield, the system registering a new increase in spiritual power. Kang Taesung triumphantly raised the random root he had obtained above his head and announced that he had suspected that it was inside. Taesung remarked that it wasn't all that difficult, and the ghost replied that he had told him right away that it wasn't a difficult task for Taesung's level, but now it was time to go back. Probably, Kang Taesung agreed, looking at the new changes in the destroyed world. It looked like a crack in the sky, as if someone had drawn a huge cross. Kang Taesung said that it seemed like this place really wanted to kill him. He pushed off from the lifeless ground. Having already stepped into the opened portal, Kang Taesung said that he would meet this world next time. The secondary quest was completed, and the portal led the friends to the forge, where Khafran was waiting for them. Kang Taesung said that he had brought everything and asked if it was enough, because he himself thought that they were ordinary roots. Khafran replied that it was because Taesun did not live in that world, and added that, in any case, the friends got it done pretty quickly. Kang Taesun showed him the root he had obtained. This item belonged to the destroyed world. Nothing can be made from it alone. If the root is grown in a suitable environment, most likely it will sprout. The player showed his sword and asked if it would fit. Khafran asked if he meant to say that he could connect the root with the sword. The ghost confirmed that it could be used at will. Khafran looked at the sword in Kang Taesun's hands with confusion. Now this sword belonged to him. Kang Taesung asked to combine the root with the sword, which was the relic of Karvut, soaked in the blood of ancient ancestors. This relic had survived countless lives of members of the royal family. Khafran said that he was ready to do this if the warrior wanted it. The blacksmith added that the traveler did not need to leave him the weapon, only the root. He intended to clean the trophy and prepare it, and then combine it with the blade when he was finished, so the Taesun sword could take it with him and return to the forge in 2 days. Kang Taesun and the ghost went to the 17th floor of the labyrinth. New opponents awaited the player, and he furiously rushed into battle. The boss of the 17th floor, Dullahan, has been defeated. Kang Taesun received the Bloody Dew earrings as a reward, which increased his strength, agility, and defense. The player told Ghost that this enemy was weak, to which Ghost suggested that Taesun had become too strong. The second reward was the lava drop devouring leather armor. Kang Taesung took the trophies and moved on, wanting to become even stronger in these 2 days. The player quickly dealt with the skeletons on the 18th floor, as well as their boss, the skeleton mage, a knight. Kang Taesun and the ghost went down to the 19th floor. The boss of the 19th floor was a lich in a purple-red robe. He also fell at the hands of the protagonist. The lich was defeated, and the system recorded that the player had gained a new level. The ghost happily rejoiced that Taesun had finally managed to raise his level. Kang Taesun said it was time to go down to the 20th floor. At that moment, at the end of the tunnel, the friends saw something that looked like a horned skull in the dark haze. Kang Taesung wanted to know what it was. He came closer to the mysterious object. The ghost said that this is the altar of the demon god. He is a demonic entity himself and controls all other demons. The altar of Lucifer was created by Lucifer's followers and served as a corridor connecting with God. Through this place, Lucifer was able to exert influence. The system immediately noted an increase in the player's intelligence and mana. Kang Taesun asked if the ghost knew what kind of test this god would give him, but the ghost did not know the answer, and Taesun asked if he had found this place before. The ghost reminded him that the gods always give tests suitable to their domains. He asked what kind of test Taesun thought the demon god might give him. Kang Taesun suggested that this god only tests people from the demon clan. The ghost said that it was not necessary, but this deity had high standards for people. Kang Taesun decided to return to this altar later with a strengthened weapon. Kang Taesung admitted that he was unsure about the challenge that awaited him here. The friends descended to the 20th floor of the labyrinth, their path strewn with weapons. Kang Taesun ran through the open door and quickly entered the battle. The player was determined not to linger here. He moved forward very quickly. The boss of the 20th floor turned out to be a death knight in red armor. Kang Taesung crossed swords with the knight and asked if that was all he could do. The enemy was moving too slowly. Kang Taesung attacked and defeated the death knight. The ghost was perplexed. He thought that this opponent should have been strong. Kang Taesun turned to the system and carefully examined all the notifications. As he expected, there was no reward for the secret mission. The player was sure that there was something else hidden on this floor. A strong premonition helped Kang Taesun discover what was hidden. The secret room on the 20th floor was opened by pressing the right brick in the wall. Taesun's skills allowed him to not waste time searching for this brick. He immediately touched it and opened a passage in the wall. Behind the wall, a new tunnel was discovered, barely illuminated by a ghostly light. The ghost said that the new enemy might be of the Overlord level. The dark figure of an armed knight appeared from the tunnel, his enemy's sword drawn. Kang Taesun watched him walk towards them. "Are you here?" he asked as he approached. It was the Lord of the Death Knights. He said that he must be seeing before him the shadow of the warrior, about whom he had heard a lot from the sage, and called the ghost pathetic and weak. The ghost remembered his enemy and asked the Death Knight Lord if he had met him. "This is our shared secret," the ghost heard in response. The Lord of the Death Knights asked if the boys who were tied to this place didn't have the right to greater freedom. Then the knight turned to Kang Taesun. He asked if he was his opponent, and noted that the traveler was really strong, and the knight would not be able to defeat him. "Let's fight," he declared. Kang Taesun drew both of his blades. The Lord said that he was a knight, and therefore would not throw down his sword and run away with his tail between his legs. Hundreds of years had passed since a wanderer had entered this room. The blades of Kang Taesun and the Night Lord crossed, striking sparks and illuminating the hall with white flashes. Kang Taesun understood that this opponent was very strong. His level was higher than the 25th floor, and ordinary players could not defeat such an enemy. Kang Taesung activated First Attack Complete Nullification. The Death Knight Lord was surprised that Taesun had such an interesting skill. The fight was fierce, with stone fragments flying from the opponent's blows. Kang Taesung thought that the Night Lord had complex moves, but he was of enormous height. The knight's height prevented him from moving too quickly, unlike a lighter player. Kang Taesun used this advantage to get close to the enemy and deliver a blinding blow. The player admitted that the Overlord was indeed strong, and that ordinary players would not be able to handle him. But Kang Taesun was no ordinary player. He delivered a double blow, plunging both swords into his opponent. This blow did not deal the expected damage to the Night Lord. The Lord of the Knights stood his ground and responded with his own attack. His gauntleted fist slammed into Kang Taesun's cheekbone. The duel continued, and bright flashes illuminated the battlefield. The ghost asked why Kang Taesun wasn't using his usual skills, magic or haste, but the player didn't answer, trying to catch his breath. The Death Knight Lord froze before the enemy, temporarily ceasing his attacks. Kang Taesun remained silent and did nothing either. The Lord of the Knights touched his helmet with his gauntleted hand. He snapped open part of the visor and his face appeared. The knight thanked Kang Taesun and said that he couldn't believe that he was participating in such an interesting battle. It was unusual for him. The Overlord's powerful attack almost hit Kang Taesun, the huge sword whistling right next to him. Kang Taesun jumped, placing his feet on the wide blade, and the knight declared that he had been waiting for such an enemy for centuries. Balancing on the Overlord's blade, Kang Taesun approached his enemy. He used the enemy's power to launch his attack and raised his hand with his sword. Holding onto the Night Lord's sword, Kang Taesung loomed over him. "Traveler!" the knight's voice thundered, and Kang Taesun looked into his face. The Death Knight Lord thanked Kang Taesung as he felt the final fatal blow. The knight sank to the floor. Kang Taesun stood over him, catching his breath. "Thank you," player heard again. The Overlord admitted that he did not expect the player to intentionally not use his skills. They were similar. The Death Knight Lord removed his helmet completely. He had an ordinary human face covered with many scars. He said that he was a knight and did not want to rely on these pretentious abilities. He only wanted to fight with a sword. But that was his own stubbornness that he didn't want to pass on to anyone else. Thanks to Kang Taesun, he could now leave peacefully. He would like to say that he is now free, but he could not do it. The ghost listened attentively to these words. The knight asked the wanderer who had defeated him if he knew why people of their minds were attached to this place. Kang Taesun was surprised by what he said. He didn't know the answer. The knight bowed his head heavily to his sword and said that everything was simple. For some, the labyrinth was a place of opportunity. But for others, that was not the case at all. The knight said that he could not tell the whole truth, unfortunately, but he was confident that Taesun would be able to reach the deepest floors. Kang Taesun listened carefully to his words, and the knight said that he himself would find out everything someday. He will learn who the wanderers, the characters of the labyrinth, and the magicians are. The knight asked for compassion for those of them who could not escape. The strong, his heavy sword pierced the stone floor. Shining sparks flew from the blade. A system notification announced that the player had defeated the Lord Death King of the 20th floor of Valorant. And as a trophy, Taesun received the helmet of the Great King, whose soul had been tainted. But the will hidden within his armor had not disappeared. Kang Taesung noted that one of the helmet's stats was labeled as action speed, which was usually only found on shoes, so it seemed to indicate that the helmet was good. The player said that it had much higher stats than any armor he had worn before. In addition, there was a passive special skill. You had to prove that you had the will to become a phenomenon among others. Lee Tae-young said it was a scary skill. A more understandable trophy was the sharp boots. Boots of an unusual crooked shape, the impact of which was extremely painful. The rune of strength added 20 points to the player's strength. Kang Taesun said that he would soon be able to catch up with Lee Tae-young before her changes. In one of the box-like buildings on the 16th floor, the friends discovered Lilith's room. The girl sat surrounded by her books. She was glad to see Kang Taesun and asked if he had gone down further. He told her that he had gone up to the 20th floor. Lilith beamed even more and assumed that the player had come to offer her something. Kang Taesun called up the system's window and replied that he wanted the girl to start training him as soon as possible. Lilith took up her staff and called upon the god of magic. The new spell that Kang Taesun learned was air jump. While the player could only use it once, Kang Taesung thought about a new skill. He decided to test it right now. Lilith watched him with delight and laughed that he immediately tried it, as always. Kang Taesung activated air jump. Now he could move without support. This magical jump pleased Kang Tae-sun. Back on the 20th floor of the labyrinth, the player had removed all of his equipment, and the ghost assumed he was about to do something weird again. Kang Tae-sun sprinkled himself with fairy dust. The ghost asked if he would learn the attack nullification skill, and the player replied that the companion knew him well. The ghost was surprised that there was still something left for Kang Tae-sun to learn in this skill. Without weapons or protective armor, the player appeared before the new enemy, and said that he would now find out the answer to the ghost's question. His opponent, a knight in red armor, attacked him. Kang Tae-sun repelled the attack with his bare hands, activating absolute first attack nullification. Following this, the player used absolute second attack nullification. The ghost stated that if Kang Tae-sun was going to use third attack nullification, he was unlikely to succeed. Kang Tae-sun checked his indicators. He took 62 damage while being hit, and another 61 after that. The enemy's third attack dealt 65 points of damage. All these blows hit the protective shield, and until the third attack, Kang Tae-sun's indicator did not decrease. He received a specially activated skill, absolute cancellation of the third attack. The ghost couldn't believe what was happening and began to scream in excitement. Kang Tae-sun stated that he had guessed that third attack nullification existed, and Ghost remarked that such a skill was not easy to obtain, as it should not even exist. The ghost suggested that this skill was primarily dependent on the protective shield. No one had been able to pass Rakuradas' test before, so it was no wonder no one knew about it. Kang Tae-sun expanded the system notification again. The ghost asked if he was going to rest, and remarked that it was right. That was what Tae-sun needed now. The player looked at him questioningly. The ghost rushed to him, saying that he was only thinking about becoming stronger, but he could rest a little. The player interrupted this speech. The friends headed towards the forge, which was located on the 16th floor. Kang Tae-sun was a master of an advanced skill, the Sword of Cutting Dawn, an art that came from the ruined world. Currently, only one person could master this skill. Ghost noticed that it was easy to lift it now because Tae-sun was in the process of organizing what he had absorbed. It would be more difficult later. The ghost clarified that in 2 days, Kang Tae-sun was able to raise it by 5%, which was a lot. The player said that since the 2 promised days had passed, they would go to the blacksmith. Kang Tae-sun entered the door of the forge. Khafran was immersed in work, and the player asked if he had arrived too early. The blacksmith replied that the wanderer had arrived on time. He had just finished, and he could look. He demonstrated his product and said that he created it in its simplest form, and when combined, a transformation would occur and it would become stronger. Khafran told the player to give him his weapon and handed the glowing orb to Kang Tae-sun. The sphere shattered into pieces as soon as it touched the blade. Kang Tae-sun watched in amazement as the darkness and light from the ball swirled around the Karvut sword. The ghost looked at the notification and happily exclaimed that he now knew how much such a sword could be improved. In fact, its attack power had increased by 25 units. Kang Tae-sun looked at the blacksmith and thanked him. Khafran replied that it was an exchange, so there was no need for gratitude. Khafran said that he could go down every 5 floors, but it would be problematic to do more. He had a lot of work. He wished Kang Tae-sun good luck. The friends returned to the 19th floor to the altar of Lucifer. There was a strange look here. Kang Tae-sun guessed it was due to curiosity and irritability. Ignoring the clots of darkness reaching out to him, Kang Tae-sun walked closer to the altar. The player reached out his hand to the skull that was there. When Tae-sun touched the skull, its empty eye sockets glowed with a scarlet light. The darkness swirled over Alatar, looked at the Wanderer, and said that it felt curious, and then asked if Tae-sun felt the same. The notification stated that Lucifer was inviting Kang Tae-sun to his territory. Kang Tae-sun accepted Lucifer's invitation, causing the deity to smile fangedly. Kang Tae-sun entered Lucifer's territory and received the system's welcoming message. "What is this?" he asked, because he couldn't see anything. Kang Tae-sun found himself in the ceremonial hall, standing on the red carpet in front of the throne. The player greeted the demon god with a bow, earning the approval of the deity sitting on the throne. Kang Tae-sun said he wasn't stupid enough to not read the location's name. The demon god turned out to be a girl with long horns, dressed like an earthly schoolgirl. This girl asked the name of the Wanderer. Kang Tae-sun obediently introduced himself. The demoness's yellow eyes sparkled, and she declared that if an adventurer challenged her, she would smash his head in. Kang Tae-sun still stood on his knees, looking at the goddess. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead from excitement. The demoness laughed and declared that she was joking. But of course, she could smash Tae-sun's head in. The demon goddess declared that many things irritated her, and then waved her hand in the air, and Kang Tae-sun began coughing, clutching his throat. And the ghost asked if he was okay. "You killed my poor Zagan," the goddess asked, but said she was not going to interfere because it was a fair fight. Moreover, she said, "You came to me." She asked if Tyson came because of the demonic energy. Kang Taesun thought about everything he had learned. Demonic energy was necessary to use black magic. Kang Taesun needed it to use Marcosias's fake fire, a skill he acquired after defeating Zagan. Yes, Kang Taesun confirmed. He really wanted to obtain demonic energy. The goddess reminded the traveler that he was a man. She was the god of demons, and demonic energy belonged to her subordinates. The demoness reminded that people do not fall into this category. Kang Taesung asked if this meant that the goddess could not bestow demonic energy on a person. The goddess replied that if he wanted to know if she could imbue him with demonic energy, then she could. Kang Taesun asked if the demoness hadn't said that she couldn't give people this power. The goddess agreed that this was usually the case, but Kang Taesun had received this power in a corresponding manner. She clarified that anyone who is near Taesun cannot receive it. Kang Taesun could have such power. He had a talent for controlling demonic energy. The demon goddess declared that everything had a price, and Taesun asked her to name it. The demoness said that everything was simple. He had to help her and protect her young lamb. Kang Taesung asked if the goddess wanted him to help her sheep. The system explained that an additional task had been started. Lucifer wanted to help his child who was being persecuted, but she was in a world where demons couldn't interfere, so she wanted the traveler to go there, and then Lucifer would reward her for the job done. Kang Taesun looked at the task he had received and asked if the goddess wanted him to go to another world. The goddess confirmed this guess. She called the player a fool and asked if he had been to Khafran's world. The world she was about to send him to was not destroyed like that world, so there was nothing to worry about. The goddess reported that her poor lamb was being persecuted and suffered in a world that had lost faith in her. Kang Taesun had to take her to a safe place. The player agreed to accept this task. He said that in return he would have one more request, but the ghost suddenly interrupted him, calling his name. The goddess was angry that the player dared to ask something from the god without paying the appropriate price. She said that she usually breaks heads for such insolence. But the demoness allowed Taesun to speak, warning that if it was something insignificant, she would ignore his request. The ghost stared at his friend with a question. Kang Taesun asked if the demon goddess knew anything about the invaders of his world. The demoness smiled. She forgave Kang Taesun for asking her for something for free. She understood that the traveler wanted to know who had invaded his world, and she was ready to reveal the truth to him if he completed her task. Kang Taesung said that this would be enough. The goddess opened a portal and said that although it was problematic, the basics needed to be explained to the traveler. The world he was supposed to enter was called Beguseta. In this world there was magic, and its laws were guarded by dragons. The power of the world itself was at an average level, but the world was protected by a certain person. Haman watched over the world. Haman was the god of light who was born on this earth. This is where Kang Taesun was supposed to go. The goddess of demons wished her messenger good luck. Kang Taesun moved to a place where rays of light pierced the green crowns of tall trees, streaming from the clear sky. The player fell from the clear sky onto the green grass. "This is Beguset," he asked, and added that there is nothing like that in this world. In this world, birds circled in the sky, and large azure butterflies landed on the leaves of flowers. Kang Taesun rose to his feet. The ghost asked if it wasn't obvious from the sin conductors that the human form was the most common. Kang Taesun said that it was good that no one would disturb him here. The system reported that presence detection was available. The ghost noticed that they had no time to indulge in nostalgia. Kang Taesun immediately agreed that he was right. He pushed off from the thick grass. Activating air jump, Kang Taesung soared into the sky. Another notification reiterated that presence detection was available. Kang Taesung decided to take it into account. Below on the ground he saw people chasing one man. Looking at the fugitive, the player assumed that this was the child the demon goddess had spoken of. The ghost replied that, judging by the dark clothes, it looked like this girl was from a demon clan. The girl ran from her pursuers with all her might. They started shooting at her feet. It was obvious that these people would soon catch up with their prey. The rope loop caught the fugitive's leg and she cried out, "No!" When the girl fell to the ground, someone shouted that they had caught her. The girl tried to throw the rope off her leg and heard one of her pursuers say that it was no wonder they hadn't been able to catch her for so many years. "You run great," the man said to the frightened girl and called her a professional. He leaned over her to hit her and said, "I'm sorry, princess, but get some sleep for now." These people were happy with their luck. If they shared the reward, they would each receive 100 gold coins. The others began to argue whether 100 gold pieces were enough. The guy with the quiver said that he had already paid all the debts for the chase, taxes, and the bribe for silence. He said that it would be enough for everyone to receive 90 gold pieces, and he would take 190. The other pursuer was indignant, but the red-haired one said that whoever was against it could simply die. Kang Taesun suddenly joined the group and asked if he could join them. The guy behind whom the player appeared jumped back a few steps and screamed that Taesun had scared him. People noticed that the stranger had dark hair and assumed that he was a demon, but his hair was a little lighter than that of demons. They asked him who he was, and Kang Taesun thought that black hair was a characteristic feature of the demonic clan. The player said that he had business with this horned girl. One of the pursuers called Taesun a thief who steals loot from demon hunters. He grabbed the girl and drew his sword, threatening her. He shouted that he would not allow her to be taken away. Kang Taesung punched him in the jaw. He threw the enemy back a few steps, taking the girl from him. Now she lay on the grass behind Taesun, and her pursuers wanted to know who he was. The girl was unconscious. Kang Taesun stated that he had business with her. By drawing his sword, the player easily caused panic among these people, and some of them already promised to tell him everything. They promised to tell everything they knew, if only the stranger would spare them. They begged for mercy, but Kang Taesun had no intention of leaving them alive. The first one he killed was the one who threatened the girl with a sword. Kang Taesun agreed to listen to the last of the pursuers, and he told him his story. "So, it means that 10 years ago you were given a revelation," Kang Taesun clarified. The man hesitantly confirmed this. Humans and the demonic clan had long ago divided this world into 2 parts. Before, this place was quite ordinary. Everyone tried to coexist peacefully. But everything changed after the revelation of the god of light, Haman. Haman spread his wings over the world and commanded people to kill demons. Wars began, in which many stood under the banner of Hamon. In religious fanaticism, they shouted the name of their god. 2 years later, the Demon King died and the war ended. Then a reward was offered for hunting demons, so almost all of them were also destroyed. Kang Taesung didn't know what to say to this. The man pointed his finger at the girl, who was still unconscious. He said that she was the last princess of the demon clan. The demon goddess Kang Taesun was tasked with delivering her to a safe place. Kang Taesun now understood almost everything, and he released the last surviving of his pursuers. He found a place where he and the girl could settle down comfortably for a while. When she finally woke up, he said that she could rest some more. She didn't need to get up so early. The princess thanked him for saving her, but asked him to go back to where the savior had come from. She said that he shouldn't be near her, because she herself shouldn't exist in this world, because she was a demon. She thought about her childhood, and all those who were no longer there. There used to be many demons. They were different, young, old, cheerful, and serious. And now the girl had no one else to call her friends. She has been left alone in the world for a long time. After all, she was pursued not only by hunters, but also by extremely influential people. "Just like that guy?" Kang Taesun asked, pointing to the bushes. The princess asked who he noticed. There was a man hiding in the bushes who had frightened and angered her. He came out into the open and said, "Here you are, princess." He knew the approximate location, but he did not expect to find her so soon. The princess drew her sword and held it out in front of her, calling the stranger gallant, and asking how he dared to do such a thing when he had sworn allegiance to her father. The stranger laughed. He stated that it was all in the past, and that it had simply been a terrible mistake. He said he couldn't believe he had ever sworn allegiance to some demon. Gallant charged, first pointing his blade at Kang Taesun. The princess screamed at him to stop, because Taesun had nothing to do with her. Gallant stood frozen with a wild look, holding the sword with both hands. He didn't understand what was happening, but Taesun's face remained unperturbed. The player blocked his sword with the hilt of his own blade. After this, Kang Taesun swung his fist and hit Gallant in the jaw. This blow was unusually strong. The demon princess watched the fight with excitement, standing a few steps behind her savior. Kang Taesun asked Gallant if he was still alive. That wasn't bad, the protagonist thought to himself. Enraged, Gallant shouted that Taesun was an ordinary village upstart. The princess was extremely agitated, but Kang Taesun remained completely calm. Gallant went on the offensive again. Kang Taesun asked the ghost if this aura was the same one, and in response he clarified how he understood it. The player replied that he owned something similar, and then ordered Gallant to attack. He rushed into the attack. He figured some clumsy country boy was no match for him, so he was going to just finish him off. Gallant delivered a blow that he believed would be fatal, but his opponent blocked it, taking it on his blade. Gallant was surprised to receive this rebuff. Kang Taesung said he didn't think it would be enough to break his sword. Gallant became furious. With renewed energy, he tried another technique. Flashes of power surrounded him, but his blade couldn't even touch Kang Taesun. Gallant screamed that he would kill him. The demon princess closed her eyes in fear. She was surprised to see that her protector remained unharmed. Kang Taesun used first strike nullification, and the enemy was unable to deal any damage to him. Gallant was sure that he had touched the stranger. He assumed that Taesun was a mage and used some kind of time manipulation magic. It was impossible. Even the best archmage of the tower couldn't completely cancel the attack the way this guy did. Kang Taesung activated second impact nullification. Gallant thought that in front of him was not a man, but some kind of monster. After the third attempt, which still didn't affect the enemy, Gallant realized that even aura attacks didn't work. Kang Taesan decided to test how strong the aura attack was, and allowed Gallant to deal 63 points of damage to himself, which was not a bad result at all. The player activated dodge to avoid the next attack. He wanted to try everything. Gallant was torn apart by different emotions. He wanted to know who his incomprehensible opponent was. He struck again with a decisive blow. Kang Taesan looked at him and said that he was a messenger. A shard of ice appeared above his hand. Kang Taesung easily smashed it with pure force. Gallant could not understand how a simple villager could be capable of such a thing. Kang Taesan watched the man's attacks, learning how to use aura. He noticed that it didn't seem like it could be transformed in any way, that it gave any kind of enhancements, just a simple, brute cutting force that didn't represent anything special. Gallant asked what his opponent was muttering there. Kang Taesan decided that it would be a good idea to learn such a powerful attack. He called the ghost and asked him what he knew about the aura, but he objected that there was no such thing in his world. The ghost asked if there was no magic, no aura, no monsters in the world of Taesan either. It was difficult to find people who had reached the deep floors of the labyrinth, and even more difficult to find those who possessed aura. Kang Taesan decided to ask Gallant. He wanted to know how he could learn the aura attack technique. Gallant stared at him, still seeing him as a monster. Kang Taesan admitted that the man was completely insane, so he had to contact the system to get this information. The system meant a passive special skill that had a power button attached to it. This usually meant that the skill needed to be activated, but back then, it was unclear why the skill was called passive. Kang Taesung pressed the power button. Some energy swirled around him and Gallant and enclosed them in an uneven ring. Gallant made a strange sound. He saw Kang Taesan and a dark, huge silhouette behind him. The dark giant's hand suddenly grabbed Gallant, piercing him with sharp claws. Kang Taesang decided that it was not worth using such a skill and turned it off because he did not like that it was simply putting pressure on the opponent. It was not clear how it was supposed to help. The player really wanted to make Gallant talk, but he didn't understand how to do it. Gallant coughed and shouted that he would answer whatever Kang Taesan wanted, any of his questions. He knelt down in front of Taesan and was ready to beg. But the ghost burst out laughing and said that the man was having strong hallucinations. Kang Taesan looked at the victim of his experiments with curiosity, understanding how exactly such a skill could be used. He ordered Gallant to tell him everything he knew about the aura. Gallant explained that the aura was a skill mastered by a swordsman, and that it looked like a blue flame. It was said that upon reaching the highest level, it turned white, but few had ever encountered this. Kang Taesan asked what its characteristics were. Gallant replied that its cutting power was almost absolute. The player asked if this could only be used on swords. It turned out that the skill was suitable for any weapon, but it wasn't all that simple. Gallant explained that most would only be able to use the aura on weapons they'd been using their entire lives, but the higher the level, the more freedom they had in using the skill. Kang Taesang asked if this referred to skill level, and he was also interested in how much energy was consumed. Gallant replied that no energy was expended at all, which surprised Kang Taesan. There was a limit to how much aura could be used, but there was practically no time limit. Only slight fatigue appeared. Kang Taesan thought that all this sounded like a useful skill. Now he needed to find out how to learn it. Gallant replied that there was no particular method. This power comes to everyone on its own, and everyone goes their own way. Gallant honestly admitted that his knowledge was not that deep. These questions should be addressed to sword masters who understood the aura. Kang Taesan said he understood a little, and asked if Gallant was sure he couldn't help him. Gallant replied that he could not, and asked if this was all that Taesan wanted to know, and asked to kill him, end his suffering, and let him die in peace. Kang Taesan did not refuse the man's request, and Gallant called him great. This victory did not bring the player any reward, because the difference in state between his soul and the soul of the defeated was too great. That evening, as they sat by the fire, Kang Taesan asked the demon princess what her name was. Her name was Anesha, and she also wanted to know who her savior was. He said that his name was Kang Taesan and that he was her protector, a statement that amazed the girl. The ghost told Taesan not to admit to the princess that he came here at the behest of the demon goddess, but instead to lie to her. Kang Taesan said that several years ago, someone from the demon clan came to him and gave him all his wealth so that he could protect the princess. Anesha wanted to know who it was, but the player said that he died as soon as Taesan agreed to the mission. Kang Taesan asked if the princess knew of a place in this world where she could hide. Anesha replied sadly that there was no place in this world where she would not go. Everyone was chasing the girl and wanted to kill her. Kang Taesan said that he understood everything, but it was time for them to move on. He He assured that there would be a place that would be at least a little safer than here. They set off on their journey, with Kang Taesun walking first and Anesha behind him. They walked past high, beautiful mountains. Someone was constantly trying to attack Anesha, but Kang Taesun easily dealt with them, only asking where they came from. The demon goddess wanted the wanderer to protect her young creation. She said that her demons were now being persecuted and suffering in a world that had lost faith, so the princess needed to be taken to a place where she would be safe. Now Kang Taesun wondered where this place was, and he and Anesha walked and walked, their path leading through forests and gardens. They passed by strange rocks. Sometimes Anesha would kneel and pray to the demon goddess for the blessing of salvation and peace. She had great faith in her goddess. In order not to waste time, Kang Taesung trained a lot. He was practicing his fencing skills. No matter how hard he tried, there was one thing he couldn't do. Suddenly, he noticed that Anesha was watching him. He asked how long. She admitted that she had been sitting there for about 2 hours. The princess asked what her companion was doing, and he admitted that he wanted to learn aura. Anesha was surprised that he was trying to learn this, because she thought that Taesan had it. But the player said that he came from far away and learned about such an ability for the first time. Anesha said that because of all the fuss, she never thanked her savior. "I, Anesha Brachet, Princess of Demons, thank you sincerely," the girl said, curtsying. She called the player sir. Kang Taesung said that he was paid for it after all. Suddenly the ghost announced that they would soon have guests. A crowd was approaching them. These people were looking for the demon princess. Kang Taesun asked if they were magicians. Their leader said that he was a magician from the Malfrey School of the Great Magic Tower. His name was Barmandor. Kang Taesun smiled. He was glad that someone other than hunters had shown up. Perhaps he could even get something here. Barmandor asked if he was protecting the princess and called Taesun impudent. Barmandor declared that they were under the command of Haman, the god of light, and were therefore obliged to kill the demon princess, and they ordered Kang Taesun to kneel. The magicians stood at some distance from the princess's Taesan, and a tense force emanated from them. Anisha said it looks like he'll unleash his oracle because Haman wants to destroy them all. Kang Taesun said that they were very stubborn and told Anisha to hide in the cave. Kang Taesun's power easily swept away all the opponents, and some of the younger mages began to ask for help. Kang Taesun stood in front of Barmandor. The magician couldn't believe that his magic was powerless against some boy, and ordered everyone to retreat so they could use magic together. Having retreated to a safe distance, the magicians used all their spells simultaneously and struck. But even the combined magic of the entire group did not cause the slightest harm to Kang Taesun. He asked if this was all they could do, even if they teamed up, and then activated Ice Arrow. The mages of this world were weak. Kang Taesun easily threw several ice arrows at them. Several people were struck by arrows, while others looked on, unable to believe that frost could be caused without casting spells. Ice arrows knocked the mages off their feet. Kang Taesun stepped on the body of one of the enemies and noticed that the ice arrows were called frost here. He looked around the battlefield and said that he should be forgiven, because he needed to protect the princess. The system reported that the manifestation skill had been activated. Kang Taesun said that now he had only one enemy left, and he didn't have to worry. He wouldn't kill him so quickly. Barmandor stood before him, clutching a staff in his hands, and Kang Taesun ordered him to tell him about magic. When Kang Taesun had learned everything he wanted, he, Anesha, and the ghost continued on their way. Kang Taesun said that according to the magician, in order to use witchcraft in Begaset, one must cast spells, and basic spells for assessing the area can only be used from the intermediate level. Frost Arrow or Ice Arrow was considered a high-level magic from the School of Ice. Kang Taesung expected something like that, but it turned out to be too meager. He suddenly noticed that something was wrong with his companion and asked how she was feeling. Anesha admitted that she was feeling dizzy. The demon princess looked exhausted and miserable. The ghost suggested that because Anesha had been under constant threat of death for many years, and because of such intense pressure, she had long been at her limit. Kang Taesun handed the girl a bottle of potion and told her to drink it. Anesha obediently drained the bottle. She immediately felt better and asked Kang Taesun in surprise what it was. The player explained that it was a potion that restored strength. He knew it would help. Anesha was perplexed why he gave her such a precious thing, but Taesun said that it wasn't that precious. There was no need to thank for that. The princess thought for a moment. She could not imagine how to thank this man for his kindness. They made a fire. Anesha cooked the fish, but she wasn't sure it turned out tasty. Kang Taesun looked at his portion. It looked delicious. He sincerely admired it, and the princess said that she hadn't cooked for a long time, but hoped that she had not yet lost all her skills. She said that when there was no war in this world, she loved to cook different dishes for her loved ones. Anisha had someone to remember with sadness and warmth. While eating a delicious dinner, Kang Taeson asked about Haman, who had settled here a little less than 100 years ago. Anisha explained that previously in this world, there was no culture of belief in one special god. Each region and clan had its own, but then such a god was born here. This was the Lord of Light, Haman, who immediately took over the entire world. The ghost was surprised, because it turned out that this god was not even 100 years old. Kang Taeson asked Ghost if he remembered anything, and he admitted that his friend was right. The ghost had already told Kang Taeson that all those who were originally gods had long since disappeared, and that all current gods were descended from mortals who had turned into superhumans. Kang Taeson listened attentively to these arguments. The ghost said that 100 years ago, Haman was also mortal. Gods are beings obsessed with their domains, so Haman went to extreme measures. In the end, he ordered the demon clan to be completely exterminated. This was necessary so that he could become a full-fledged god of Begaset. Kang Taeson asked if the demon goddess should do nothing and let things slide. The ghost explained that this was the case. That was why Lucifer sent him to a world where she had no power. No matter how strong Lucifer is, it will be difficult for her to fight a god outside of her territory. Even though the demon goddess is on a higher level, Beguseta is still the land of Haman. Kang Taeson realized the full essence of Lucifer's mission. He needed to stop Haman and protect Anisha, the demon princess. They discussed this story while warming themselves by the fire. Kang Taeson was confident that he could handle such a task. And if he fulfills the demon goddess's command, he will be able to learn about those who tried to destroy his homeworld, Earth. An armed detachment came out onto the road. One of the warriors admired how many people he saw. In front of these people stood a group of magicians, among whom there was even an advanced sorcerer. The warrior noted that such a crowd could destroy an entire city. "Kill the demon princess," the order sounded. "Kill the demon princess," the people repeated over and over again. Kang Taesung sadly noticed that there were so many of them. He looked at this whole diverse company, sitting on the edge of the cliff that hung over the road along which this procession was walking. "Are you the guardian of the deposed princess?" they asked him. The magician stated that Taeson could retreat, since they only needed the princess and had no intention of fighting him. They were here to carry out the will of Haman, the god of light, and kill the demon princess. Kang Taesung refused, and stated that he had his own reasons for protecting her. And he also asked those people to spread rumors about him. The magician was very surprised by such a request. Kang Taesung asked if everyone was there, because for him, the more people there were, the better. But people didn't understand what he had planned. "Well, go ahead," Kang Taeson commanded. "It's easier to get rid of everyone at once." The crowd wanted to know what the impudent stranger had just said. They thought that Kang Taeson was still too young to say such absurd things. They thought he was playing the hero to gain fame. Kang Taeson asked if he was hard of hearing. He jumped off his cliff and told them to attack together. Otherwise, he didn't want to deal with each one separately. The player activated the ice arrow and said that it just so happened that he needed to experiment with something. "It's Frost," the crowd shouted. Seeing that the enemy was casting a spell, the leader of the squad ordered an immediate attack. They shouted that the traitor of Haman must accept his death. The knight in blue armor was the first to reach Kang Taeson, and he exclaimed that his end had come. The player used first strike nullification, and the knight realized in disbelief that his attack had missed its target. The unknown enemy stood unharmed and called upon frost magic, while the people surrounding him did not understand what had happened. One of the warriors insisted that he had definitely pierced the enemy with his sword, and it was time to stop standing stupidly in front of him. Kang Taeson countered the attacks with ice arrows. The commander ordered the attack to continue. It seemed to them that the attacks were beginning to bear fruit, and that the invulnerable enemy would soon come to an end. One of the crowd approached and attacked Kang Taeson, deceived by his inaction, but the player used Nullify again. Then Taeson activated Ice Arrow for his own attack. The player formed different projectiles from ice. The nullification allowed him to safely avoid the arrows flying at him and reflect on the fact that his technique lacked the ability to work with aura. Kang Taeson's techniques scattered his enemies across the clearing. One of the warriors noticed what their enemy was creating from frost magic. Kang Taeson constructed a huge multifaceted sphere from ice arrows and held it above his head. It was obvious that this projectile contained tens of units of frost. Kang Taesung said that's why he loves such open spaces. They could be used for endless experiments. Kang Taeson caused the sphere to move and hover above his enemies. He raised his hand up and clenched his fist. The player has activated the ice pellet. This sphere contained a monstrous amount of ice. Kang Taeson used magic acceleration. The sphere was rapidly approaching the group of opponents. This caused panic in the crowd. The enormous mass of ice did not simply fall on the heads of the enemies. They were enveloped in this ice, encased in individual blocks. People didn't understand what it was, what was happening to them, but there was no way to evade or escape. One of the magicians looked at Kang Tae-sun with a distorted face. It seemed to him as if a dragon was raging here. All the troops that came for the demon princess were neutralized and imprisoned in ice cubes. Kang Tae-sung said that although it takes a lot of time to prepare, it is still very useful. The player asked the magician if he wanted this fight to continue. He was scared and did not answer. The surviving magicians began to run away, screaming for help. "He is a monster," they cried. "A monster guarding the princess, the incarnation of a dragon." Kang Tae-san and Anisha were walking down the road again, and the girl asked if everything would be okay. The player stopped and asked her what she meant. Anisha said that she was talking about those magicians, because they would definitely spread rumors about this battle throughout the world, and Kang Tae-san would be declared a traitor to Haemon. The player said that he doesn't see a problem with this, and that's exactly what he needs. Kang Tae-san explained that he had expected them to come in advance, but Anisha still didn't understand. Tae-san smiled and said that the previous guys had greatly disappointed him, but the next ones should be pretty good. They saw the next detachment on the road. The ghost laughed. He believed that everything was going exactly according to Tae-san's plan, and rumors about him were spreading at a terrifying speed. They were warriors, well-armed and in good armor. Anisha and Kang Tae-san stood frozen on the road, waiting for developments. The princess looked at these people and recognized them as sword masters. They stood looking at Tae-san and Anisha. One of the warriors said that it was not easy to get here, and there were only 2 opponents. The second called out to Anisha, asking if they were the demon princess and her protector. The girl turned to Kang Tae-san and said that he needed to run quickly because he couldn't handle these people. They were elite masters with aura, and there were 4 of them. The princess was sure that no matter how strong Tae-san was, this was too much for him. The player simply put the girl to sleep. He carried her to a safe place in the cave. Kang Tae-sung himself returned to his new opponents and asked if they had finished their greetings. One of the warriors replied that it was more of a farewell, and Kang Tae-sung said that he appreciated it, but told them not to dare wake the princess with their cries. The red-haired warrior looked at Kang Tae-sun and thought that he was so young. It was hard to believe that 4 swordmasters had to be called in just for him. Another warrior asked if Kang Tae-sun thought he had come here of his own free will. "Stop whining," said the third. "This is a direct order from Dia. The god wants the demon princess and her dog finally killed." Kang Tae-sun and Ghost waited silently for their opponents to stop talking. The 4th swordsman said that Kang Tae-sang's courage in defending the princess was brave, but he was ordered to retreat. The red-haired fighter was about to start the battle. He said that he had already heard about Tae-sun. He had been told that he could nullify the blows of his enemies. Kang Tae-sun still didn't answer. The red-haired warrior suggested testing how many times Kang Tae-sun could pull off the zeroing trick, since now he would be facing the swordmasters in person. Kang Tae-sun activated first strike nullification. Immediately after this, the player initiated the second strike reset. The nullification of the 3rd blow should have reliably protected him from the swords flying towards him that the red-haired warrior launched. There were 4 swords, and Kang Tae-sun received 52 points of damage. The red-haired warrior commented that the limit was 3 dodges, and that there was nothing special about it. Kang Tae-sun, in turn, noted that the attack from the sword covered in aura dealt him about the same amount of damage as a regular weapon. The red-haired warrior shouted for Kang Tae-sun to show his strength, just like when he got rid of those magicians. He asked if that skill Decent could only use 3 times. What would he do now? Kang Tae-sun thought that this master's swordsmanship was not much different from that adventurer from the 20th floor. He thought that the easiest way to deal with him would be with magic. The flying swords covered in aura were more like a skill than swordsmanship. This surprised Kang Tae-sun. Using magic, the player could also dodge flying blades in the air. He blocked one of the blows, taking it on the blade of his improved sword. The flying sword, which Tae-sun managed to block, fell to the ground, and the warriors watching the duel noted that their opponent wielded a sword well. Kang Tae-sun realized that his opponent was not a swordmaster, but he had good control over aura. If he levels up himself until his aura can take shape, he will be able to freely increase his attack power without spending stamina. The red-haired warrior did not understand what his unusual opponent had just done. Kang Tae-sun activated acceleration, which caused this reaction. With this ability, the player could move faster than the red warrior's flying swords. Kang Tae-sun managed to overcome the distance and get close to his opponent. "Where did you come from?" the red-haired swordsman shouted. He didn't understand why this man was protecting the spawn of demons. His companions looked gloomily at what was happening. Kang Tae-sun rose into the air, jumping towards the swordsman. He said that he came from the labyrinth and came to fulfill the client's request. The swordsman asked the guy again, puzzled. Kang Tae-sun pushed his opponent away as he ran forward. The boy's sword flew out of his hands as he dropped it when he received the blow. Kang Tae-sun looked forward. His spiritual enhancement activated. He obtained a special passive skill called Swordproof. and he concluded that with this level of spiritual power enhancement, he could finally obtain this skill. The other two warriors looked at him with sullen looks. They concluded that Kang Taeson was much stronger than them. Two of the warriors decided that in this case, they could not be called cowards. Kang Taeson raised his weapon. "The main thing is not to regret drawing your sword." Kang Taeson complained that he was in pain. He was tired after defeating those two grim warriors who lay defeated behind him. The boy heard someone call him a monster. It turned out to be one of the warriors he had not defeated. This fair-haired warrior raised his hands up in a peaceful gesture and said that the four of them could conquer an entire kingdom. The warrior stated that he was surrendering because he wanted to live. He would fiercely resist if Kang Taeson decided to kill him. But it would be great if he showed mercy to the warrior, since the warrior was ready to do everything for mercy. Kang Taeson looked at him thoughtfully. He ordered the voluntarily surrendered warrior to get rid of his allies, as the boy needed a place from which Haman could see the defeated people in full. The fair-haired warrior looked at Kang Taeson thoughtfully. "What a horror," he said, looking at the defeated warriors. This was a clear proof of Kang Taeson's strength. A horned adult man in a cloak watched them from afar. He said, shedding tears, that he had finally found their Princess Anesha. A silhouette appeared at the entrance of the cave. The silhouette turned out to be a princess emerging from the cave, who had already managed to wake up and was wondering where Lord Taeson was. The guy the girl mentioned asked her if she was awake. The princess ran to Kang Taeson, asking where he was at that time. The guy said that he had to take care of a couple of corpses. The girl pounced on the guy with hugs, and he was slightly surprised, not expecting this reaction. The fair-haired warrior who was watching this smiled widely, finding the sight cute, and Kang Taesong ordered him to be quiet. The princess turned her attention to the warrior, stopped hugging the guy, and turned to the fair-haired youth, calling him Atria, who replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. The warrior said that he did not come for the girl. He claimed he was simply lost. The ghost asked if the warrior and the girl knew each other. The princess said that this man had visited them when her father was alive, and asked if what was happening meant that the warrior was now hunting her too. The fair-haired guy said that her guess was correct, but then he got confused and certainly wasn't going to demand a rematch, so the girl and Kang Taeson shouldn't worry. Kang Taesong stated that the warrior was too cunning to be the one who carried out God's orders. The fair-haired guy said that although Haman is their main god, the warrior does not have much faith in him, especially since the guy left him alive for a reason. Kang Taeson said that the warrior himself knows everything. He is very interested in the aura. The trio settled down in some forest under the trees. The fair-haired guy claimed that with Kang Taeson's level, it was already possible to learn aura, although the guy had not learned it. Kang Taeson noted that he was from another world, so he might be different from what was said. The fair-haired youth asked if his interlocutor had come from the labyrinth created by the Archmage. Kang Taeson asked if the youth knew about it. The warrior said thoughtfully that, although he could be wrong, in that case the guy would most likely simply not be able to learn the aura. He asked why that was so. It is said that the aura is a power bestowed by the god of swords. He chooses the world and rewards it with his power. This means that residents he did not choose simply cannot learn this power. The warrior is sorry, but most likely Kang Taeson will not be able to learn the aura. The guy objected. He was confident that he could, since he had just received the right to do so through notification. The sky changed its color from light blue to bright blue. Kang Taeson was training with a sword in a forest clearing. He stopped, realizing that all he needed to do was swing his sword, and he had been wrong to leave the warrior alive. The fair-haired youth asked what he should do now. Kang Taeson replied that he no longer needed him and could go. The warrior scratched his chin thoughtfully upon hearing this, after which he smiled, stating that he wanted to go with Kang Taeson. The boy asked why the warrior needed this, and he replied that he was curious and wanted to see how Kang Taeson was training in aura. And if the boy was worried about the princess's safety, the warrior was ready to swear that he would not touch her. The girl said that she didn't mind, but it was up to Kang Taeson to decide. The guy then decided to act in a certain way. The warrior felt something tingling in his heart. Kang Taeson offered a warrior named Atria a contract that would prevent him from harming either Kang Taeson or the princess. The guy explained that this was a temporary contract, because of which Atria would not be able to harm any of them. If the warrior agreed to these conditions, he could go with them. Atria was amazed that the power of the labyrinth could do such things. He found this interesting, and the contract was accepted. Kang Taeson rushed forward, swinging his sword. He swung his weapon, looking forward. "It's amazing," said Atria, who was watching this together with the princess. It was already the third day, and Kang Taeson continued to swing his sword for 22 hours. He asked why no one was hunting them. Something was always happening before, but now there was silence. Atria said that there were only 8 swordmasters in this world. 4 of them went after Kang Taesan, but were defeated by him. So now it was unlikely that anyone would dare to look for the guy. Kang Taesung said that it was logical and it was better to continue training. The princess noticed some silhouettes in the distance. These individuals in cloaks were heading towards the trio, and the girl wondered who it was. The cloaked figures began to remove their hoods. They turned to the princess. It was a crowd of demons who greeted their highness. The girl burst into tears when she recognized one of the demons as Habern. She couldn't believe that he was alive. The man, Habern, knelt before the princess, telling her that he had escaped while the castle was burning, asking the princess to forgive them. They had betrayed her for the sake of survival. The princess said that it didn't matter. The main thing was that her subjects were alive. She hugged Habern in tears of joy, glad that she was not alone. The man shared the girl's feelings. Kang Taesan decided that the demons should be left alone. The glowing blade rushed forward. Kang Taesan continued his sword training. He thrust his sword forward. The guy noticed that he seemed to have reached his limit and decided to work on it further along the way. And the swordsman will work until he learns the aura. Atria watched him from a distance. He was surprised that Kang Taesan sensed the aura already on the 4th day. Atria assumed it was the power of the labyrinth. The more he looked, the more impressed he became. The demons knelt before Kang Taesan, thanking him for risking his own lives to protect the princess. The guy said he had already received the payment, so everything was fine. Habern thanked him again and asked the princess if they should return to their lands. The girl happily agreed and asked Kang Taesan if he wanted to join them. He said that since they were going, he should go with them. Habern objected, because their place was secret, and a stranger could not be brought there. The princess told them not to worry, because the guy could be trusted, since he protected her. Habern reluctantly agreed, since it was the princess's will. He frowned in panic. Atria suggested that in that case, and given the feeling of the aura, he should leave. He decided that in that case he should say goodbye and leave. Atria waved goodbye and left, not forgetting his sword. Habern handed the princess a blue ornament on a string, asking her to take it. She looked at the thing in his hand. Habern explained that this decoration was made from a dragon's fang, and it would help hide the girl from the god's sight. They offered Kang Taesan this thing as well. The princess and Kang Taesan followed a crowd of cloaked demons, leading them along a path between the rocks. The ghost said that he didn't think the guy would be swinging a sword the whole way, and at the same time asked about the aura. The ghost said that although Kang Taesan had received permission to follow the path of the sword, he didn't think the guy would actually succeed. He said that although the aura doesn't consume mana, there is still a certain limit. Kang Taesan's mastery skill was 1%, and he still lacked the experience to fully utilize the aura. Habern said they had come to the right place. He wanted to tell them something later so as not to shock Princess Ansha and Kang Taesan. The boy stared at Habern, ready to listen. The man said that there, on the mountain covered with autumn leaves, lives a dragon. Kang Taesan wanted to ask again about the dragon, but he heard a voice that greeted them all. The guy realized that judging by the lack of reaction from his companions, he was the only one who heard this voice. The voice addressed him again, calling him a traveler who had set foot on these lands following the will of the goddess of demons. Habern, Anesha, and Kang Taesan reached the demon village where they used to live. The boy looked around, examining the villagers. Many of the villagers had already died or fled, so there were only 50 demons left. The village is a bit run down, but the demons are still willing to provide Kang Taesan and their princess with the best hut for the duration of their stay in the village. One demon guy, who was stacking boxes on top of each other, saw Anesha and called out to her. "Welcome, princess," said the young man. The princess was glad that these demons from her people survived, and the crowd reported that they were glad because of the news of the princess's arrival. Seeing all these demons, the girl burst into tears. She was very glad that they all survived. Kang Taesan thought about something, but decided that now was not the time for it. The princess considered it necessary to introduce him to her subjects, since he had brought her here. The girl opened her eyes in confusion, realizing something. Kang Taesan simply disappeared, leaving Anesha in an awkward position in front of an empty seat. The ghost asked the guy if he was sure they should have run away from there so quickly. The ghost said that he felt incredibly strong. Kang Taesan looked around thoughtfully as he listened to his words. The guy said that the dragon is indifferent to demons, and this could very well mean that he is indifferent to people as well. Kang Taesan stopped and stared ahead. He stood in front of a giant cave entrance in the rock. The cave was dark, although the front part was slightly illuminated by the light that fell through the passage into it. The ghost wondered if it was his imagination, or if the dragon's power was equal to God's power, when Kang Taesung announced that they had arrived. He felt incredible energy. Even 100 people like the guy could not defeat this creature. Kang Taesan was welcomed, as he came to this place by the will of the demon goddess. The boy met the golden dragon, Valbenaris. This dragon was gigantic and shone with golden light. Kang Taesang said that he hoped that the dragon would not kill him following God's will. The dragon chuckled and said that he would never do that. He said that this had nothing to do with the gods, and that no one would dare raise a hand against the children of the demon goddess who had settled in these lands, the lands of the dragon. The golden dragon called Kang Taesan here only to satisfy his own curiosity. The guy asked his interlocutor about his curiosity. The creature was a dragon that protected the earth. In other words, he was a creature attached to Beguset. That's why the golden dragon has always been interested in the place created by the Archmage, where gods and goddesses live. This place is the Great Labyrinth. Kang Taesang asked his interlocutor to wait and clarified what he meant in the last point. The dragon narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, hesitating with his answer. He reported that the young demon goddess was currently furious. She was especially angry at Hamon, who tried to kill her people. The demon goddess was ready to tear this world into pieces with her own hands, and she was only waiting because there were still her people left in this world. Once the demons are saved, this world will end. Kang Taesang paused thoughtfully. The dragon thanked the young man for satisfying his own curiosity. The creature decided to do one more thing, because Kang Taesang is the first mortal the dragon has ever seen. The golden dragon gave the boy a piece of the tip of his giant claw. It was a small gift from him. If Kang Taesang finds someone who knows how to handle such things, the claw will be very useful. Now they should say goodbye. The dragon thought that this was their first and last meeting. It was time for him to go and get ready. Kang Taesang wondered what this creature was talking about, and what kind of preparation it could be talking about. The dragon said that this would be preparation for his final battle. After that, he disappeared, leaving behind only something resembling a golden flash. The cave became darker, as the dragon emitted light while it was in it. The princess nervously asked Kang Taesang where he had gone when he returned. She was worried that the guy had decided to leave without saying anything. She nervously questioned Kang Taesang, Habern standing nearby. The guy explained, slightly agitated, that he simply needed to meet someone. Habern chuckled, as he too initially thought that Kang Taesang and Ghost had left forever. The guy told them not to worry about it, as he would definitely announce his departure. Habern asked if Kang Taesang was planning to stay in the demon village. The guy said that he would most likely stay here, knowing that if Anisha were safe here, his task would already have been completed. It was still too early to leave here. Habern said that in that case he went to prepare the rooms for the boy and the princess. The man said that since Kang Taesang protected the princess, the demons needed to thank him properly. Already in the evening, there was a knock on the guy's hut. Judging by the voice, it was the princess. Kang Taesang opened the door and asked what the girl needed. Anisha pointed to the bottle in her hand and asked cheerfully if he wanted to have a drink with her, and he invited her to come in if she wanted. The two of them sat on the bed. Kang Taesang asked where she got the wine. The girl explained that she asked Habern for a bottle. The princess explained that her subjects had made this wine through trial and error, and that this was all they had to offer, so the boy should try the drink. It didn't take much persuasion for Kang Taesang to agree. He easily took a sip from the glass the girl had already poured wine into. The guy started a poison check, which failed. He was poisoned, and now he will lose 5 units of health every minute. Kang Taesang looked at the girl drinking wine with pleasure, and wondered if this kind of wine could be normal for demons, wine that is poisonous only to humans. The princess thanked the guy, because it was only thanks to him that she found her family again. Even though Kang Taesang said that he was paid for it, the girl feels that she is indebted to the guy. Therefore, he can stay in the village if he wants, and live with Anisha. Kang Taesang stood up abruptly from the bed, folding his arms across his chest, and told the princess not to talk nonsense. He will have to leave, and Anisha will stay here. The guy told her to live in the village peacefully, and find someone who will make her happy, because this will be the best reward for Kang Taesang. The girl asked hesitantly whether the boy would return to the labyrinth in that case. Kang Taesang headed towards the exit of the hut, explaining that this was the only suitable place for him. It was already daytime, and the boy stood in a relaxed pose, his arms folded across his chest and his back leaning against the trunk of a thick tree. The ghost said with a grin that he had noticed before that Kang Taesang was a bore, but he had told him to shut up. The ghost reminded the guy that he was poisoned and asked if everything was okay with him now. Kang Taesang reported that his condition was normal, but the guy's barrier was worn down by 150 points, and his quest was still not over. This meant that the demon princess Anisha was still not safe. Kang Taesang's eyes widened as he suddenly felt some kind of energy. He raised his head, staring into the sky in the distance, where something was approaching them, because everything could never be simple. A 6-winged, golden-haired man was approaching them, flying across the light blue sky. He crashed into the ground, into the place where Taesang stood, creating a golden beam with his arrival, reaching into the sky. But the guy managed to dodge in time, jumping back a long distance. He activated the evasion skill. Kang Taesun noticed that his new opponent was no quiet one. In front of him was the giant angel swordsman Haman. The angel's face twisted. Kang Taesun's opponent was superior in strength. The guy said that this was great, and suggested that the quest would end when the angel died. Taesun, with a warlike air, took out his 2 swords, one in each hand, and invited the enemy to attack him. Anisha ran between the huts in her village. She ran up to Haburn, asking that Mr. Taesun would most likely not be able to stay in their village, the bottle still in her hands. "So here you are, princess," Haburn said with a gloomy face when he saw her. She called his name in confusion. The girl noticed the rest of her subjects behind the man and asked why they were there. Haburn stated that they were waiting for her. The man said that first they needed to find out one thing. Did Kang Taesun drink all the wine? The princess said sheepishly that the guy had drunk a little. The crowd of demons rejoiced, happy that they were saved. The girl asked with a puzzled look what they meant and what they were happy about. Her pupils narrowed when she heard something. She turned around nervously, seeing an explosion in the distance outside the demon village. The girl turned to her subjects in panic, demanding that they run as quickly as possible, because the Haman hunters had arrived, so they needed to call Lord Taesun as soon as possible. Haburn bowed his head, asking the princess to calm down. She was confused by his behavior. The man laughed quietly. Haburn said with a creepy smile that they had only notified him a day ago, and he had already sent an angel. The terrible thought came to Ansha that the demons had abandoned their goddess. Haburn said they were just tired of it all. All this time they brought any sacrifices to the goddess of demons, but over time there was no strength left, and the demons did not even receive the consolation of the goddess. The princess wanted to object. Haburn rudely interrupted her, shouting at her to look at their village. Their great state has fallen, and now they are doomed to live in this terrible place, where there is no escape even from the rain. The only thing left of the demons' appearance is their name, and they are doomed to begin each day not with prayer, but with despair. Anisha loudly and discontentedly objected, saying that they were wrong to think that Haman would spare them. He would kill everyone here anyway. Haburn countered, saying everything would be fine. The man raised his hand, which had a strange purple and dark mark on it, and explained that everything would be fine because they would stop being demons, as after releasing what was inside those present, it would be difficult to call them demons. The subjects raised their hands with the same marks, asking the princess for forgiveness. Anisha burst into tears, realizing that each of them had betrayed the demon goddess. The angel created another explosion, crashing into the ground again in mid-air. Kang Taesun's hair moved due to the airwave created. The angel pulled the sword towards himself, while the boy activated the first strike nullification skill. Kang Taesun activated the second strike nullification skill in response to the enemy's attack. The guy annoyedly nullified the third blow, receiving 5 points of damage in the process. One of the few downsides to attack nullification is that it activates even when Taesun doesn't really need it. He activated Battle Lust, and the guy also activated Contempt for the Strong. These were his buffs to counter stronger opponents. Taesun also activated Impartial Duel. The guy activated the Sword of Storm Scars, the first sword, the Wolf's Fang. He struck, thinking that the attack's damage should now be enough for him. The Angel of Haman glanced over his shoulder at the boy. The damage received by the angel was 0. Kang Taesun was surprised by this turn of events, concluding that he would have to sweat in this battle. The ghost screamed in panic, asking the boy to be careful. The angel raised his sword with the hilt up. He launched a swirling golden beam of magic at Kang Taesun, which he barely dodged. The guy took 402 points of damage, which made him swear harshly at the angel. Kang Taesun decided it was time to test the aura, as it should increase his attack power, and the sword glowed purple. The guy activated the acceleration, running away for quite a distance at high speed, when his opponent created another explosion. He struck the angel, dealing first 59 points of damage, then 51 points. Now Kang Taesun was absolutely sure that the aura had penetrating power. One of the angel's eyes sparkled. He extended his palm forward, and a golden flash appeared in it. Kang Taesun, shocked, began to dodge the beams launched towards him. One of the beams hit his cloak. The guy jumped up, avoiding the rays. The angel, his face unwavering, extended his hand with the sword forward. Kang Taesun remarked out loud that his opponent was no weakling, and was definitely going to finish him off. The angel rushed down on the boy, who was small in comparison to him. Another golden explosion appeared. The angel and the young man hung in the air. Taesun activated Forced Battle in irritation while still in the air. He activated Air Jump and informed the angel that he would not defeat him, as Kang Taesun had other things to do. The guy activated Powerful Sword Strike. The demon goddess told him to protect her child and bring her to safety. Kang Taesun activated consecutive attacks. He dealt 113 units of damage to the enemy. Kang Taesun said that he would go further, so the angel should leave. The guy swung his sword and leveled up. Kang Tai-san defeated God's messenger, thereby obtaining the eternal skill antitheism. His spiritual growth was activated. The boy's strength permanently increased by 32 points, agility increased by 22 points, and intelligence increased by 1 point. The boy gained divine power. Anisha was panicking. She was worried about Mr. Tessin, who was protecting her. Haburn said with a tense smile that this was the end, because a mortal man could never defeat God's messenger. The man grabbed the princess by the hand, saying that she was destined to become their victim. He asked the girl not to resist her own fate, but she demanded that Haburn let her go. Anisha asked the demon goddess for salvation. When the girl had already begun to cry, thinking that the goddess had really left them, she heard a familiar voice. It was Kang Tai-san. He told the man to let Anisha go. The boy removed the man's hand, taking the girl by the wrist. Haburn was shocked. Did the guy's arrival mean that the messenger had lost? Kang Tai-san confirmed this, said that he had defeated the angel Haman, and asked what the demons would do next, and whether they would simply live on as before. The boy explained that the price of betraying the demon goddess was too high. Haburn laughed, but tears were streaming from his eyes. He wished someone like Tai-san could have come here sooner. Anisha screamed loudly, asking the crowd what they were going to do. The demons held daggers in their hands. They all raised their weapons above their heads, blades to their faces. Haburn asked the princess to forgive them. The girl sobbed, looking at what was happening. A moment later, she fell to her knees, sobbing. Anisha didn't understand what had happened and why Haburn and her people had killed themselves. Now the princess was truly left alone. Kang Tai-san asked if the girl still believed in the goddess. The girl was silent, tears streaming down her face. She smiled and said she still believed. Anisha still believed that the demon goddess was watching over her. The princess asked if it was stupid. Kang Tai-san objected to the girl. Suddenly, he felt some kind of energy. The ghost assumed that the demon goddess herself had decided to descend upon them. The demon goddess hugged the princess. She thanked Anisha and asked the goddess to forgive her. The princess is shocked by the presence of her goddess. She thanked Anisha for the fact that the girl believed in her when all the demons despaired, and decided to betray the goddess of demons. She asked if the princess knew how important such things were to the gods. The ghost was surprised that the goddess had come down to earth. The princess asked, still crying, what would happen to those who betrayed the demon goddess, and she replied that nothing would come back to her. There will be no souls or bodies of traitors left. This means that these demons will be abandoned here forever. The princess asked if the goddess could not take into her arms at least the souls of the people who betrayed her. The goddess understood the girl's concern. She extended her hand forward. The ghost was impressed by her actions. The dead demons began to rise from the ground with groans. The goddess raised them with the power of violet and black magic, striving upward. Kang Tai-san walked on the carpet towards the throne. He was in the castle of the demon goddess. The guy reported that he and the ghost had returned. His additional task had been completed. Kang Tai-san wondered where Anisha could possibly be safe. If he thought about it, there was no such place in all of Beguset. But if he thought about it more deeply, it immediately became clear that the demons were safest next to their goddess. The goddess, who looked like a long-haired horned girl and sat on the throne, noticed that the boy had completed the task. Kang Tai-san asked if this was her plan from the beginning. Why couldn't the goddess do everything herself if she could descend to Earth? The girl on the throne said that it was necessary to wait for the right moment. If there was at least one person in the whole world who believed in her, there was no need to worry about the consequences. When Haman sent an angel against Tai-san, the goddess finally had a chance to descend, and thanks to him, everything went as planned. The guy asked if it was all over then. The demon goddess answered negatively because Kang Tai-san was too good. She said he could enjoy the show, and with that, the boy and the phantom found themselves in outer space. Kang Tai-san heard the goddess's suggestion to look at something. The girl showed him the planet. She said that it was Beguset, a world where her people no longer existed. So now the demon goddess can do whatever she wants. She asked Haman if she was right. The ghost said nervously that demonic energy was enveloping the planet. A loud cry was heard. The owner of it was outraged by this because this was his world. Haman, who looked like an old, bearded, gray-haired man, said that this was his place. The goddess said he was right. This was his place now. So let Haman die along with this planet. The girl held out her hand, clenched into a fist. Haman opened his mouth, screaming, enveloped in demonic energy. His planet was also enveloped in the energy created by the demon goddess to destroy this place. That's all, the girl said with a satisfied smile. Ghost and Kang Tai-san looked at the remains of what had happened. The guy looked surprised, and Ghost looked nervous. The planet perished. Only a remnant remained. Kang Tai-san thought that the goddess was indeed a monster. The difference between her and Haman was too great, and the girl could have done everything herself without Tai-san's help. so he asked if the girl really needed his help so much. The goddess said that if she simply destroyed the world, she would not be able to take back what belonged to her. Souls, lives, will, all of this would be lost in that case, and the horned girl doesn't like it. Kang Tae-san asked if by belonging to her she meant Anisha. The demon goddess confirmed this, saying that thanks to the boy, she was able to return the princess unharmed. Anisha is a poor and grateful child. She was betrayed and made to suffer, but she did not lose faith in her goddess. The princess was saved by Kang Tae-san, and the goddess wants to express her gratitude. Since the guy fulfilled her request so well, she is ready to reward him properly. Kang Tae-san received demonic energy and learned black magic. The ghost was shocked because he considered it impossible for a person to possess black magic. The goddess smiled and told the boy to check his status window, which he obediently did. She explained that the amount of demonic energy increased just like everything else. As Kang Tae-san leveled up, he would gain energy. But the goddess decided that this was not enough, and she wanted to give him another reward. Kang Tae-san's eyes sparkled with curiosity. He gained a new skill called Darkness Capture. After each kill, the guy's demonic power will grow. Kang Tae-san received the achievement, awarded the favor of the demon goddess. If a guy prays to the demon goddess, he will be able to better understand black magic. Of course, Tae-san will not be able to obtain this knowledge for free, but by making offerings to the goddess. Items associated with demons are best suited for this. Today, the goddess is in a good mood. So the guy also studied the distorted flora of Arabia and the emotional arousal of Ram. Tae-san said that the first skill was used by that sinner's guide. The goddess claimed that there was one last thing left. The entities that led the world of Kang Tae-san to destruction remained. The girl said that the boy's assumptions were correct. These entities were super beings from the moment of their birth. In the present time, they are called the Old Gods. Once upon a time, all the gods in the universe were old gods, but their place was taken by new deities, including the demon goddess, and the old gods were sealed, including the demon goddess. The boy asked why the old gods attacked his world. The demon goddess stated that he was a little mistaken, because these super beings destroyed not only his world. In 12 years, they destroyed 258 stars. And the old gods approached this task with enthusiasm. Kang Tae-san was shocked by the information he heard. He asked why the old gods were doing such things, but the goddess did not know, claiming that the losers were simply trying to fight, and considering that it was not at all necessary to know the reasons for the old gods' struggle. However, there are a few things that the girl can figure out for herself. The old gods hate the new gods who took their place in the labyrinth. Adventurers enter the labyrinth from every world. Kang Tae-san wondered if the old gods could simply destroy the worlds inhabited by people who could enter the labyrinth. The demon goddess said that all of the above was just a guess, and one could not know for sure until one found out everything from the old gods personally. But the guy said that the probability was very high. Then Tae-san is interested in something else. The demon goddess said that she could not tell him more. It was too early for him to know about it yet. What she told the guy was already a considerable favor, and he would be able to find out about the rest as he went further into the labyrinth. Tae-san agreed, wondering if the old gods and others could store a certain amount of information on each of the floors, and the guy had only been on the lower floors so far. The demon goddess rested her cheek on her own palm, looking thoughtfully at Kang Tae-san. She said that the guy is strong, but only on the first floors. The further he advances, the stronger the enemies will be. This also applies to the gods' tests. Gods who don't care about Tae-san can prepare a real hell for him. The guy said that he would put his full strength into it, and the goddess must understand this, because she was watching his actions. The girl said that she could tell about an easier way. There is a simpler way to become stronger. Tae-san asked if she meant the apostle's contract. He was of course grateful for the offer, but wanted to object. The goddess indignantly, loudly, and sharply asked who had spoken about this contract in the first place. Kang Tae-san was taken aback by the girl's reaction. He clearly didn't expect it, and asked what it was about if not the apostle's contract. The goddess cried out in embarrassment that it didn't matter, and threatened that if the guy said one more word, she would split his skull open. The purple and dark energy of the demon goddess swirled around Tae-san. The girl said that this would be her last favor. If the guy meets some nobodies in the labyrinth, he can use her name. The goddess smiled creepily, stretching out her clawed hand. Tae-san thanked the girl. Now he could use the name of the demon goddess herself. The guy exhaled, finally reaching the 19th floor. The ghost was surprised that the gods were such powerful beings, capable of simply taking and destroying a star. Kang Tae-san said that even he felt the pressure. The boy thought about all the gods he had met in the labyrinth. Will Tae-san be able to become as strong as the gods he met? The gate in the stone wall was open. Kofrin was busy waving a hammer over some kind of weapon. When Kang Tae-san approached him, Khafren was surprised that the demon goddess recognized someone other than her own people. The guy asked how the blacksmith knew this. He answered that her power emanated from Tyson. Apparently the guy really is special, if even the demon goddess behaved like that. Kang Tyson reported that some kind of symbol had appeared on the back of his hand, and Khafren concluded that the goddess had taken the boy seriously. The man said that nothing would come of this for Tyson. The guy remembered that he had brought something to the master. Tyson brought the golden dragon's claw, part of the protector of the world. This thing can only be used by those with exceptional skill. Khafren asked the guy in shock where he got this claw, and he replied that he didn't bring this thing from the labyrinth. In Begoset, Kantasan received not only the claw of Valbenaris, he received some other bonuses as well. After defeating Haman, the guy acquired a couple of skills, antitheism and divine power. Notification windows appeared in front of Kang Tyson. Ghost noticed something interesting. The guy said that divine power is granted by God. The ghost asked if only someone else could give this power to Tyson. Then what would happen if he left it? Would anything change in that case? The boy didn't know the answer, but he mentioned the powers given to him by the demon goddess. The description of black magic is very different from regular magic. Tyson himself determines how much energy he uses. The question was whether he can also change the powers with range. The boy began learning low-rank black magic, Marcosius's false flame, the darkness capture skill, and received the title of Honored One, the favor of the demon goddess, thereby receiving 5 points to demonic energy. This sign acted as evidence, the sign on Kang Tyson's hand. The guy asked if the demon goddess really called the black magic that the guide used a simple addition. The skill. Distorted flora of Decorabia. Summoned plants controlled by the demon of Decorabia. But apparently, Tyson could only summon a tiny fraction of the roots that had absorbed the star. Another skill. Ram's emotional arousal. Utilized the demon Ram's manipulation abilities, allowing the user to influence the target through hallucinations. But for now, the guy can only influence the imagination. Khafren asked if the young man who had visited him had checked all his skills and said that the golden dragon's claw he had brought was an extremely interesting thing. Tyson asked if the man could melt the claw. Khafren said that it was possible, but in order to create something from it, it would be necessary to select materials of the appropriate level. And most likely, Kang Tyson would have to descend another 10 floors of the labyrinth to find the materials. The guy said that he was then ready to leave the claw with the blacksmith, and as soon as Tyson got the materials, he would return for the claw. Khafren agreed with his decision. The guy turned to the ghost, asking if there would be spirits waiting for them on the 20th floor, and he asked how Tyson knew this. The guy remained silent, deep in thought. He remembered the story of the blue-haired girl who told him about spirits after the 20th floor, which are not affected by physical attacks, which complicates the task. She decided to tell about the first spirit, which was fiery. The girl was not mistaken then, because now a low-ranking fire spirit of the labyrinth appeared in front of Tyson. The quest of the 21st floor began, and in order to proceed further, she needed to defeat the floor boss. The guy's face was illuminated by an orange light emanating from the spirit. The spirit created a giant flash. Tyson activated air jump, followed by ice arrow. The boy activated fire blast by stretching his arms forward. He pushed away with all his might. The ghost suggested that Kang Tyson take things a little easier. It turned out that the guy's actions had no effect on the fire spirit, which means they will have to act differently. Kang Tyson didn't know how to use divine powers, but he hoped it would work. The guy activated Marcosius's false flame, dealing first 106 units of damage to the spirit, and then 302 units of damage. Tyson defeated the spirit of the labyrinth and obtained the spirit core. The guy was surprised that black magic was able to damage the fire spirit. But the ghost said that spirits are, after all, a natural life form. Spirits are not affected by natural attacks. The aura is given by God, so it will also have no effect. However, black magic comes from demons. The boy asked if since black magic was unnatural, it could cause damage, and the ghost confirmed this, claiming that this was the concept. Kang Tyson didn't have enough demonic energy to attack like that yet, so he decided to act based on Lee Tae-yeon's words. The ghost said that he thought so, that the guy didn't need any explanations. Their strategy for the 21st floor was this. If Tyson couldn't attack the spirits, then he should avoid them and head to that room to get the task. The guy and his hovering companion ran to some door. Kang Tyson switched from running to walking. He heard someone laugh. The mad spirit began to circle around the ghost and Kang Tyson, rejoicing at the arrival of the guest. The spirit said that he was glad to meet her. Kang Tyson followed the chaotic mad spirit with his gaze and said that he wanted to go further into the labyrinth. The spirit asked if he wanted to go down further. The guy said that to do this, he needed to defeat the spirits. The mad spirit grimaced when he heard these words. He shouted at Taesan, demanding that the boy destroy them, the spirits who abandoned the mad spirit. He wanted Kang Taesan to kill those who called the mad spirit abnormal. The ghost grabbed his head, noticing with displeasure that the spirit had not changed at all. The mad spirit said that first 5 forward, then 3 to the left, there should be a secret room. In it, there will be a golem created by the king who threw the spirit. The spirit told Taesan not to get caught by the golem and return the hidden core, and then he will give the guy power. Kang Taesan had an additional task given to him by the spirit. The crazy spirit told the guy to go, because then he would wait. Taesan asked the ghost if the spirit had always been this strange. His companion replied that the spirit that had given them the task had been like this for a long time. He was simply crazy. His role was to teach Taesan how to handle the spirits on the 21st floor, and after this task, the mad spirit would become useless. The guy wondered what if this wasn't entirely true. They reached the secret room on the 21st floor. The fire golem created by the fire spirit king has appeared. The ghost reported that the golem stops working for 1 minute every day and suggested that the guy take the water during this period of time. Taesan asked what would happen if the golem was defeated. The ghost said it wasn't impossible, but it was too dangerous, and the guy said he'd just fight the golem then. The golem swung its fist at Kang Taesan. The guy activated the jump, jumping on the enemy. Upon impact, Taesan realized that he had dealt 0 damage to the fire golem. The guy noticed that lately he's been getting lucky with opponents who don't take damage. Kang Taesan decided to use his aura and dealt 47 damage to the golem. The guy struck with his swords. Taesan's assumptions were confirmed, since golems are not spirits. The penetration power is effective, and he will be able to defeat the enemy. After 2 hours, the boy dealt the golem numerous blows with his sword, defeating it. Taesan's level increased 3 times, and a spiritual enhancement was activated, increasing his strength, agility, and health. The ghost said it was incredible. It was like watching a battle of automatons, so the ghost asked how the guy managed to fight continuously. Daesan obtained the Spirit King fragment, the Core Guardian ore, and also gained the tenacity skill through simple, relentless repetition. The guy smiled. Now he has all the basic skills to learn something new. He also received the observation skill. Kang Taesan decided to try out the new skill and activated observation. The ghost was shocked. The guy saw the blood-stained status of the ghost, who entrusted his dream to someone. Kang Taesan smiled, and the ghost asked indignantly why. They returned to the task door. Kang Taesan reported that he had brought spring water and activated observation again. The status of the mad spirit was called Unstable Child. Thirsty for accomplishment and revenge, the spirit instantly poured the brought water into his mouth. He happily declared that he was now 1 step closer to completion. The mad spirit said it was time to give the boy a skill. He gave Taesan a skill called Spirit Strike. The guy said that he also defeated the golem and showed the stone. The mad spirit was surprised by this fact. The stone was a fragment of the Spirit King, a piece of power that the king had sealed away, a power that every spirit coveted. The mad spirit realized that Kang Taesan was different from his other guests, and could help him, and he agreed to help. The ghost was puzzled by this scene. The mad spirit told the boy to collect all the cores, because with their help he could become a full-fledged spirit, and thus he would become great again. The additional task has begun. The ghost asked if the guy would accept the task. Taesan confirmed this. Because he never planned to go down the labyrinth the same way as the others did, the guy was sure that he would receive a reward with which he would become even stronger. Kang Taesang said that he would accept the mad spirit's quest, and asked what he wanted. The spirit giggled, enjoying the words of his interlocutor. He said that it is too unstable now and that stability needs to be achieved. And after this, the mad spirit wants to become complete, and to do this, he needs to become stronger. First, Taesan will have to hunt the owner of the 21st floor. The guy needs to kill him and bring the spirit core, just like with the golem, and then the mad spirit will become stronger. He wished Kang Taesan good luck, calling him an amazing guest, and shouted that his retribution was coming. The ghost asked the boy, after they left the spirit, if hunting golems had become mandatory for some quest, and why the labyrinth created this thing in the first place. The ghost thought that he could not defeat the golem even when he was alive. This task could be objectively considered impossible. But Taesan took the difficult path and achieved the impossible. The guy suggested that the gods of the labyrinth were hoping for someone there. The ghost said that these were quite frightening words, and it was considered impossible. He said that for obvious reasons, no one can achieve such power. The ghost and Kang Taesan were on the 21st floor of the labyrinth. The guy activated Ice Arrow. He defeated a mid-rank fire spirit. The ghost looked at the number of notifications that had come in after the victory, and noticed that Kang Tae-san was inundated with smelting materials. The guy assumed that this happened because of the meeting with Khafran, and decided that it was worth visiting him. Tae-san remembered the demon goddess's words. His demonic energy should increase from leveling up and killing, and it did indeed increase, changing the number of units from 10 to 27. The guy completely cleared the 21st floor, but his skills and energy are only growing by tens of units. Apparently, they'll let him know if the indicators change significantly. Tae-san decided it was time to inform the mad spirit about the completed task. He came back to the door where the spirit was waiting for him. The mad spirit was glad that the guy had already succeeded. He was truly amazing. Kang Tae-sang asked what floor was next. The mad spirit said that the next floor would be the 23rd, and that there was also a secret room on it. The spirit told me to kill the owner of the room in return. A level 22 monster, a low-level labyrinth ice spirit, appeared in front of Kang Tae-san. While the boy was fighting the monster, Ghost noted out loud that Khafran had done everything correctly. Thanks to his excellent weapon, Tae-san had easily cleared the floor without even using his skills. The boy himself hadn't expected such results. After enchanting the sword, its attack increased by 10 points, and the sword also acquired the element of fire. I wonder what will happen to the rest of the ingredients that Khafran has left. The ghost asked if the guy was referring to the ore that was left behind by the golem. He was sure that Khafran was very surprised by this thing, and the ghost also wanted to quickly find out what would come of it. Kang Tae-sang noticed something. He opened the altar of Pavsha. The guy noticed the altar. The ghost asked what the altar was doing here. Last time it was much further away. The name of this god is Pavsha. He is the god of evidence. Tae-san asked how God checks everything. Ghost stated that it is clear from the name. The guy needs to prove himself, to prove that his entire journey was not in vain. He remembered his battles. If you judge only by the completion percentage, then everything is quite simple. But unfortunately, this is not the case. Most adventurers who took the test of Pavshi, even ordinary, not the greatest ones, passed it. The labyrinth has never been kind to ordinary adventurers. Such a success rate is too strange. And after passing the test, many changed a little. They changed either in their manner of speech or in their character. Kang Tae-san suggested that it was a matter of doubles. The ghost answered negatively, but those who underwent such changes were called false. The guy asked what the people who returned said. The ghost said that they were talking about revealing themselves. And there were too many strange things in this whole situation. He didn't want to take any risks, so he didn't accept the task. But Kang Tae-san was unlikely to back down. The guy agreed with his companion, claiming that he would never stop. There was a look of determination on his face. The Altar of Fallen's additional quest has been started. Kang Tae-san's eyes gleamed, thinking that the local gods knew about his level of strength, which meant that this test would be suitable for the guy. Tae-san found himself in some other place, and someone's silhouette was already appearing in front of him. The task required the guy to prove himself. His absolute double appeared before him, differing from Tae-san only in his red eyes. The ghost asked if this copy of the guy could be his complete reflection, but he doubted it. This is how those who see something similar usually respond. The double was exactly the same as Kang Tae-san. Face, height, even equipment. The red-eyed boy ran towards Kang Tae-san. The doppelganger used the storm-slashing sword skill. Kang Tae-san noticed as he dodged the attack that even their skills were identical. The double gripped the hilt of the sword more tightly. The two Tae-san began to fight actively. The double angrily demanded that Kang Tae-san die, since his soul now belonged to the double. Dae-san said there was nothing special about his opponent. He pounced on the red-eyed double. The enemy jumped away from Kang Tae-san. Pavsha's power manifested itself. Pavsha's range of influence narrowed. Pavsha offered Tae-san a more difficult task, and he accepted it. Pavsha was pleased. Another soul entered the clone's body. The double grinned unkindly. "Wow," he said, tilting his head to the side. The new soul in the double said that he had not been in the labyrinth for a long time. The red-eyed boy greeted Kang Tae-san, calling him an adventurer. The double revealed that he was the apostle of the Great Fallen, the one who had stepped onto the lower floors, Malastane. The ghost grimaced as he realized who they had met. He said that he was wondering where the double had been all this time, and that he had managed to become an apostle. The clone was surprised and asked what the warrior was doing here. Kang Tae-sang asked if they knew the ghost. The ghost said that his newly met acquaintance entered the labyrinth at about the same time as the ghost and was not connected to the conductor of sin. Malastane reached the 70th floor, and just like the ghost, used dual swords, although he held the second one with a reverse grip. Instead of skills, the soul in the double more often used sword arts techniques. The double asked what floor it was and realized they were on the 22nd floor. Malastane didn't understand how such statistics, skills, and magic, even black magic, could exist at such a level. He activated Ice Arrow, followed by Magic Acceleration. After trying it, Malastane said he could now have some fun. He started to fight with swords with Kang Taeson. Taeson activated Air Dash. He immediately activated Ice Arrow. The guy activated Magic Acceleration. Malastane completely nullified the first attack. He noted that he was not used to canceling attacks. Malastane was sure he would have fun. He gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. The ghost indignantly asked what the double was doing. Why does he combine his sword techniques with others? Malastane said that the sword art of the warrior, Ghost, had always struck him as interesting. Kang Taeson flew away some distance. He realized that Malastane was truly strong, as he had already managed to implement Scarstorm into his technique. Taeson activated Freedom of Choice, making dexterity greater than strength. The guy clashed with his opponent's sword blade. Malastane realized that Taeson still had his tricks up his sleeve, and he also activated Freedom of Choice, increasing strength over agility. Kang Taesung said that it was too late to take these actions. Malastane frowned in displeasure. He didn't want to lose. Kang Taesung activated Marcosius' False Flame. His opponent was taken by surprise. There was a bright orange explosion. The ghost said that this was to be expected. Malastane activated the hold. The fatal attack was nullified. All damage was reduced to 0 for 1 second. The double, clutching his head, realized with surprise that he had lost to the warrior for the first time. Malastane told Lord Pavsha that he was sorry. Tears began to stream down the red-eyed boy's face. Malastane thanked Pavsha for her kind words. He raised his head and said with a smile that for the first time in so long he was able to have fun. Pavsha's test was completed. Taeson's level has been increased. Malastane disappeared. Kang Taeson activated Spiritual Enhancement, and his mastery of all skills increased except Spiritual Enhancement, the soul skill. The ghost was shocked. The guy noticed the increased level of skills, including the level of black magic, which he did not really use. Taeson calculated that since he had about 80 skills, his overall skill had increased by 200%. The Cold Mind mastery has reached 100%. Cold Mind has become a permanent skill. Clear Mirror, Tranquil Water, and the permanent skill, Brink of Death, has also reached 100%. Pavsha offered the guy an apostle contract, but he refused. The ghost grinned. Pavshi's range of influence narrowed. Taeson passed his test and received Pavshi's reward, the Dagger of the Past, which increased the boy's attack by 25 units. Kang Taeson said that he needed to change his weapon a long time ago, and he also received the skill Spirit of the Past. Because of this skill, when the guy's soul is close to death, he will receive the test of Pavshi. This skill can be used once. Taeson asked the ghost about this. The ghost said that he didn't know about the test, but he knew about the proximity to death. Skills often save lives. Taeson asked if it would be like a second life. Ghost suggested that it most likely would be. The guy noted that then things would be much more difficult for him. He wondered why Malastane had done this. A contract with the apostle means that your soul is connected to God even after death. The ghost said that it was a matter of talent and luck. Clearing the labyrinth was practically impossible even for capable people. Typically, those who have lost their will or given up, or are afraid of death, accept the apostle's contract. The powers are completely preserved, so it is very tempting. Kang Taesung asked if these people simply wanted to preserve what they had achieved, and the ghost confirmed that if they died, their achievements would simply disappear. However, by accepting the contract and binding your soul to God, you can protect your ego. The ghost believed that there was no right answer as to which was more painful, but Malastane decided that the latter. The ghost thought that this wasn't such a bad option, and advised Kang Taeson to think about it, even though he probably wouldn't need it. The guy didn't think so either, so the ghost suggested that they leave here. On the 22nd floor, in a secret room, they found a rune necklace containing the power of runes inside. Taeson said that with such statistics, this necklace is worth wearing. The guy defeated a mid-rank ice spirit of the labyrinth, increasing his level. His spiritual enhancement was activated, and he received the Secret Teaching of Darkness, a book containing the secrets of black magic. The boy wore bracers made of dragon skin on his hands. Their strong and tough leather should protect the wearer well. Kang Taeson walked along the 23rd floor, holding a sword and a dagger in his hands. He activated the observation skill. The guy discovered a brick protruding from the wall. The wall in front of him parted, revealing a passage. Taeson remembered the command of the mad spirit. He had to defeat the owner of this place and return. The guy was confident that once he did this, the additional task would be completed. He is in a space that resembles a light green forest. The ghost felt a powerful energy. Kang Taeson agreed with them. Even the air here is different. It's hard to breathe because of it. The guy saw something unknown in the distance. A creature approached him, surprised by the presence of a human here. It turned out to be a high-ranking shadow wind spirit, Kashpar, who looked like a green ghostly deer entwined with vines. Kang Tyson replied that he was here at the behest of the white spirit. Kashpar realized that the boy had been sent by the mad spirit and assumed that the spirit had ordered the boy to kill the deer. The mad spirit was incorrigible. He was a twisted spirit that could not gain reason. If Tyson followed his orders, then the end would come for him. Casper advised the boy to return and do his duty. Kang Taesung apologized and said that this was his duty. He drew his sword forward. A ring of fire surrounded them, burning the grass. The deer cried out indignantly, "How dare the guy do such a thing?" Kashpar said, activating one of his skills, that he showed mercy to such a pathetic person as Kang Taesan, and he dared to set fire to his lands. The guy said that the deer should not be shown mercy. The wind spirit said that he didn't want to hear anything. He wanted Taesan dead. The guy said that he didn't need any mercy. He would just continue and move on. Kang Taesan ordered the deer to come to him and attack. Casper had no intention of listening to him. The deer attacked the guy with a beam. Kang Taesung activated observation. Now he can see the enemy's wind blades. The guy swung his sword. Caspar realized that before him was a man capable of defeating the golem created by the king. The deer created a giant balloon and declared that if what he said was the limit of Kang Taesan, then he was finished. The wind spirit attacked the boy, screaming at him to return to nature. Taesan snorted in displeasure, defending himself with his swords. He activated first attack nullification. The guy activated acceleration and dash, jumping into the air. He rushed at the deer, performing a power strike. Taesan noticed something. His opponent said that it was incredible, because neither lower nor middle spirits were rivals for the guy. But that was all. Casper said that Kang Taesan wouldn't even be able to touch him. The guy noted that he was right, because acceleration, powerful strike, and evasion don't work. The same applies to the deer, he can't get Taesan. The guy judged that the enemy's skills were more focused on defense than attack. There was one thing that irritated Taesan the most. The skill window hasn't appeared since it was first activated, meaning it won't be possible to prepare. The guy grinned darkly. He wondered if the circumstance he had noticed was a spirit technique. Casper noticed this grin and compared Taesan to a pathetic moth flying to a flame. The guy also wanted to learn the enemy's skill. He activated the distorted flora of Decorabia. Kang Taesan decided to first use black magic, which dominates spirits, to suppress the deer's powers. Caspar said that the guy should not have used demonic powers. How dare he use this dirt to denigrate the spirit? Kang Taesan rose into the air again and rushed towards the enemy. The ghost noticed that it was working and the spirit couldn't block the boy's false flame of Marcosius. Taesan wanted to see how long his opponent could last. He dealt 210 damage to the deer. Kashpar angrily declared that their king would unleash his wrath on Kang Taesan, and he would pay for harming the spirit. The boy asked in surprise if the spirit king was here. The wind spirit replied that the king was on the floor below. He claimed that Taesan would not be able to get there, and that he would pay for his arrogance. The boy told the deer not to worry, because he was going to fight them all anyway. Kashpar's last words were insults towards Kang Taesan, calling the boy a pathetic man when he was pierced with a sword. Spiritual enhancement was activated, increasing strength, mana, and intelligence. Kang Taesan has acquired a new spirit skill, Wind Following Deer. During the skill, the guy could now influence the behavior of the wind, which he decided to test. Kang Taesan was amazed by the result, but noted that the skill was still unstable. The guy also received the Wind Spirit Core. They were on the 23rd floor when Taesan asked if the ghost had met the Spirit King. The ghost said that he had met him, but the king was not interesting to him after all. The King of Spirits was a member of the Conductors of Sin. Kang Taesan asked if this meant that the king was not a monster, but an ordinary adventurer. The ghost explained that spirits are the same creatures as people and demons. The ghost suggested that this might mean that the king was connected to the ghost's murder, and therefore needed to be torn to pieces. Kang Taesan said that first we need to deal with the remaining enemies and go to the 20th floor. The boy defeated a mid-rank wind spirit, raising his level to level 55. By using the labyrinth system, Taesan reached the level required of a magician. The magician, satisfied with this, granted the boy an ability. Kang Taesan was given a choice of 6 different types of awards. Ghost said he got this choice window on later floors, and then he chose the equipment, getting a very good item. The ghost admitted that the item wasn't as good as the weapon he gave to Taesan or his ring. But to get something like that, one would have to descend at least 10 floors. Kang Taesung said that if all the awards are at the same level, then the skill should increase by 3 or 4%. After thinking about the various points offered, the guy chose the 6th point, which offered 1 piece of desired information. Something appeared in front of him and the ghost, causing them to widen their eyes in surprise. It turned out to be a wide brick wall. The wall called itself a servant of the great mage. The living wall's name was All-Seeing Balvabam. He asked what Tayson was interested in and why he had called him. The guy asked the ghost who it was. The ghost explained that the wall was a guide that taught basic strategies, and as you progress through the floors, it would appear to give you some tips. Balvabam said that he was a servant of the magician. In his hands was absolute power, as well as knowledge. He knew this labyrinth and was ready to give the young man an answer. Kang Tayson has learned several skills, some of which are close to impossible to learn. Skills that are unknown even to adventurers who have reached the lower floors. The guy said that he was interested in acquiring skills. He asked whether the magician himself creates the skills, or whether this result corresponds to other conditions. The magician's servant understood Tayson's question. He understood why the guy asked this question. While Kang Tayson was thinking about the question, Balwabam mocked him, as he was sure that the guy would waste the question, but it seems he jumped to conclusions. Kang Taysong asked, "So what is the answer to the question asked?" The answer was that skills are not created in advance. They arise when a person reaches some extreme level or repeats the same thing over and over again. Once a skill is created, other adventurers can learn it as well. Such are the skills of the labyrinth and the mercy of the mage. Kang Tayson had already guessed this, which meant that now he would be able to become stronger than in his past life. The magician's servant asked whether the boy had satisfied his curiosity or not. Tayson confirmed this. Balvabam said it was time to make the conditions. The guy noted that everything is as described. Conditions and restrictions will apply. The magician's servant told him not to tell anyone the information he had received. Kang Tayson listened to the wall's next words. As he evaporated, the magician's servant said that if the boy told anyone about this, he would be killed by Balvabam. Now that he had answered Taysan's question, it was time for him to go. The magician's servant told the young man not to forget their conditions. Kang Taysong listened attentively. Balvabam has disappeared. The boy thought about the magician who created the labyrinth. He thought it was curious. The ghost said that Tayson would have to learn about the magician gradually, and reminded him that it was time to check the rewards. The boy followed his advice, and received a snakeskin belt and gloves used by the god of battles. Kang Taysong said that it was not bad. Magical things started to appear. The boy returned to the door when laughter was heard. The mad spirit took the core that had once belonged to Caspar with a satisfied chuckle. There was a mad but jubilant smile on the spirit's face. The mad spirit swallowed the core. Kang Tayson activated observation, and noticed that the unstable energy that had previously surrounded the mad spirit had almost disappeared. The spirit said that they only had a little bit left. He told the guy to go to the 29th floor, which has a hidden world. By using the skill that the mad spirit just gave him in the boss room, the guy will understand everything. The skill given by the mad spirit was called natural alignment. Kang Taysong noticed that the spirit was initially unstable, but now it was calm, as if it had been replaced. Perhaps the end of the quest was near. The spirit said that in the room there is a land of spirits, or a paradise for the escaped. On this land, a tree grows. Its roots support the whole earth. The mad spirit ordered these roots to be brought. If he gets them, everything will be over. The spirit's gaze was eerie. The ghost said that it had become more unpleasant to be around the mad spirit, and suggested that he and Tayson hurry. But the spirit said that they were wrong. The boy glanced at the mad spirit. Kang Tayson agreed with the ghost, but said that they would need to check on Khafran first. The guy walked up the steps. He walked to the door of Khafran's room on the 19th floor. Upon seeing Kang Tayson, Khafran announced that he had made boots from the golem's core, forged by the spirit. The boy asked in surprise what it meant that the boots could store the energy of spirits. The man replied that he understood everything correctly. These shoes can be imbued with the energy of the spirit. The power of these boots is similar to the power that Khafran imbued the warrior's sword with. Tayson remembered that the sword's energy had increased significantly, and the blacksmith suggested that the boy bring him spirit energy for use. Kang Tayson said that the man would not have to wait long and extended unlimited spirit energy. Khafran was surprised. He didn't think he would ever see something like this, and asked the guy to wait. The blacksmith said that he would finish soon, and that he had imbued the thing with the energy of the spirit. The thing he was working on was Tayson's boots. Boots now have a skill to remove restrictions, but reloading once a day adds difficulty. Khafran hasn't worked on such interesting projects for a long time, but he still wants payment from Kang Tayson of 3,000 gold. The guy decided that paying money for such a thing was the same as getting it for free, and due to the number of awards, he had a large sum. After some time, Tayson was on the 24th floor's mission, fighting the monsters on the floor. The guy said that it was time for them to appear. The ghost, grinning, decided to hide so as not to spoil Tayson's fun. The guy activated observation. He heard someone exclaim and realized that it was the one they were waiting for. Allies of those who abandoned the labyrinth, conductors of sin. Horian Alban, a fair-haired youth with a giant sword, approached them and asked who Taesan was and how he dared to come here. Horian asked Taesan if he was a newbie and explained that as they went down the floors, their rank increased, and asked if the guy knew that. Kang Taesan thought that the difference could be up to 10 levels, but health was almost the same, so all the past trials were worth it. The guy told Horian that he was not a member of the Conductors of Sin. Horian narrowed his eyes, looking at his interlocutor. He asked Kang Taesan who he was. He didn't know how Taesan got here unnoticed. Horian ran forward and made a jump. He said with a smile that it was time for Kang Taesan to die. Horian was going to show the guy the difference in levels. Kang Taesan thrust his weapon forward. With this movement, he knocked the sword out of Horian's hands. The disarmed guy turned around, looking at the flying weapon, and cursed. He told Taesan not to get cocky, because even though he had knocked the sword out of his hands, the difference in equipment between the 20th and 30th floors was too great, so the guy wouldn't be able to do anything to Horian. The ghost, aka the warrior, whom Horian recognized, reported that Taesan was an exception to the rule. The ghost explained that Kang Taesan had a skill against which any physical defense was meaningless. The guy dealt Horian 225 units of damage, then immediately 67 units, causing him to scream. Horian fell to his knees. He asked who Kang Taesan was, as Horian had never heard of such a skill before. Taesan asked whether his interlocutor's friend had gone upstairs before, and whether the friend had died. "Jagan!" Horian exclaimed in shock. He heard that they both died. Kang Taesang said that it was a lie. He asked what their leadership was doing. Horian said that they could not get up yet. The guy said that they had been on the floor for a very long time. He heard that they had already gone to conquer that floor a long time ago, so they wouldn't be here anytime soon. The ghost felt sorry for the poor fellows who still hadn't passed that floor, and Taesan asked if the ghost understood what was being told. The further you go down, the more illogical the floors become. For example, a floor with clearing an entire planet in an hour, or with a fight with 3 enemies of the same level as you at the same time, or a dragon hunting quest that must be completed with beginner equipment. The ghost said that it didn't matter now, and asked if Gardenia was still alive. He remembered Gardenia, a fair-haired sweet girl in a white dress. Horian's gaze became tense. He had not heard of Gardenia's death, so he assumed that the girl was still alive. The ghost said that was enough. He thought it was unlikely that Horian knew more information. Horian hoped for a painless death. Kang Taesan called up the status window to see his increased level and increased stats. The ghost noticed that the window was showing crazy numbers. He didn't understand how a level 56 could have such characteristics. The warrior wondered what would happen on the lower floors. Taesan said that it was time for them to go, and that he still had to develop. Dark, bad memories flashed through the guy's head. He had to evolve to change the future. Horian died, the voice said. The light from a wall torch illuminated the stone room. There was a crowd of people in cloaks standing in the room. Some of them wondered if Horian had tried to get to the 31st floor, and someone suggested that the guy had been killed for this by the 4th level Sin Conductors. One of the cloaked figures present, a gray-haired guy, said that Horian was on the 24th floor, which is why he had gathered everyone here. Another young man, white-haired and looking younger, suggested that the killer could be the guy who was being followed by the warrior's spirit, and who was accused of killing Jagan, meaning Kang Taesan. The gray-haired man confirmed that Jagan died after climbing to the 20th floor, but added that he thought he died on his own. Someone in the crowd agreed with this opinion. The white-haired boy suggested that this information might be a lie. Kang Taesan's face showed no emotion. He walked down the wide stone steps. At the same time, the white-haired guy shared his guess that Kang Taesan was alive and was going down further. The gray-haired guy agreed with him, because there was a high probability that the rumors about the guy's death were stupid fabrications. Perhaps the second-level survivors lied, afraid of death, in order to live longer. That adventurer, the dark-haired guy with a ghost over his shoulder. Everyone thought he died in the battle with Zagan in the area of the 30th floor. The gray-haired guy said that it would not be easy to deal with Taesan, and suggested that those present unite and rise together. One of the men, a muscular guy with a bandage on his head, asked him if he considered such actions necessary. He replied that their opponent had managed to defeat Zagan, which meant that they could not let their guard down. Another person present said that the guy was exaggerating the importance of Kang Taesan. One long-haired guy, an archer, agreed, saying that the 3 of them, along with his allies, the female mage and the guy in the headband, would be enough to win. Another man said he would join their team. He was going to finish this job quickly and have time to get a good night's sleep. The gray-haired guy told them to get up in a group of 4 and run away if the situation required it. Someone's footsteps were approaching Taesan. He looked forward, trying to figure out who it was. A group of 4 people, the same ones who were going to defeat him, approached him. The man with the trident asked if all the fuss was because of Taesan, and noticed that he was younger than he thought. The guy with the bandaged head said that one shouldn't judge by appearance, but he couldn't disagree with the man's statement about age. The man guessed that Kang Taeson was about 20 years old. Taeson asked if only 4 people had come. The ghost said that considering how many people the guy had defeated, they should all go together. The warrior couldn't believe that they had sent only a couple of people. These people hadn't changed at all. They were still sitting on the same floor for decades. They had never faced any special challenges, so they had become lazy, and they also had a lot of empty self-confidence. Such a sweet taste of peace and tranquility poisons them. It may have been different in the past, but their fighting power is now rapidly declining. Kang Taeson looked ahead. He activated observation and informed the opponents that he thought they would all come together. But this would do. The first opponent, a man with a trident, turned out to be Hajin Roya. The guy in the bandage was armed with a dagger, and his name was Baben Ruita. The witch girl was Arenesia Clias. Her weapon was a staff. The archer boy's name was Cassian. Kang Taeson saw that all of them had the status of surrendered, and assumed that these people did not want to develop. Realizing that his opponents had distributed the roles well, Hajin asked if Taeson was ready for the fight. The guy confirmed this and stated that there was no need to engage in useless conversations, and asked if this was enough for them. Baben asked what he meant. Kang Taeson activated the wind-following deer skill, and suggested that the enemy call their men, as he would wait for them calmly. Baben was puzzled. Taeson activated the acceleration skill. He ran forward with a stern face. Arenesia activated madness and told Kang Taeson not to come near. The judgment was not carried out. Arenesia belatedly and shockedly realized that mental magic had no effect on the guy. Hajin ordered her to move over, as he himself was going to deal with Taeson. Cassian jumped up, smiling and shouting that the enemy was caught. The ghost realized that Taeson's spiritual energy was capable of blocking such attacks, which surprised Cassian when his arrows were blocked. Kang Taesong said that it was quite convenient. He dealt 226 damage to Hajin, causing him to let out a disgruntled cry. Hajin blocked Taeson's strike with his trident. The man didn't understand what kind of damage this was. The guy was stronger than him. Hajin told the girl to do something. She shouted that Kang Taeson was not giving her time, bombarding her with magical attacks. Arenesia did not understand where their opponent got such strong magic from. Baben asked to leave the guy with him and ran ahead. At this time, Kang Taesong was still fighting with the man with the trident. Baben jumped at him from behind, swinging his dagger. Kang Taeson activated the infected flora of Decarabia. He asked if anything had changed when plant trunks began to grow out of the ground. Baben realized that it was black magic and was shocked, because Taeson could not be a demon. He wondered who his opponent was then. The guy in the bandage didn't understand why Kang Taeson, the man walking on the second level, was playing games with them like they were children. There was a loud scream. Kang Taesong defeated Hajin Roya. He said that it doesn't matter how many of his opponents there are and what level they are. People who don't try to become stronger won't be able to defeat Kang Taeson. Arenesia irritably stated that the guy would not be able to get rid of them so easily. The girl activated the storm arrow and ordered her allies to step aside, as this was the only way to kill Kang Taeson. The ghost said that they finally had the opportunity to see advanced magic from a third-level mage. Kang Taeson extended his hand forward, saying that he wanted to do the same. He activated Impartial Duel. Now for 10 seconds, no one can damage him except Arenesia. Kang Taesong said that it was all over. With one attack, he defeated Arenesia, Cassian, and Baben Ruita. The guy's level increased, and he also received spiritual power. Kang Taeson's agility was permanently increased by 36 points, strength by 21 points, intelligence by 19 points, and his stamina was permanently increased by 100. He received the activated skill Stealth and the starting magic, Wind Blast. Kang Taeson guessed that if stealth was some kind of version of invisibility, then it wouldn't be of any use. The guy activated Wind Blast and was surprised that this skill was fast. The ghost noticed that this skill was very similar to the lightning strike that Kang Taesong received in the secret room. Not particularly powerful, but quite useful due to its quick activation. The gray-haired guy reported that all 4 people they sent were dead. One man couldn't believe it, as it hadn't even been 2 hours, and suggested that they should fight Taeson again before he got stronger. The gray-haired guy said that it was impossible, because their enemy had killed 4 in less than 2 hours, which meant that it was unlikely that 6 could cope with him. A question was heard from the crowd about what to do next in that case. The guy said that they should wait. Kang Taeson was still only on the 24th floor, and their chances of winning were too small, so it was better to just sit it out and contact the members of the lower floors. It was necessary to wait until the management returned. Kang Taeson stood in a stone room, with a hole in the ceiling that revealed the blue sky and light streaming in. He said that those they were waiting for never came, as the guy thought. The ghost said that these conductors of sin had twisted minds. These cowards decided to simply postpone their lynching for later. But the warrior was sure that they would wait for the return of their leadership. He did not think that this was the best way out, but this was the choice of the conductors. Kang Taesung said that in any case, it was worth giving them time. He explained that a task had just appeared. They should return to their homeland, to Earth. The crowd of adventurers was clearly on edge. None of them wanted to return to Earth. Kang Jun-hyuk suggested that they were sending many more people now. Taesan, who had come up from behind, explained that due to the high number of deaths during the first such mission, the labyrinth should be safer for easy and normal mode players. The guy posted the clearing instructions on the community page so that anyone could read them if they wanted to, and he asked Kang Jun-hyuk and Lee Tae-young if they were on the 7th floor. The girl confirmed this with a smile, and Kang Jun-hyuk asked if Taesan believed they could handle it. The guy said that they had another week, and therefore they needed to get to the 8th floor, where the guys would meet Oman, the god of trials, and he would give them a couple of achievable tasks. They won't have to risk their lives, so there's no need to worry. A girl in armor and Jungoon approached them. The girl asked Taesan to help her. He asked how it was for them on hard mode. Jungeon said with a smile that the number of dead was decreasing and the adventurers were descending lower and lower. The girl felt like she was about to vomit. She felt like she couldn't handle the thought of having about 30,000 human lives in her hands. Taesan asked if she knew that this was her duty. The girl confirmed this. She just wanted to complain. The guy figured that the hard mode players would be useful and said they would see each other in a week. The ghost said that not much time had passed, and they were already being sent. He said it was difficult to figure out what was going on in their minds. Kang Taesan thought he had been there once before, so he had a general idea of what to expect from the mission. But he felt like this time it would be different. The guy said that it was too early to relax. He was on the 24th floor. Upon defeating the boss, Kang Taesan received the Staff of Baal. It was a staff that made people go crazy with a touch, using black magic. The guy decided that he could give it to the demon goddess. He also found the spring water ring. Deezen put it on his finger, his face taking on a surprised expression. Water was pouring out of the ring. The guy estimated that there was about 3 liters of it. This skill certainly can't be called useless. With the ring, Kang Taesan won't lose anyone to dehydration. Such a thing is priceless on Earth. After this, preparations went well. Taesan made an offering to the demon goddess and received the skill of black magic. He then purchased equipment from the shop owner, thinking that he would finally gain a new skill. Kang Taesan was already walking along the 25th floor of the labyrinth. The ghost asked in confusion how he was going to get a skill that doubled damage without any conditions. A crowd of dark spirits stood in front of the two of them. Taesan clarified that his companion had said that when physically impacted, the spirits on the 25th floor would split in 2. The warrior confirmed this and reported that the reboot time would last 3 minutes. The guy decided to take advantage of this. The skill he needed could only be obtained in a battle with a large number of enemies, and he needed to master it within a week. Kang Taesan said that it seemed like the demon goddess knew about both his past and the time distortion. So what was the possibility that Go Shin didn't know about it? The goddess asked him if the guy was planning to descend to Earth, and he replied that she knew it. The demon goddess asked with a grin if he really thought she didn't know what her subjects were doing. She couldn't believe that such base creatures could do such things. Kang Taesan asked if she could know the reason for all this. The girl threw up her hands, claiming that he himself should understand that she couldn't say anything about it. The guy asked if he needed to go down lower for this. The demon goddess agreed with this and told him to get to work, as he had come for skills. In exchange for the staff Kang Taesan brought, the girl could gift him with basic black magic. She decided that since she so badly wanted to ruin everything for the villains, she would give the guy what he needed most as a gift. Kang Taesan received the demon goddess prayer, which will restore his demonic energy. The guy asked what it was. The demon goddess said that he would definitely need it. The time would come when black magic would become necessary for Kang Taesan, and then he would thank her. The girl told the guy not to let himself be killed. Those scoundrels won't sit still, so it won't be easy. Remembering this, Kang Taesan said that judging by the fact that the demon goddess was involved in this matter, there was no point in doubting Shin's involvement. He thought that this skill was enough for the spirits of darkness. The ghost wondered where so many dark spirits came from, since the guy didn't even move, let alone attack. Kang Taesan thought it was his bracelet. It turned out to be more useful than he expected. He would never have expected to find something so unique in the store. It was a bracelet with killing intent. It would kill anyone but its owner, and it was made at the whim of a witch. The ghost was surprised. He had never seen objects attack automatically before. It seemed to him that Taesan was lucky. The guy asked if it could have been different. He had a feeling that the gods had decided to play a joke on him. He remembered the salesman asking him about his desired purchase. The man said that this bracelet had a high attack, so no one was buying it, and asked if Kang Tyson had money for it. He answered in the affirmative. The ghost suggested that the bracelet was sentient and that Tyson liked this item. The merchant almost forgot, but still managed to remember, and asked if the guy had received a new skill from the old knight. The man assumed that the bracelet was meant for the boy. Even though this bracelet was rather strange, it would give many a run for their money, and the merchant was sure that Tyson would like this item. A purple light ribbon cut through the air. Kang Taisang said that the bracelet was worth the money. He thought it was enough to gain the skill, although he was unsure if it would be enough time. The ghost understood that the guy needed more enemies, but wondered what he was going to do with them. Tyson asked if he remembered the tenacity skill. The guy got it after killing a guard golem. The effectiveness of this skill increases with repetition of movements. If Kang Tyson kills enemies while using tenacity, he will be able to obtain the enlarged skill, which doubles his damage. The ghost asked what the conditions would be and whether the skill would affect the guy's stats, or whether it couldn't be linked to other skills. Tyson answered negatively and explained that this skill only doubles the damage from any attack. The warrior asked in bewilderment what kind of skill this was, since there were no conditions. Kang Tyson said that he didn't have much time, it was time for him to start, so he told the ghost to be quiet. There was still a crowd of dark spirits in front of them. The guy looked at their gigantic number. "Now let's get started," Kang Taesang said with a smile. There were a lot of spirits. They looked like small dark wisps of black fog with horns. Kang Taesan cut down one of his opponents. The ghost asked if this was a way to gain a damage absorption skill, since the guy was simply swinging his sword from side to side. Kang Taesan first dealt 243 damage to the Spirit of Darkness, then dealt 244 damage to another spirit, and then dealt 243 damage to the third spirit. The ghost realized that the damage he was causing was gradually increasing. Did the guy really decide to double it this way? The persistence effect is that an action becomes more effective when repeated many times. Damage also becomes more effective. To double the damage this way would require about 200 attacks, as the ultimate goal is 480 damage. Kang Tyson dealt 249 damage to another spirit. He turned around, waiting for the next opponent. The boy swung his sword again. His hand trembled as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Kang Tyson felt tired. He dealt 243 points of damage again. The ghost scratched his head, saying that now he would have to start all over again. He estimated how long it would take, and asked if Tyson was sure that he could obtain this skill. It seemed to the ghost that the number of spirits killed had already exceeded 1,000. The warrior did not understand how it was possible to control absolutely every attack and still manage to dodge. Kang Taesong stated that this was justified due to the value of the skill. Many players can't even get a boost, and those players who acquired this skill played at a high difficulty level. The ghost indignantly asked, "Doesn't Kang Taeson see how many opponents they have? It's only getting harder, so maybe the guy should deal with them, rest, and come back after rest." The spirits of darkness were approaching. Kang Taeson didn't think his goals were unrealistic, as it was easy compared to receiving the increase for the first time. On easy difficulty mode, he had to fight different monsters. It was difficult to even find such concentrations of monsters as now, so things aren't that bad now. The subtle movements that Taeson's hands made during the fight, the distance between his legs, the speed of the sword's movement, the direction of the sword and his gaze, the point of impact and the place where the sword strikes and stops, even the boy's breathing. Everything had to be exactly the same for tenacity to work. Kang Taesan raised his hand with the sword up. His task may sound easy, but one small mistake can ruin everything. Furthermore, due to the struggle that Taesan received from Rakuratos, his stats increase after every kill. The stats affect movement, so the guy has to try hard not to overdo it. Kang Taesan shifted his gaze to the side. What was bad was that the spirit's movements did not change. Kang Taesang suddenly cursed. Again, the ghost asked irritably. He indignantly demanded that the guy stop ruining everything, since 4 days had passed and 3 more were ahead, and asked if this didn't irritate Taesan himself. The guy replied that since he was human, of course it irritated him, but he was still not dead. The ghost frowned, and Kang Taesan asked what was wrong with his gaze. The ghost thought that this might sound crazy. Every time he acquired a skill, Kang Taesang risked his life. In a sense, this time the skill is worth the effort. The guy exhaled heavily. He declared that it was time to get it together and end it. Taesan thought he had adapted enough. Ghost called him a stubborn fool. The guy dealt 243 units of damage to the next Spirit of Darkness. He dealt damage again, blow after blow. Kang Taesan raised his sword again. He repeated the blows over and over again. The guy looked back. No matter how many times it had to be repeated, Kang Tae-sung was going to do it. He dealt 246 units, 342 units, 428 units, the power of his attacks increasing. The boy swung his sword again in anticipation. He practically doubled the damage he dealt without resorting to outside means by gaining a new skill, enlargement. The guy said he did it. After 6 days of repetition, 132 hours of hard work, and 1,012 attempts, Kang Tae-sung finally achieved the increase. The ghost wondered how much stronger the guy had become, and he activated a powerful attack. Kang Tae-sung activated the enlargement skill. He launched a consecutive attack and dealt 912 damage to the Spirit of Darkness. The guy dealt 498 units of damage to another spirit, surprising the ghost. He didn't understand how Kang Tae-sung, a guy from the 20th floors, could deal such damage, and the synergy between his skills was incredible. The guy asked if Ghost found this skill useful. He asked if Kang Tae-sung was making fun of him, and at the same time reminded the guy that he would return to Earth in 2 hours. Was the guy really going to return there with his clothes torn after the fight? Kang Tae-sung gasped as he realized this fact. He was still on the 25th floor. The guy ran forward, striking another Spirit of Darkness. His level was elevated. He was in the best condition, as the notice stated. The ghost said that it was time for Kang Tae-sung to move out. A hole in space appeared in front of them. The guy stepped forward, intending to see what they had prepared for them next. He was not going to give up so easily. A special mission has begun. Kang Tae-sung needs to prepare for the mission at the City Hall in 24 hours. Screams were heard. Someone was begging to return to the labyrinth. Kang Tae-sung walked towards the crowd of nervous people, some of whom were wondering how many people would die, while others wanted to get back to clearing the labyrinth. The ghost indignantly and sarcastically praised the adventurer's will and tenacity, and Kang Tae-sung suggested that everything would start with the mayor's office. Last time, everyone wasn't so depressed. Now it would not be possible to lead these people if the guy wanted to complete the task. The boy wondered if he had enough strength to complete the task in 24 hours. He decided that he might need help. Kim Hee-yeon, sitting at the table and writing something, scratched her cheek and wondered if anyone was thinking about her. During the first return to Earth, 70,000 of the 100,000 who arrived died tragically. And now, while those remaining are trembling with fear, the second approach is approaching. The city was illuminated by daylight. Kim Hee-yeon wondered when she would be finished. She couldn't believe she had to figure out the stats, equipment, and combat skills of every player in Yongan City Hall to find a suitable role for each one. And she only had about 12 hours left to do it. Jungun said with a smile that nothing could be done about it, since Hyunam had entrusted her with it. The girl exclaimed, "Why so many, since there were probably people who could handle it better than her?" The man who jumped into the window of the Daesun building said that there were no such people, and Kim Hee-yeon, dumbfounded, asked why he had entered through the window. The guy said it was faster and more convenient than walking across the hall, and drew attention to the huge amount of papers on the table. Kang Tae-sung might say that there were too many of them, although not as many as last time, but there was still nothing good about it. He put his hand on the girl's shoulder and told her not to blame herself, because she did a great job. Kim Hee-yeon thanked her, and asked if maybe she should pass it on to someone else. Kang Tae-sung said that he doesn't have time for it and has too many things to do, and he doesn't like this kind of work. And besides, Jungun is better at it. The guy in question chuckled awkwardly, muttering that it was his calling. Kang Tae-sung said that Lee Tae-young was too passive for this kind of job, and Kang Jun-hyuk was too young. The guy also said that you shouldn't trust those old men. Kang Tae-sung was sure that the girl herself understood that those who had not descended into the labyrinth could not decide anything in creating the plan. Moreover, to suppress their cries by force, you need to be at least on hard mode, so Kim Hee-yeon is perfect. During the third return, only 5,000 people remained alive due to an incident caused by Choi Jun-hyuk. Back then, even the appearance of D or E rank monsters was perceived as a disaster. Most of them gave up and tried to escape. Even in this situation, Kim Hee-yeon was able to save more than half of the players and send them to Seoul. What would have happened if she had survived in the past? If Kim Hee-yeon had lived longer, how exactly would things have changed? The girl thoughtfully grabbed her chin, looking at the papers. Kang Tae-sung, who was already sitting on the windowsill, said that someday Kim Hee-yeon would understand everything herself, and told her to try hard, because they didn't have much time left. The girl exclaimed in bewilderment, getting up from the table. Didn't he come to help? The guy said that he had enough of his own things to do, and with these words he jumped out of the window. Jungun cheerfully suggested that the girl hurry up. Kang Tae-sung stood in front of the hole in space with the ghost. The ghost concluded that the crack in front of them had widened. The guy agreed with this, At the same time noticing that the crack was shaking as if something was itching to break free. Kang Taeson guessed that it was something no lower than Class C or B. The ghost insulted someone and wondered why they were being so evasive. Kang Taeson asked if he meant Go Shinu and said that these fools were incredibly strong, so much so that it was far beyond their comprehension. The ghost said they could tear this planet apart if they wanted. He didn't understand why they would create rifts, send players on return missions and give them tasks. The guy didn't know. At first, he thought they were only able to influence the world through the cracks, but the demon goddess destroyed an entire star in the blink of an eye. Go Shin's strength was comparable to that of the gods of the labyrinth. The guy couldn't believe that they were capable of such strange things. The ghost heard rumors that Go Shin had destroyed 258 worlds in 12 years. He asked if Kang Taeson thought it was too slow for such power. Was it all because of the interference of the labyrinth gods? The ghost thought that this was possible, and decided that no matter what, they would find out after going deeper into the labyrinth. Kang Taesong suggested that they might find out sooner. The giant crack glowed purple. A special quest had begun for all players in the southern part of Gyeonggi Province. They all had to gather at Yongin City Hall, with a time limit of 1 week. The crowd began to murmur. One man asked angrily whether they should now go to the city hall, and a woman said that she had a friend in Yongin. Someone else said that he had relatives in the mayor's office, and was asked if these relatives were alive. Someone's voice suggested that there were probably monsters everywhere. Kim Hee-yeon, walking ahead, told them not to worry, because these people had become stronger after passing the labyrinth. She also told them to remember that the hard decision players have their back. There would be even more of them upon arrival in Yongin, so the girl asked people to hold out a little longer. A giant red monster appeared. Kim Hee-yeon told the people behind her to move away. She believed that hard mode players would deal with the monster. Kang Jun-hyuk, who had taken the lead, said with a smile that he would also help. Lee Tae-young attacked the monster along with him, receiving verbal thanks from Kim Hee-yeon. Kang Taeson grumbled when he saw the number of monsters and activated Ice Arrow. He jumped onto the wall of the building, towering over the red monster. The guy shouted that we needed to figure this out as quickly as possible, and his bracelet on his hand began to glow purple. The power of the bracelet cut the monster into pieces. The ghost praised the bracelet, calling it an excellent thing. Its range was about 2 meters, and its speed was simply amazing. Kang Taeson said that the bracelet was useful, but he simply didn't have time to catch every monster. He activated the flora of Decarabia, dense plant trunks breaking through the asphalt. People looked around nervously, assuming it was another monster. One of the people said that they were being protected. The ghost asked the guy if he thought he had gone too far, and he said he was trying something. Kang Taesang activated Ice Arrow twice, and then activated Magic Enhancement. He thought that the skill he used in Beguse would be perfect now, thus creating a giant ice ball. The guy said goodbye to the monsters. The ball crashed onto a pile of hostile creatures. The crowd of adventurers stared in shock at what was happening. Jungun shouted to Daesan, asking what it was. The guy shook his hands, turned to the fighters, and said that they had arrived late because Taeson had already defeated all the monsters, and asked if they were finished. Jungun answered in the affirmative. He wondered, looking at the aftermath of Kang Taeson's attack, if he was some kind of monster. Several hours later, near the base building, Kang Taeson activated the distorted flora of Decarabia, enveloping the building in a vine of plants. He decided that he could go into the building and rest, since they were performing early tomorrow morning. The guy said that simple monsters couldn't get through the vines, so people could sleep peacefully. The adventurers whispered to each other as he walked, and Kang Taeson wondered what was wrong with them. One guy whispered to the girl that Taeson dealt with the monsters single-handedly. Someone wondered if the guy was even human. The ghost was indignant. These people had survived only thanks to Kang Taeson, and now they were acting cautiously. The guy said he didn't care, because he was already used to this kind of reaction. It was important for them to quickly finish the task and find out more about Go Shin, but Ghost was still irritated. 4 of his acquaintances ran up to him. Lee Tae-yeon heard that Kang Taeson was looking for them, and asked what happened. The guy asked if they really didn't understand, or if they were going to take a comfortable nap. Kang Jun-hyuk asked with a grin if Kang Taesang wanted to fight with them too. The guy confirmed this and told them to run for their gear as they would start immediately. Kang Jun-hyuk said that it was great, and he wasn't going to just lose this time. Kang Taesang said with a smile that he couldn't wait to see it. A duel began between him and Kang Jun-hyuk, as Daesung wanted to see what he was capable of. In the end, the guy defeated all 4 of them, who hadn't slept a wink all night. Kang Taeson decided that they should end it here. While they were on Earth, they should continue training. Kang Jun-hyuk said that they had already done a lot, but the black-haired guy said that what they had done was just nonsense, and the guys should not be lazy. The ghost called the departing guys fools, because they do not appreciate the fact that the strong ones show them mercy and train with them. Instead of complaining, it would be better if the guys recovered faster and went back to training, and did not give up halfway through. The ghost irritably called the 4 people weaklings and declared that if he were in Kang Taesun's place, he would have punished the boys properly. The guy thought that the guys needed to get stronger to fight the apostles, so they needed to take them seriously. 3 days later, a crowd of people approached the Yongin City Hall. Kim Hee-yeon suggested that they go inside the City Hall building. 2 people were blocked by 2 armed men who asked where they were from. Kim Hee-yeon raised her hands to show that there was no danger from her side, and said that they were from Anyan, and asked one of the couple blocking the way if his name was Baek Woong. The guy responded by asking the girl if she was Kim Hee-yeon. The girl shook his hand with a smile. She was glad to meet him, because she knew that he was in Yongin. Baek Woong also smiled sincerely. He asked his interlocutor to wait a second, and said that he would return now with their king. Kim Hee-yeon sheepishly agreed. She asked him about the king. 3 people approached them, and the guy at the head of them asked again whether Kim Hee-yeon and the others from Anyang had arrived. This guy was a hard-mode player named So Jang-sang. Kim Hee-yeon was surprised and clearly recognized the guy who had arrived, after which a smile lit up her face. She was glad that So Jang-san was here. The guy, on the contrary, frowned when he recognized Kim Hee-yeon, but then he also smiled cheerfully. They shook hands with mutual pleasure. So, Jang-san asked why there were so many people who came. He couldn't believe that they were all from the same region. Kim Hee-yeon said that there were about 20,000 people here. They were very lucky. The guy asked how this happened. She asked if Seo Jang-sang remembered how the girl told him about being in the labyrinth. She told him that she had several capable, incredible guys in reserve, and pointed out Kang Taesun, Lee Tae-young, and Kang Jun-hyuk. So Jang-san asked if they were talked about so often in society. His gaze became stern. The 3 in question didn't understand why this guy was looking at them so intently. Seo Jang-san clapped his hands. He was sure it wasn't easy for them to get here. The guy said that the mission was not over yet, so those present could take a rest for now, and his people would escort them out. After these words, So Jang-san left. People entering noticed that the building was quite spacious and were glad to have the opportunity to relax in peace. Kang Jun-hyuk asked Lee Tae-young if she thought Seo Jang-sang was strange, and she suggested that it was because he just didn't know him very well. Kang Jun-hyuk said that Seo Jang-sang had an expression on his face as if he was annoyed about something. It was so obvious that it was difficult to attribute it to a misunderstanding. Kang Taesun listened to their conversation when he was asked if he felt anything. He replied that he didn't know. Maybe Kang Jun-hyuk was right. The guy thought that Kang Taesun had noticed it too. Taesun thought that he should take a look around for now, and that those who wanted to could rest, while he suggested that the rest follow him. The City Hall building was illuminated by daylight. The low and medium difficulty players' housing was empty and cold, causing players to shiver. The housing for hard mode players looked better. Lee Tae-yeon said with excitement that she didn't see any single-player players here except for themselves. Kang Jun-hyuk noted that there were too few players in both easy and hard modes, and there weren't many solo players, but there should have been more people in easy and hard modes. The ghost said that something was wrong here. Noticing the nervous players, Kang Taesun agreed with him. After walking around Yongin City Hall, the boy noticed that the facial expressions of the people here were divided into 2 types. A very small number were confident and happy, while the overwhelming majority of them were intimidated and sad. It was clear at first glance that they were wary of something, looking like subjects in front of nobles. Kang Taesun said that this place smelled rotten. Kim Hee-yeon approached them, having already been told how everything worked here. Ghost assumed that she had already joined the system. The girl learned about the number of people, the percentage of players with high difficulty, as well as the food supplies in the city hall. She also found out where these supplies were stored, and invited Taesun to go with her. 4 players from the single-player mode were walking down the stairs. Kim Hee-yeon said with concern that something was wrong here. Kang Taesung asked what she was talking about. The girl felt like low and medium difficulty players were avoiding her. Could it be because of the difference in strength? The guy said that he himself doesn't know yet, so for now they can observe what's happening here. Upon reaching the storage area, Kim Hee-yeon reported that these supplies should last them for some time, since quick cooking noodles and canned goods do not spoil for a long time. Kang Taesun wasn't so sure. He thought that they weren't the last ones to come to the city hall. People would continue to come, even though there wouldn't be many of them. But the food would run out quickly, so they needed to put supplies aside. Kim Hee-yeon said that it was still not bad. She was sure that now that Jang-sang was with them, everything would work out. They discussed what was happening in the labyrinth. Besides, Jong Sung had a lot of people following him because of his strength and determination. Even though this guy was a little aggressive, Kim Hee-yeon didn't think it was a serious problem. Kang Tae-sun mentally disagreed with the girl. 2 days had passed since this conversation. They had nothing more to do until the completion of the task. This place was completely sealed. If you go inside, you won't be able to leave. The ghost asked Kang Tae-sun how long he was going to sit on the roof. The guy was bored and wondered how much longer he would have to just sit like that. Suddenly, Tae-sun heard a familiar voice, assuming it was Jun-hyuk. The ghost said that it was just in time. Someone was arguing downstairs. Kang Jun-hyuk was ordering some guy to leave the newcomers alone. And the guy was demanding that Jun-hyuk calm down, because the guy wasn't going to tolerate this, even though Kang Jun-hyuk was a single-player player. Lee Tae-yeon was outraged that he would say such a thing. How could he be so ruthless and not give food to the sick? The guy replied that he wasn't ruthless, but simply reacted accordingly, since food didn't fall from the sky, to which the girl replied that the players had just arrived, wounded and tired. The evil guy said that when they got to Yongan they should follow the local rules, especially since he considered the single-player players to be incompetent chatterboxes. Kang Jun-hyuk was outraged, so Jong-sun approached and ordered everyone to be silent. He asked what had happened here and why such a crowd had gathered there. One of the people in the crowd said that this was a common mishap, and that these people were trying to break the rules established by the king. Sao Jong-sung asked if they were really trying to go against the rules, but a flustered Lee Tae-young said they just wanted to say that he was going too far. The guy took a few steps towards her. Sao Jong-sung touched the girl's chin, informing her that if they broke the rules, they must be prepared to bear the punishment. He said that this was something that should have been executed, but since Lee Tae-yeon acted out of ignorance, such a punishment would be too harsh. The king grabbed the girl by the clothes sharply, pulling her towards him, saying that they would have to start with something simpler. A man approached them. It was Kang Tae-sun. He asked what they were talking about and if he could join in. Seo Jong-san gave the guy who approached him a displeased look. Kang Tae-sun looked at him with the same unhappy expression. The guy who had previously threatened Kang Jun-hyuk indignantly asked how Di-sung dared to look at their king with such a look. So Jang-san told everyone to stop, letting the girl go. Lee Tae-yeon coughed, her collar pressing too hard against her throat while she was in the boy's grip. The king said that nothing special had happened. They were just discussing with Tae-sun's allies the importance of honoring the rules. The guy asked with a knowing smile who came up with these rules, whether it was the king himself. Kang Tae-sun grabbed So Jong-san, telling him that he could lead his people as he wished, but he should not touch Tae-sun's people. The guy looked thoughtfully at his subordinate after hearing this. He flew at Kang Tae-sun with an insult and a sword. He hit the place where the guy was standing, because he didn't have time to hit Kang Tae-sun with his sword, who had managed to jump back and asked if the guy really wanted this. The attacker said that Daesung would regret insulting the king. The guy deftly dodged the blows of his opponent's sword. Seo Jong-sung's expression darkened as Kang Tae-sun was able to easily dodge the hard mode player's attacks. The guy meanwhile grabbed the king's subordinate by the hand. He said that this could be considered self-defense. Kang Tae-sun relaxed his body and struck as slowly as possible, needing to control the blow as much as possible. With his blow, the guy dealt 51 units of damage to his opponent, a guy named Kim Gu-han. Kim Gu-han flew back and hit the wall due to Daesung's strong blow. Seo Jong-san's expression darkened when he saw this. Kang Tae-sun turned to him with a smug smile, asking if the king wanted to continue. So Jong-san said with a dissatisfied look that this was enough. He left with his men, apologizing for the incident, and saying that he would punish his subordinate who attacked the guy. Kang Tae-sun called his name. The guy said that this was the last time he would allow So Jong-sang to do this, and next time he would kill him for such an act. The king tensed up at the threat. Kang Tae-sun's eyes glowed with a purple light. Seo Jong-san wondered if the boy really understood that he had given the order to Gu-han to see how strong Tae-sun was. He said that he remembered the guy's threat. Kang Jun-hyuk cursed as Seo Jong-sang walked away and shook his fist at him. Kang Tae-sun asked for an explanation of what happened here. Lee Tae-young embarrassedly replied that nothing. 30 minutes ago, while the girl was walking in the park, she noticed how these people were harassing easy mode players, humiliating a woman who had a sick child and no food. At first, Lee Tae-young wanted to just walk by because she was scared, but things started to take a serious turn. Then the girl decided to intervene. Kang Jun-hyuk protested, claiming that it wasn't her fault. Why did those scoundrels start behaving like this? Kang Tae-sun told the boys to go and rest. Since he had defeated Gu-han, the hard mode players would no longer bother them. It was light outside. Kang Tae-san sat on the roof of the building, his legs dangling over the edge. The ghost was disgusted that wherever they were, there were always scoundrels like conductors of sin. The guy asked if he didn't think he had just offended the conductors of sin, but at least the conductors of sin acknowledge power. Ghost said that Tayson was right, so Jang Song only cares about hard mode players, so he's worse. In his past life, this guy was the same. So Jang Sang claimed that only hard mode players could save the world. It was he who created a system with rules and restrictions based on the rank of the players, returning everything to the Middle Ages. The only person who could restrain the guy was a girl from the single mode named Lee Tae-young. However, she alone was not enough to deal with all the hard mode players, and since most of the monsters were on her, the girl did not have time for bickering. Kang Tae-sung thought this situation was stupid. The ghost said that if things continued like this, then very soon the players of other modes would direct their anger at them, and the single-player players would also stop being silent. But So Jang-san wouldn't give up. Scoundrels like him always cling to what they have until the very end, Kang Tae-sun agreed. Since the guy warned him that this was the last time, then So Jang-san wouldn't regret what he did. 2 days later, the last day of the mission arrived, and a total of 100,000 people from the southern Gyeonggi region came to the Yongin City Hall. Depressed that this was all that remained of the population of the southern region, people began to mourn the deaths of their loved ones. A special task began. They had to choose their king, who would be able to distribute roles to others, after which people were ordered to survive, grow food and protect their land, build defensive walls and fight off enemies, because waves of monsters would periodically arrive. The duration of survival was 1 month, and the reward depended on the results. People, players, gathered around the table for discussion. Kang Tae-sun and his allies sat opposite So Jang-san and his subordinates. They exchanged glances. Kim Hee-yeon wondered what the king and the mission meant. She assumed it was something like a leader or manager. She asked if the people gathered here thought that it meant establishing the rules that had been in effect in the system until now. Sao Jang-sung proposed himself for the role of the king. He has already succeeded in establishing rules, so he considers this the right decision. Kim Hee-yeon was puzzled by this proposal. The guy asked if she had any objections. Kang Jun-hyuk said that he had reservations about how he could trust Seo Jang-sang after what happened. He declared that he was the king. They came here as refugees, and now they declared that they were not going to obey the orders of the owner of the territory. Kang Jun-hyuk slammed his fist on the table, shouting that Seo Jang-sang was talking nonsense. It was just a point in the mission, and he had no right to give them orders. So Jang-san slammed his hands on the table, declaring that this was the place chosen for the task, and that was why the people who came should obey its owner. Kang Jun-hyuk called the guy a self-proclaimed king who simply never misses an opportunity to make his every word law. So Jang-san agreed with him and asked what was wrong with that. To control 100,000 people, they needed strict control, and only this guy was suitable for that role. Seo Jang-sung wondered if there was anyone else, if people would really follow a small boy like Kang Jun-hyuk. Also, according to the self-proclaimed king, a girl who was unable to speak normally was not suitable for this role. He pointed to Lee Tae-young. Seo Jang-sang looked at Kang Tae-sun. He could have become king, but judging by his appearance, he did not have such a desire. Seo Jang-sang asked the question of who would trust a group where only 3 people could fight, even though there were 2 other solo players. But they were all weak, and besides, how could people know that Kang Tae-sun, or Lee Tae-young, or Kang Jun-hyuk wouldn't sacrifice them in a moment of danger? Angered, Kim Hee-yeon slammed her fist and yelled at Seo Jang-sang, saying that he was going too far. He apologized, saying that his emotions had gotten the better of him, and he still wanted to hear the girl's objections to his becoming king. An awkward silence fell in the meeting room, so Jang-san smiled, saying that there seemed to be no objections. He declared that he was now the king, and the mission had given him this status. The guy decided to carry out the royal decree. He stated that this was his law. Kim Hee-yeon's expression became confused, as So Jang-sang had issued an order that easy and normal players could only eat with permission, and that without any achievements, they would only receive food once a day. Hard mode players' orders were now unquestionable, and refusing without apparent reason would result in punishment. Scouting and food gathering were to be carried out by designated easy and normal players, and if they disobeyed, they would not receive food. When meeting hard mode players, they were required to bow their heads and respect them, or else they would also be punished. Ever since arriving in Yongin, Kim Hee-yeon had been uneasy. Seo Jang-sang's methods might be cruel, but she thought it was necessary. The girl looked at the issued decree, asking what it was. Each of the orders humiliated the players, even the expression of respect and bowing of the head. The king asked what was wrong. He noticed that it seemed like Kim Hee-yeon had something to say about it. The girl screamed that forcing easy and normal mode players to collect food was too much. So Jang-sung asked why hard mode players would do this. The girl said that many would die in the process. The king declared that everyone has a role to play, and that has been the truth since time immemorial. Hard mode players protect the weak from monsters and receive benefits in return. It's dangerous outside even for hard mode players, since both easy and normal mode players will also have to risk their lives. It's worth doing everything possible. What weaklings can do. Food supplies. So Jang Sung asked the girl if she thought it was wrong. Kim Hee-yeon looked down in shock. She looked up and asked furiously if the king wanted the players dead. The girl asked if everyone agreed with So Jang-san, and one of those present said that he was right in a sense. Technically, they don't kill the players, as the king just wants them to do what they are capable of, which is only natural. Another bang of the fist on the table. Kim Hee-yeon asked how they were different from animals then, using and humiliating the weak. She understood So Jang-san's point of view, but she would not accept such an attitude. He suggested the girl do as she wanted. But the right thing to do was to sacrifice the easy and normal mode players so that the hard mode players could survive. Kim Hee-yeon was furious when she heard this statement. Kang Tae-song asked if this was really correct, since the king was mistaken. Seo Jang-sung asked if the guy wanted to say that he was wrong, that the weak sacrifice themselves and the strong survive. What could be wrong with that statement? Taesun couldn't say that he was completely wrong. Easy and normal mode players are indeed weak, but what makes So Jang-sang any different? As time goes by, the monsters become stronger and stronger. Even hard mode players can't handle this power. In the end, they also became useless. It's stupid. Hard mode players themselves are not particularly strong. Kang Tae-song asked if all the easy and normal mode players went against the king and his men. Would they be able to stand firm if they were torn apart and trampled? Would they be able to survive? So Jang-san asked him again. He realized that no matter how weak the normal and easy mode players were, death was only a matter of time. Kang Tae-san didn't care much about their lives. He asked Kim Hee-yeon what she thought about this. She closed her eyes thoughtfully for a second, after which the girl opened them, saying that she could not accept So Jang-san's plan. Therefore, Kim Hee-yeon requested a change of king. So Jang-san said that it was impossible. That was what the assignment said, and he had no intention of retreating. The second condition for changing the king could have been a request from a large number of players, but other than Kim Hee-yeon and Kang Tae-san, all the hard mode players were on Seo Jang-sang's side, or they decided to kill him. Kang Tae-song said that actually everything is still in effect. The king said it was nonsense. He stated that everyone except them supported So Jang-sung, and that only complex regimes had the right to vote. Kang Tae-song said that this is not entirely true. He requested a change of king. If the majority of players agree, the king will be changed. No equal players were found, and therefore the request is granted. Kang Tae-sun was given the choice of replacing the king through debate, duel, or some other means. So Jang-san was taken by surprise, because he had not given his consent, and neither had anyone else present, except for his subordinates. Last time there was no change of king. Many tried, but no one succeeded. Neither easy nor normal mode players nor hard mode players, even Lee Tae-yeon couldn't handle it, so there's nothing to talk about. The demands that the gods of the labyrinth wanted were too high. Kang Tae-san said that apparently he was the only one here who met the requirements. He asked if he hadn't given a warning. Next time, so Jang-sang is finished. Tae-san wanted to end it all right there, but it would be too boring. He put his foot on the table, hanging over the guy. Kang Tae-san decided to give Seo Jang-sung a chance. So Jang stood at the head of the giant crowd, claiming that they were all hard mode players following him. Kang Tae-sang said that there were quite a lot of them. The king, possibly a former one, said the boy would regret giving him a chance. Kang Tae-sun suggested starting and reminded his opponent of the conditions. It was supposed to be one non-lethal fight, one against all, with zero defense. So Jang-san said that then they begin. 4 people from the crowd ran towards Tae-san. The guy with the shield decided to block him and give the others a chance to attack. The guy was confident that he could handle it. He jumped at Kang Tae-san, swinging his sword and covering himself with his shield. Tae-san activated the add-on. He apologized for dashing the warriors' hopes, as he had only given them a chance for one reason, to defeat them calmly. And with this he dealt enough damage to the guy with the shield, neutralizing him. Kang Tae-sun threw his opponent high into the wall. He asked the guy with a slight mockery that it turned out he could fly. Since the enemies were not going to attack, Kang Tae-sun decided to do it himself. So Jang-sang told everyone to get ready as the guy attacked. The first attacking enemies were defeated. Seo Jang-san couldn't believe the amount of damage. Kang Tae-san agreed with him, because the guy still had control over himself. He rushed past more opponents, knocking them down and attacking them. Seo Jang-sang shouted that they were hard mode players who risked their lives to become stronger. He ordered his subordinates to gather immediately. Park Da-yin activated softening. Lee Si-han activated evasion. Kang Tae-sang found it a pitiful sight. He ran past his opponents. The guy neutralized Park Da-yin, mocking the hard mode players. Daesung asked how they were different from the normal and easy mode players who were looked down upon, and neutralized Lee Si-han. These players couldn't even defeat him in a crowd. Kang Tae-san stood in front of the crowd of defeated players and Seo Jang-sang. The guy told his opponent that now they would have to fight one-on-one. Taeson came closer. He hoped that Seo Jang-sang would be better than others in battle. Seo Jang-san coughed as his back hit the wall of the building. He looked ahead angrily. Kang Taeson said that it would all end here because his opponent was as useless as the other players on his side. He asked what Seo Jang-san was going to do now, if he wanted to continue. Then Taeson would not stop. The boy, the former king, looked around nervously. Seo Jang-san wanted power, but not at that price. He decided to retreat. Kang Tae-sang called this a good choice, and then turned to Kim Hee-yeon. He said that he himself did not want to become king, since the girl suggested it. Could she handle it herself? She was sure that she could. It looks like the crown now belongs to Kim Hee-yeon. Seo Jang-sang said that although the result was disappointing, he did not consider himself wrong. Only hard mode players can fight against monsters, and the weak will inevitably become a burden, and Kim Hee-yeon wants to protect them. Did she think about what this will lead to? Kang Tae-sang told the boy to shut up and give the crown to the girl. Seo Jang-san sheepishly agreed. He informed the system that he was passing on his crown to Kim Hee-yeon. The king was elected. The girl said that she would try hard once she received the status. Since Kang Taeson was the one most involved in the king change, he will receive a bonus in the labyrinth. The crack in the sky glowed with purple light. The girl thanked Taeson. He asked what she was thanking him for. Kim Hee-yeon was grateful that he didn't kill Seo Jang-sang. The girl was sure of the opposite. Kim Hee-yeon is quite quick to notice details. If Kang Taeson had asked for a king change and killed Seo Jang-sang, the hard mode players might have rebelled. And since Kim Hee-yeon had the best chance, the anger would be directed at her. Kang Tae-san said that if the girl understood him, then she should try to be a leader, and that would be her gratitude. Kim Hee-yeon didn't understand why the guy was so kind to her, which amused the ghost. Kang Tae-sang exhaled. He told the girl to consider it a debt because he simply owed her something. Although Seo Jang-sung had a flawed philosophy, he desperately tried to save humanity. And during his second return, Seo Jang-sung personally fought the monsters in the vanguard. If it weren't for Kim Hee-yeon, working with him would have been the best option, even though he has a terrible character. Even if Tae-san beat him up, he would have listened. The problems occurred on the third wave, due to a riot instigated by Choi Jun-hyuk. Most of the hard mode players, including Seo Jang-sang, disappeared. As a result, on the next return, the road to Seoul turned out to be a real hell. Hordes of monsters appeared that no one could resist, and people died as easily as breakable toys. People had already thought that it was all over. In that hopeless situation, Kim Hee-yeon saved half of the people. Among those rescued was Kang Taeson. Kim Hee-yeon could have escaped, but she stayed and fought, simply because she didn't want to watch people die. Kim Hee-yeon thanked D-san, claiming that he does a lot for them, but the guy asked her to stop and said that Seo Jang himself is quite useful despite everything, and the girl should focus on the current problems. Kim Hee-yeon agreed. She has many concerns. Let the easy and normal mode players be happy to be free from oppression. Hard mode players will feel like they have been stripped of their privileges. There's very little food left, especially since they're now handing out supplies to easy and normal mode players. This will most likely not be enough to last until the end of the mission. Kang Tae-sang asked if they knew that there were a lot of problems, and that Kim Hee-yeon now had to carry out her duties in her new position. With around 100,000 lives at stake, there's simply no time to complain. Kim Hee-yeon has barely changed the previous king's rules, except for the most absurd ones. The girl asked if everyone had received points after their first return to the labyrinth. The quest information this time also contained something similar, meaning the more players do to obtain food, the more points they can earn. The girl hoped that those present would team up with easy and normal mode players to gather supplies together. Kim Hee-yeon didn't ask them to sacrifice their lives, but she did ask them to protect weaker players, and one of the hard mode players said that wasn't enough. So Jang-san said that there were 100,000 people here. No matter how they were distributed, there was a limit to everything. Even if it was enough for a week, it didn't mean it would be enough for the next one. How could they hold out for a whole month? Kang Tae-san didn't remember anyone allowing the guy to talk so much, and he fell silent, embarrassed. However, Taeson considered the remark to be fair. So Jang-san wondered why there was a need to demand silence from him then. Kang Tae-sang said that he just irritates him. The guy already had a way to solve their problem, so there was no need to worry. Daesan was also an easy mode player in his past life, so he remembered the times when he had to strip bark from trees because of Seo Jang-san's rules. Not killing him was already a mercy. He told Jun-gun to get something he asked for earlier. The guy remembered what they had talked about earlier and took out his bag. He said that one of his friends was obsessed with plants, so Jungeon remembered his address and brought seeds from there, since he was told that they were needed. Jungeon laid out seeds of corn, watermelon, wild greens, and other things on the table, but he was not sure that they were suitable for growing. Kang Taesung said that they didn't need it. He asked how skills are acquired in the labyrinth. Kim Hee-yeon said that when they do something similar to the action of the skill. She suddenly fell silent, a look of realization crossing her face and the faces of the others present, as they heard the suggestion of acquiring a skill related to plant cultivation. He confirmed that if many players manage to obtain this skill, then even easy and normal mode players will have their own task. It will help solve any food problem, so this adventure is worthwhile. Several days have passed since this discussion. Kang Jun-hyuk thought that everything would be more difficult since the sun was almost invisible, but it was working out well. Lee Tae-young doubted that they would be able to grow anything edible since the environment was unsuitable. Kang Daesung said that it didn't matter. The main thing was to acquire the skill. Green stems of plants sprouted from the soil. Taesun noticed something. The dome above them began to collapse. Taesun told the boys to go and tell the king that it was time to prepare for battle. They left, and the guy went towards the crack, glowing with purple light. The first wave has begun. Kang Taesun's face took on a concentrated expression. Armed players stood in front of the monsters. The monsters ran towards the human army. One of the fighters shouted that there were fewer monsters last time. Some people screamed in horror, begging for salvation. Kim Hee-yeon told everyone to stay ready. She ordered them not to give up, and then everything would work out. Seo Jang-sang and Jun-gun fought the monsters. Lee Tae-young and Kang Jun-hyuk were not far behind them. Kang Taesun rushed forward, cutting off pieces from the monsters. There was a gigantic explosion. Kim Hee-yeon thought that since Kang Taesun was here, they could handle it. She encouraged the fighters, saying that they would succeed. The players cursed the monsters, taking out their fear and anger on them. The moon was already hanging over the buildings. Flashes were flying around the building. The sound of someone's footsteps was heard. Kang Jun-hyuk raised his sword up, rejoicing that they had won. Other people shared his joy because they had survived. Kim Hee-yeon smiled, pleased that there were no casualties. At this rate, they will easily hold out until the fourth wave. The crack continued to emit purple light. Kang Taesun, looking at her, thought about the danger. Because the crack had doubled in size, how much stronger the enemies could become. The ghost said that it seemed like they were desperately trying to kill them, and things would soon become difficult. Taesun agreed with his words. In the second and third waves, they achieved a colossal victory over tens of thousands of monsters. The invading monsters were mostly F rank, some were E rank. The levels were not much different from the first wave. Under the guidance of players in both hard and single-player modes, the number of casualties has noticeably decreased. People joyfully celebrated their victory. With the acquisition of the rapid cultivation skill, the problem of food shortage for future returns seems to have been solved. It began to seem that everything was fine, but the danger was approaching with every second. The day before the fourth wave, Taesun asked to stop. Lee Tae-yeon was surprised that it was so early. She said there was still a lot of time until dawn. Kang Jun-hyuk asked if there would be anything tomorrow. He remembered that Kim Hee-yeon had been organizing the troops this morning, and assumed that Kang Taesung had told her something. The guy said that tomorrow would be difficult, so the guys better gather their strength. Kang Jun-hyuk asked if it was really that serious. Kang Taesung advised them not to die tomorrow, because it would upset him. The next day was the day of the fourth wave. The fighters gathered in a crowd. They held swords and other weapons at the ready. They formed and deployed troops in accordance with Kang Taesun's instructions. The guy said that it was not bad. This wave would be different, so he advised Kim Hee-yeon to be careful. The girl advised him to do the same. A large number of various monsters poured out of the crack. The monsters opened their mouths rapaciously, waving their paws and other limbs. The players were shocked. They didn't expect this. Kim Hee-yeon asked the guy what it was. Kang Taesung explained that these were E and D rank monsters, and it would be difficult to confront them with current strength. One large beast jumped forward. He rushed past the crowd of players. The monsters burst into the ranks of the fighters, throwing themselves at them or grabbing them. One of the players dropped his sword in horror as a giant monster towered before him. He screamed that he couldn't handle it, so Jang-san blocked him from the monster. He asked the panicking player why he was giving up and told him to get up, because they said that easy and normal mode players weren't much different from hard mode players, and this was a chance to prove it. Some of the players fled in fear, wanting to save their lives. Several people were pierced through by the monsters. The other fighters were horrified by this. A giant tentacle monster mercilessly stabbed people. Seo Jang-san cursed when he saw this sight. All single-player players were already exhausted. Lee Tae-young and Kang Jun-hyuk were breathing heavily as they fought their opponents. A creature appeared in front of the girl, looking like an orange giant head without a body, with several creepy tongues, and surrounded by chains. The monster stretched its chains forward. It broke the girl's sword, causing her to cry out in surprise. Something suddenly landed on the monster from above. Lee Tae-yeon looked up. Kang Tae-sang, who landed on the monster, asked if the players were going to rest. He was ready, with his 2 swords. The girl was amazed that such an incredibly strong monster was defeated with 2 blows. She was sure that as long as Tyson was on their side, they would be able to win. The guy looked at her thoughtfully. He was sorry, but he couldn't agree with Lee Tae-young. Kang Tae-san looked up and announced that he had arrived. Something above began to glow red. The girl asked what kind of monster it was. Something large and terrifying appeared in the crack. This creature had a large green predatory gaze. The humanoid monster grabbed the edges of the crack. Kang Tae-san stared at the creature with a stern gaze. The one-eyed monster responded in kind. The ghost noticed that the monster was aiming at the guy. The monster jumped down, breaking the asphalt. People screamed in panic. Kang Tae-san said that it was too dangerous to fight here, which meant the monster had to be taken away. He told Lee Tae-yeon to take care of the other players and jumped high. Kang Tae-san said, after leading the monster away, that he was glad that he followed him, which meant the boy was the one-eyed monster's target. The ghost reported that the monster was strong. Even adventurers from the 40th floors would have a hard time. Kang Tae-san said that everything was obvious. The monster wanted to kill him. After these words, the guy activated observation. The system showed that the enemy is invincible and does not need evaluation. Decent activated Battle Lust. Impartial Duel was also activated, as well as Demigod Doctrine and Contempt for the Strong. The green monster's eye pierced the guy with its gaze. He swung at Kang Tae-san, who managed to jump back. The guy realized that this creature was very fast. He activated First Attack Nullification. A 5-digit number indicates B-rank monsters, and they are on a completely different level.